Chapter 452 Finally back. After settling the ghost cat owl and releasing all the fish caught in the game into the sea, Ling Mo also found a suitable place to house the enormous, wall-like siso vine. It's worth mentioning that sea fish love to lay their eggs on siso vine, and the siso vine that Ling Mo stored in her space carried a terrifying number of fish eggs. However, because it had been out of water for some time, the survival rate of these eggs had greatly decreased. But this didn't matter to Ling Mo. Hatching one was a loss, hatching two was a profit. After arranging everything, Ling Mo had Qiaman put a batch of goods in the shop to let everyone know she had returned. The siso vine was simply too large, all its nutrients were used to supply the old vines, which would affect its later growth. So Ling Mo simply waved her hand and sold all the old vines, keeping only the new growth. After doing all this, Ling Mo's consciousness left the space. Before leaving, she picked up the interstellar express that had already been delivered. A ray of sunlight shone on her face, and Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes. Since this departure had been longer than ever before, Ling Mo hadn't initially noticed anything amiss until she habitually picked up her phone, which was charging on the bed, and glanced at the time. The phone clearly showed midnight. Ling Mo rubbed her eyes, checked again to make sure she wasn't mistaken, and then looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, it was definitely daytime. Was her phone broken? Wait, what time is it now? Midnight. Hearing the same answer as her phone, Ling Mo was silent for a moment. Her phone wasn't broken. What's the situation outside? 6 days ago, Earth experienced polar day and polar night. China is currently experiencing polar day, and this phenomenon is expected to last for a month. Oh, I see. Ling Mo went to the window, wanting to see what was outside. They had been gone for several days, but the snow hadn't accumulated, there wasn't even a speck of snow on the ground. Thinking about the underfloor heating installation plan before the game started, had it already been completed so quickly? Just then, a duck's quack came from below. It was a snow duck. Ling Mo was about to look when a plump mushroom appeared in front of her, its cap barely peeking up. Looking around the yard, there were mushrooms like this everywhere. It seemed the mushroom mycelium hadn't been idle while they were gone. Because they hadn't been harvested in time, most of the mushrooms were old, they were still edible, but the taste wasn't great. Oh well, she'd dry them into mushroom chips or use them as animal feed later. Thinking this, Ling Mo opened the door and went downstairs. As everyone knows, Ling Mo's Don't Miss Out shop received worldwide attention, with a constant stream of customers every day. Even though Ling Mo had been in the game these past few days and the shop was empty, people still kept a close eye on it 24/7. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Mo listed something, it was immediately spotted. People were overjoyed, tears welling up in their eyes. New goods had been added to the shop. This not only meant they had food, but it also meant that the players who had disappeared had returned. Considering that she would be away for several days, most of the items Ling Mo put on the shelves this time were food, among which the most eye-catching was naturally the siso vine. The vines of the siso vine grow thicker over time. The siso vine that Ling Mo brought back was over 1,000 years old, so you can imagine how thick its oldest vines were. To avoid frightening anyone, Ling Mo had Qiaman process them before taking them out. First, the inedible outer skin was discarded. Siso vines are plants, and these discarded skins could be used as feed for pigs, cattle, and sheep, emphasizing that nothing should be wasted. But that wasn't all. Even without the outer skin, the noodle-like core inside was still a bit coarse. So, an additional step was added, cutting it into noodle-like thickness. As for the person in charge of the cutting, you would never guess. It was the lion that had been living in her space, eating and drinking for free every day, along with Yu Luan. After these two processes, it was finally placed on the shelf, becoming what people saw. There's a new food. This is green noodles? Everyone rushed into the shop, grabbing without even looking, not having time to see what they had actually gotten, as long as it was edible. It's important to know that the shops selling soy sauce and other goods from the Drunk on Soy Sauce shop have limited stock each day. Once they're gone, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Ling Mo naturally noticed this frenzy. However, this time the food was plentiful, including siso vine, fish from Yunhai Star, and mushrooms from her spatial storage. Especially the mushrooms. Although only a few days had passed on Earth, several months had actually passed in the game. The mushrooms in her spatial storage yielded an average of 1.5 harvests per day, and after several months, her space was overflowing with mushrooms. Most importantly, since planting them the first time, Ling Mo hadn't used any mycelium. These mushrooms had all multiplied on their own. Watching the rapidly decreasing quantity in her spatial storage, Ling Mo silently thought, bye, there's still plenty left. The return of Ling Mo and the others was like unlocking some kind of shackle. Other players also returned one after another, and people's previously restless hearts instantly calmed down. After all, in the eyes of many ordinary people, these players were their only hope. If even the players were in trouble, their hope would vanish. The various countries also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the players return. If these ancestors didn't return soon, they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. From the returning players, everyone knew why they were back so late. A 3-month mission? In an office, a gray-haired man frowned deeply. If the game time is this long from now on, that's bad news. This time, they only disappeared for 6 days, and the entire planet almost descended into chaos. The man was silent for a long time, finally letting out a heavy sigh. Oh well, he couldn't control it, nor could he stop it. Now, besides actively surviving, they could only learn to adapt. Thinking this, the man clenched his fists, silently saying, "Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. By the way, has the one who drank soy sauce and acted crazy returned?" the man suddenly asked. The person standing opposite him nodded. "He's back. The Don't Miss Out shop has started selling food again." Chapter 453 Busy. "Food, besides food, is there anything else?" the man asked. "No." The other party shook his head. "They only sell food, they haven't even put anything else on the shelves. However, according to the information we received, there's a new food item this time, called shisua vine." Shisua vine? Do you know what that is? Yes, we investigated it as soon as we heard the name. Shisua vine is a plant that grows in the sea. It's edible and nutritious, but it needs to be eaten with fish. He told them everything he knew about shisua vine. The man was silent for a while before saying, "It seems that the one who drank soy sauce and acted drunk is in the same game as you guys. But that's fine. The drunken behavior undoubtedly helped stabilize their morale." Meanwhile, after Ling Mo arrived on the first floor, she saw Fu Yu, Jiang Xian, and Yi Kai holding notebooks, writing and drawing with very serious expressions. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't disturb the three of them and tiptoed outside. She took out a bamboo basket from her spatial storage, first picking the ripe vegetables from the garden, then planting new ones, and then picking mushrooms. This was a huge undertaking, since mushrooms grew everywhere. Just as Ling Mo was picking mushrooms, a snow-white snow duck rubbed against her hand, seemingly trying to remind her of something. Ling Mo turned her head and saw a snow-white duck egg hidden under a vegetable. Strange, why did it lay the egg here? Ling Mo picked up the egg and wiped off the dust. The egg was still warm to the touch, so it must have been laid recently. Ling Mo patted the snow duck's head and looked towards its nest. As expected, the nest was full. There were about 30 eggs in total. When she bought the snow duck, she knew it was a very productive breed, but she hadn't expected it to be this productive. Wait. If the snow ducks are like this, then what about the Dungeness chickens? Thinking of this, Ling Mo quickly went to the backyard. As expected, the coop was overflowing with eggs. Some were freshly laid, while others had been laid some time ago. Why didn't Zhou collect the eggs? Suddenly, Ling Mo seemed to remember something. They seemed to have forgotten to instruct it. But Zhou was an AI, after all, it didn't seem to notice anything. Maybe she should just rename it Artificial Idiot. With a thought, all the eggs in the coop vanished, stored in her spatial storage. After carefully washing them, she neatly arranged them in a basket. Among these eggs, Ling Mo also found quite a few fertilized ones. After thinking for a moment, she put these eggs back in the coop for the hens to incubate. She also carefully checked the snow duck eggs. Although some were successfully fertilized, there were only about 5 or 6. Ling Mo put these back for the mother snow duck to incubate as well. After doing all this, Ling Mo continued picking mushrooms. I think I've forgotten something very important. Just as Ling Mo was trying to recall what she had forgotten, Man reminded her, Master, have you forgotten that you accepted the mission? Ah, I remember now. The golden heavenly I returned at dusk. Because they were about to dock, and she was feeling a bit seasick, she didn't submit the mission immediately. If it weren't for Man reminding her, she would have almost forgotten about it. Submit the task. After sending the video, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Now she just had to wait for the review to be completed so she could receive the reward. Casually, she opened her smart device and checked Iris's private messages. They were filled with messages he had sent over the past few days. Perhaps because he later realized Ling Mo wasn't replying at all, Iris even suspected something had happened to her. Seeing that there was still no response, Iris's messages became less frequent. The last message was about the armor. The things you requested are almost finished. Give me your address, and I'll send them to you. Ling Mo edited Yun Haixing's address and sent it. The other party replied almost instantly. Iris, wow, you finally replied. I thought something was wrong with you all this time. Ling Mo, I'm on a mission, it's inconvenient to communicate. Iris, oh, I see. I understand. By the way, what you asked for will be ready soon. I'll send you the pictures and data. See if there's anything you need to change. Iris, this is the last chance. After a while, the armor will enter the final stage and can't be modified anymore. Ling Mo, okay, I understand. Looking at the message from Iris, Ling Mo's eyes lit up when she saw the armor in the picture. This armor was so cool. She thought it was perfect in every way, completely matching her aesthetic sense. It was just a pity it wasn't for her to wear. Although Ling Mo thought the armor was already very good, it wasn't for her to wear. So Ling Mo packed up the materials and sent them to Black Wolf. Afraid that it wouldn't understand, she thoughtfully asked Man to go and explain. After finishing, she continued picking mushrooms. La la la, la la la, I'm the little girl picking mushrooms. She didn't know how much time had passed until her stomach rumbled, at which point she stopped what she was doing and turned to walk into the room. In the living room, Jiang Xian and the other two were lying on the sofa, their eyes glazed over, looking like they had overworked their brains. Oh, right, I saw you were too engrossed in your work and didn't want to disturb you. Take these and change into them. With that, Ling Mo took out 3 palm-sized boxes and placed them on the table. The 3 of them looked at her simultaneously. What are these? Yi Kai asked. AI devices, the latest model, even better than the ones you're using now, Ling Mo explained with a smile. The latest AI devices must be very expensive, where did you get them? Jiang Xian asked curiously. Ling Mo had already thought of this excuse. I caught 2 A-level wanted criminals before, this is my reward. But isn't the reward a bounty? Jiang Xian said. It's a bounty, but I did them such a big favor. It's not unreasonable for them to do me a small favor in return, Ling Mo said matter-of-factly. Not unreasonable at all. How do you use this thing? Is it the same as the previous AI? Chapter 454 The Smart Brain. Upon hearing Ling Mo say that she wanted to remove the smart brains they had been wearing, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu all stiffened. It wasn't that they were reluctant to part with the smart brains they were currently using, but rather that their original smart brains had been implanted directly into their eyeballs. Remove them? How? By prying them off with their hands? Of course not. Mo, you don't mean to remove them with your bare hands, do you? Yi Kai asked tremblingly, raising his hand. Of course not, Ling Mo rolled her eyes and said, "How could I possibly remove them with my bare hands? I'm not a tiger." Hearing Ling Mo say this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. "When you bought the smart brains, there was a matching implantation system, didn't you? You didn't lose it, did you?" Ling Mo asked. Jiang Xian and Fu Yu nodded. "No, I kept mine in my room," Jiang Xian said. He had thought that since the device was so exquisitely made, he might need it sometime, so he hadn't thrown it away. Of the three, only Ye Kai froze, his head stiff as he stared at Ling Mo, his lips trembling as he spoke. Mo, what if that implantation system is lost?" Ling Mo answered seriously. "If it's lost, the AI implanted in the eyeball can't be removed. The only way to remove it is through surgery, but that surgery can't be performed on Blue Star. Moreover, the AI is connected to the nervous system in the brain. Surgically removing the AI is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could damage the nervous system, and who knows what the consequences would be." Ling Mo spoke with such conviction that Ye Kai's face paled repeatedly, and he stammered, "Isn't there any other way? I mean, besides surgery?" Ling Mo rested her chin on her hand, feigning thought. "If we don't have surgery, then there's only one last option left." "What option?" Ye Kai asked anxiously. Ling Mo's expression had been far too serious, he was somewhat frightened. At this moment, only one thing remained in his mind: absolutely no surgery. If he had known that thing was so important, he wouldn't have carelessly tossed it aside. If he hadn't carelessly tossed it aside, he wouldn't have accidentally stepped on it and ruined it. His current mood could only be described with one word: deep regret. Just as he was expecting Ling Mo to offer a second solution, he heard Ling Mo casually say, "Borrow one from someone else." Ye Kai, terrified. Jiang Xian and Fu Yu, equally frightened and looking worried. A few seconds later, an angry roar echoed from inside the treehouse. "Ling Mo!" Inside the living room, Ling Mo and Ye Kai were staging a real-life parkour game. Ye Kai, his face flushed with anger, chased after Ling Mo. He trusted her so much, and he was filled with regret, but in the end. "You little brat, stop right there. I promise I won't kill you." Ling Mo stepped on the table, using the momentum to reach the second floor. She turned around and stuck her tongue out at Ye Kai, making a face. "It would be really stupid of me to stop. Besides, I wasn't wrong. Surgery really can remove the AI, but it's also really dangerous. You still dare to talk back." As he spoke, the shape of wings faintly appeared behind Ye Kai. Just as he was about to show Ling Mo what speed and power really meant, Jiang Xian and Fu Yu grabbed him from both sides. What a joke. If Ye Kai really uses his talent in the living room, then forget about everything in here. Ye Kai hadn't actually intended to attack, he just wanted to scare Ling Mo. Seeing Jiang Xian and Fu Yu stop him, he readily agreed. The two helped Ye Kai onto the sofa, and Jiang Xian turned to Ling Mo, who was sitting on the stair railing, and said, "Hurry up and come down to help us get the AI back." "Okay." Ling Mo didn't use the stairs, she just jumped down. In the past, such an action would have caused a minor injury, but now Ling Mo did it with incredible ease. Jiang Xian and the others didn't say anything. After all, they often did this when they found going downstairs too slow. Jiang Xian and Fu Yu returned to their room and took the AI back out. The process of retrieving and installing the AI went very smoothly. The three of them felt like they had just had 2 eye drops administered, otherwise, they felt nothing. After installing the new AI and syncing some data from the old one, the three of them enthusiastically began studying it. It had to be said, the new one was completely different from the old one. It felt like jumping from a primitive society to a technological one. Perhaps not quite that exaggerated, but close. Seeing that they were all engrossed in studying the new AI, Ling Mo thought for a moment and decided not to disturb them. Just then, her stomach growled again, and a wave of hunger washed over her. She was starving. It seemed she couldn't expect them to cook. She would go see what was in the kitchen. Since they had been gone for several days, the vegetables in the refrigerator were wilted. She'd feed them to the chickens later. As for leftovers, sorry, they never had those. She searched the entire kitchen and only found a cup of instant noodles. Holding the instant noodles, Ling Mo looked at the pots and pans in the kitchen, her heart filled with conflict. She didn't want to cook today, but if she didn't, this cup of instant noodles wouldn't be enough. A few minutes later, Ling Mo came out with the prepared instant noodles. Well, there's still some food in the space, let's make do with this for now. Jiang Xian and the other two were still studying the AI, not even noticing Ling Mo bringing out instant noodles. Normally, at this time, seeing Ling Mo eating instant noodles, while they wouldn't fight her for them, they'd definitely make themselves a bowl too. At the table, Ling Mo ate her noodles while checking the situation in the space. It had been so long, and the shisua vines and mushrooms in the space still hadn't sold out. Looking at the time, it was almost morning, so Ling Mo told Qiaman to slow down the restocking speed. Because of the polar day, Ling Mo had almost forgotten that they had returned in the early morning. At this rate, their biological clocks would be completely messed up for the next period of time. Ling Mo finished the last bite of her instant noodles, even drinking the soup clean. Oh well, messed up if it is. After eating and drinking her fill, Ling Mo didn't want to go back to her room to rest because she wasn't tired yet. She got up and stretched, then walked towards the game pod. She hadn't logged in for several days and wondered how things were going in the game. Chapter 455 Spectacular Special Effects. Before entering the game, Ling Mo suddenly wondered if the game's time was based on Earth's timeline or the interstellar timeline. It should be based on Earth's timeline, right? But if it were based on the interstellar timeline, that wouldn't be wrong either. Oh well, better not think about it too much and just get into the game first. As soon as Ling Mo entered the game, before she could even familiarize herself with her surroundings, she saw a dazzling golden dragon fly overhead. What's that? Ling Mo looked at the golden dragon above her head. There seemed to be words written behind it. Attention, person who created the healing ring. If you are willing to join us, the Emperor will personally bestow a title upon you. Oh, so it's looking for her. A title bestowed upon her? This must be royalty. After the golden dragon disappeared, a colorful qilin and a red fire phoenix appeared one after the other. The phoenix displayed the following message. The player who crafted the healing ring, if you are willing to cooperate with us, you will be permanently protected by the military. You will not have to fear any threats, including from your family. After reading the message on the phoenix, Ling Mo then looked at the colorful qilin. Respected mysterious player, I greatly admire the healing ring and other items you have crafted. If you are willing, I would like to discuss cooperation with you. Name your price. Was this colorful qilin from the Pisho Guild? Previously, Ling Mo had only paid attention to the top few guilds, glancing at the later ones and skipping them. She vaguely remembered the Pisho Guild. It was ranked 10th. It was said that the guild leader's spiritual form was a Pisho, hence the guild's name. Just like the Pisho symbolism, the Pisho Guild leader was a very successful businessman both in reality and in the game. Cooperation? Perhaps she could consider it. However, not now. Ling Mo still didn't have enough resources. She needed to create at least another item similar to the healing ring. To do this, she'd need to go to the village chief's house to see if she could find the original materials. Just then, several players nearby, looking at the magnificent golden dragon, phoenix, and qilin overhead, couldn't help but sigh. It's been so many days, and these people still haven't given up. These big guilds are really rich. You know, these golden dragons and phoenixes cost 10,000 game coins each. What, jealous? If you had that mysterious player's abilities, these big guilds would be vying to spend money on you too. I'm not envious or jealous. Besides, who told you being noticed by those big guilds is a good thing? TCH, sour grapes. Ling Mo walked past the two men with a calm expression, then bought a map from a shop and found her destination. Thunder Demon Forest? Lightning Struck Wood. Ling Mo had originally planned to use the teleportation array directly, since she wasn't short of money. However, after getting the map, she saw a thunder demon forest on her route, where a type of wood called lightning-struck wood was produced, and she couldn't help but be tempted. She'd go to the thunder demon forest first, since it was on the way anyway. However, she noticed that the thunder demon forest was marked in red on the map, a very dangerous sign. Wait a minute, go check the information on thunder demons on the Star Network and see what their weaknesses are. Going immediately. A few minutes later, Chia Man returned with the information Ling Mo wanted. Thunder demons are snake-like monsters that live in forests, feeding on lightning-struck wood. They have one tail but 3 heads, are extremely dangerous and venomous, have a violent temper, and like to attract lightning to temper their scale armor. They also use lightning to attack their enemies. After reading the introduction, Ling Mo gasped. This looked a bit troublesome. Maybe she should just give up. Although this was just a game world, Ling Mo didn't want to die. Dying would waste time going to the resurrection point and would also result in a loss of experience. But thinking of the lightning-struck wood, she hesitated. I remember, ice doesn't conduct electricity, right? Ling Mo looked at her hand, then touched a leaf beside her. Instantly, the originally emerald green leaf was covered with a thin layer of ice. Seeing this, Ling Mo only touched it lightly, and the leaf shattered into pieces. Since the ice finger worked normally, then the aurora curtain and blizzard. Ling Mo touched her eyes, and suddenly an idea came to her. Since the lightning demon was so dangerous, she would create an environment that was advantageous to herself and disadvantageous to it, and then use the power of the ice and snow maiden to defeat it. Then she could find the lightning-struck wood and also increase her experience and level. Thinking this, Ling Mo quickened her pace. Soon, she arrived near the thunder demon forest. From afar, she heard a deafening rumble of thunder. When she finally saw the thunder demon forest, it was truly eerie and terrifying. A thick layer of black clouds hung directly above the forest, with flashes of purple lightning occasionally streaking across them, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Just then, a player saw Ling Mo heading towards the thunder demon forest and tried to warn her, but was stopped by another player. Why are you meddling? But it's dangerous over there, it's the thunder demon forest. Do you think she doesn't know? Maybe she's heading straight for the thunder demon forest. You'd better not interfere. But, her level. Watching Ling Mo's figure recede into the distance, the player finally sighed and gave up trying to warn her. Strange, is it snowing? A player looked at the slowly falling snowflakes, a look of surprise in his eyes. Ling Mo naturally heard the voices behind her, but she didn't pay them any mind and continued walking towards the thunder demon forest. Just then, a crystal snowflake fell, bringing a cool sensation to the tip of her nose. Plan succeeded. The dark clouds above the thunder demon forest contained a considerable amount of moisture, which could be used. With Ling Mo's control, the dark clouds, which had been flashing with purple lightning, began to snow. The surrounding temperature also dropped. Perhaps it was good luck, but just as Ling Mo entered the thunder demon forest, a bolt of purple lightning struck, hitting a tree not far away. The tree, as thick as 2 people combined, was split in 2. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly went forward to collect the lightning-struck wood. Lightning-struck wood +1. About 5 minutes later, Ling Mo had collected all the lightning-struck wood. At this point, the snow was falling heavier, and the air temperature was dropping further. Chapter 456 causes a sensation. Look. It looks like it's snowing in the thunder demon forest. The thunder demon forest is the main habitat of the thunder demons, and purple lightning strikes frequently, making it extremely dangerous. Moreover, the thunder demons are incredibly powerful, with their hard scales providing amazing defense. Combined with their 2 sharp venomous eyes and the venom sprayed from their fangs, they are clearly formidable creatures. Many players are unwilling to fight thunder demons. Although winning brings generous rewards, it's important to know that thunder demons never appear alone, and defeating even one requires the cooperation of 3 or 4 players. However, while few people venture into the Thunder Demon Forest, many players gather outside. Sometimes, trees near the forest's edge are struck by lightning, and some of the struck wood flies far away due to the force of the impact. These players come here to try their luck. It was precisely because of these players that the unusual activity in the Thunder Demon Forest was quickly discovered. Having been here for so long, this was the first time they had ever seen snow falling in the Thunder Demon Forest. At this moment, some players who had seen Ling Mo earlier suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could this scene have been the work of that player from before? After all, only that one person had entered the Thunder Demon Forest since then. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, inside the Thunder Demon Forest, was unaware that the commotion she had caused had attracted the attention of many. At this moment, her two eyes flashed with different lights, and Blizzard and Aurora Curtain activated simultaneously. Instantly, the surrounding scenery became hazy. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Immediately afterward, a shush 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 sound came from all around, the sound of scales rubbing against the ground, making Ling Mo's skin crawl. In the white mist, several black shadows could be vaguely seen, constantly approaching. These must be thunder demons. Ling Mo looked at the huge black shadows, feeling extremely nervous. She had played games for a while when she was in school, but she had never felt so immersed in one. Even though she knew in her heart that this was just a game, seeing the black shadows constantly approaching from all directions, a faint fear rose in Ling Mo's heart. However, this fear didn't last long, because by then a layer of snow had already covered her feet. It was a little thin, but it didn't prevent her from using snow melting. Moreover, as the surrounding temperature dropped, her powerful abilities as an ice and snow maiden were unsealed. With the power of the ice and snow maiden, the surrounding temperature would only drop faster. In the blink of an eye, the snowflakes falling from the sky turned into a blizzard, and the cold north wind, like knives, stung people's faces. Another weakness of the Thunder Demon was the fork where its three heads connected, where its heart was located, and also the only area not covered by scales. However, the Thunder Demon seemed to know this was its fatal weakness, so it was always very careful, making it incredibly difficult for other players to attack that spot. But what was incredibly difficult for others was extremely easy for Ling Mo. With a single thought from Ling Mo, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the Thunder Demon Forest. Amidst the raging winds, several ice swords silently appeared. Meanwhile, someone posted the commotion on the Thunder Demon Forest side onto the Star Network, which quickly attracted the attention of many people. It's important to know that the Thunder Demon Forest is brimming with treasures. Besides being used for weapon forging, lightning struck wood gives mages a chance to awaken devastating lightning-based attacks after absorbing it. While other classes don't experience the same dramatic effects as mages when fusing with lightning-struck wood, their attacks and spells still possess lightning attributes. Beyond the wood, the Thunder Demons themselves are incredibly valuable. Their scales can be made into armor, their hides into clothing, their meat increases lightning resistance, and their blood, gallbladders, and bones can be used to make medicine. If it weren't for the ridiculously powerful Thunder Demons inhabiting the forest, this place would have long been overrun by top-ranked merchant guilds. Therefore, upon learning of the unusual activity in the Thunder Demon Forest, these guilds immediately sent scouts to investigate. If anyone manages to enter the Thunder Demon Forest and has a way to defeat the Thunder Demons, they are determined to recruit them. When the players representing their guilds arrived at the Thunder Demon Forest, the once eerie forest was now covered in snow, and the dark clouds in the sky had turned from black to grayish-white. Upon seeing this, they immediately analyzed the situation. Ice is non-conductive. Among all classes, covering a forest in snow would require a mage, or multiple mages working together, to create such an effect. They leaned more toward the latter. After all, in the 6 months since the game's launch, they hadn't seen any mage player unleash such powerful ice magic. "Let's go in and take a look," a young player said. When they arrived, the snow had stopped, and they were worried that those responsible might have already left. Upon entering the Thunder Demon Forest, their premonition proved correct. Aside from some signs of battle, they found nothing. The Thunder Demon Forest produces a large amount of lightning-struck wood every day. The Thunder Demons themselves can't consume all of this wood, so they collect it and eat it slowly. They had already located the Thunder Demon's hiding place for the lightning-struck wood, waiting for the right moment to wipe them out. But now, when they found the location, they discovered it was empty, completely bare except for the footprints left around the perimeter, clearly indicating that the contents had already been taken. The footprints here are still fresh, let's go after them. With that, one player dashed off like an arrow, followed closely by the others. After they left, Ling Mo's figure slowly reappeared in the distance. Seeing that the others were far away, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had sensed someone approaching first and hidden herself, otherwise. Thinking back to the battle just now, she had to admit that the Ice and Snow Maiden's power was incredible, easily annihilating all the Thunder Demons. It was just a pity that she was too reliant on her surroundings. Chapter 457 The Village Chief's Mission. After leaving the Thunder Demon Forest, Ling Mo assessed her gains as she walked. Besides a large amount of lightning-struck wood, she also had 28 each of lightning demon scales, hides, meat, bones, blood, and gallbladders dropped by the lightning demons she had killed. In other words, she had just killed a total of 28 lightning demons. Normally, killing monsters as the Ice and Snow Maiden wouldn't grant experience, but probably because Ling Mo herself had triggered the blizzard, and the lightning demons were significantly higher level than her level had jumped to 35. Wow, a leap of several levels. This level was still a bit behind the top tier. However, Ling Mo wasn't worried, she believed she could catch up. It was just a matter of time. Besides what she had just retrieved, her biggest gain was finding 3 eggs at the location where the lightning demons stored their lightning-struck wood. The eggs had purple patterns and lightning symbols on their surfaces, looking quite cool. She took one of the eggs out, held it in her arms, and then used her appraisal skill on it. Thunder Demon's egg, hatching. This is a pet egg, it will recognize its owner after hatching. A pet egg? If she remembered correctly, the pet system was a new feature introduced recently after the update to Divine Soul. Those people who attacked the blizzard bird before were also trying to tame it and make it their pet. Thinking of this, Ling Mo opened the auction house and checked the prices of pet eggs. Even the most ordinary pet egg cost 15,000 gold coins. Considering the Thunder Demon's combat power, the Thunder Demon's egg in her hand was definitely worth far more than the most ordinary pet egg. Without any hesitation, Ling Mo listed the Thunder Demon pet egg on the auction house, choosing anonymous bidding. The auction house priced the Thunder Demon pet egg at 100,000 game coins. The actual transaction price should be slightly higher. She then listed the second one, since she wasn't interested in 3-headed snakes. Just as Ling Mo was about to list the third pet egg, her hand paused. This egg seems a little different. She cast an appraisal on the egg. Thunder Demon's egg, hatching. It mutated because it absorbed too much energy from the lightning-struck wood. So it mutated. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Mo still listed the mutated lightning demon egg. The previous 2 eggs were priced at 100,000, but this mutated pet egg was priced at 1 million, a 10-fold increase. Seeing this price, Ling Mo couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that a super powerful pet could hatch from this egg? To be honest, she regretted it a little. Could she withdraw it? In the end, after a fierce internal struggle, Ling Mo didn't withdraw it and closed the auction house. Since she had decided to sell it, she couldn't regret it. It was just a mutated pet egg, she could find better ones later. Besides, she still had the snowbird. Moreover, her current level wasn't high enough, the pet system required level 40 to unlock, and she was only level 35. So there was no rush. She could slowly look for pets later. The most important thing now was to go to the village chief's house. Half an hour later. Ling Mo looked at the familiar house, took a deep breath, and went inside. As soon as she entered, she saw a kind-looking old man with gray hair smiling at her. "What can I do for you?" the old man asked softly. "I need some of the wood you have. What can I offer in exchange?" Ling Mo asked directly. Wood? The village chief was slightly taken aback. Wood, he said, I was a carpenter for a while when I was young, and I have quite a bit of wood left over. Which kind do you need? Hearing this, Ling Mo recalled that when she was playing the village chief's daughter, there seemed to be a lot of wood piled up in the room. May I take a look first? Ling Mo asked. No, you can't, the village chief refused with a smile. However, if you're willing to do me a favor, you can choose any type of wood from my collection. Okay. Ling Mo thought for a moment and agreed to the village chief's request. Immediately afterward, a task notification sounded in her ear, and a white task panel appeared before her eyes. The village chief's request, the roar of a tiger has been echoing from the mountain lately, causing widespread panic among the villagers. The village chief himself was in danger while investigating the situation. Now, esteemed hero, we request that you subdue the tiger and eliminate this threat to the village. Reward, bring back the Tiger King's teeth, and you can take one item you desire from the village chief's collection. After clicking to accept the quest, the village chief's smile widened. He pointed to a spot not far away and said, the path up the mountain is over there. I hope you can return quickly. Recently, the children in the village have been constantly frightened, and the women are afraid to go out. The sooner you defeat the Tiger King, the sooner we can have peace of mind. Okay, I understand. Just as Ling Mo was about to enter the mountain, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a little boy running barefoot toward her, seemingly carrying something in his hand. The little boy stopped in front of Ling Mo, panting, and said, finally caught up with you. Here, the village chief asked me to give this to you. He said the terrain in the mountains is complicated, and you can't do without a map. He handed the map to Ling Mo. Looking at the tattered map, many parts were already blurred and unclear. Was this map even usable? She reached out and took the map. Well, something is better than nothing. Seeing Ling Mo take the map, the little boy reached out again, his big, dark eyes looking at her. Is there anything else? Ling Mo asked, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Sure enough, the next second she heard the little boy say, the village chief said you'll get a reward for giving me the map. Ling Mo. At this moment, her face remained expressionless, but in reality she had cursed him countless times in her heart. But meeting the little boy's expectant eyes, Ling Mo couldn't bear to disappoint him and took out a few game coins to give him. After receiving the money, the little boy happily ran off, while Ling Mo behind him silently clenched her fists, vowing to make the village chief bleed money. The only consolation was that the map the little boy brought wasn't just for show, it actually marked the Tiger King's location and her own, a typical quest map. But, why were there 5 of them? Chapter 458 Elf Tree Mutation. Ling Mo studied the map and found a red dot indicating her location. Upon closer inspection, she realized the red dot represented her. Honestly, why didn't she check the other colors? It made her nervous for nothing. Looking at the remaining locations, could it be that the Tiger King had several burrows? That seemed possible, even a rabbit has 3 burrows, so what's wrong with the Tiger King having a few more? It seemed she needed to visit all these places one by one. The map was quite large, it would probably take a considerable amount of time. Thinking this, and checking the time, Ling Mo decided to start quickly and finish fast. Looking at the 4 points on the map, she decided to start with the closest one, hoping it wouldn't take too long. Ling Mo kept her eyes on the red dots on the map while adjusting her direction. It's worth mentioning that these red dots weren't stationary, they moved, but very slowly, like they were taking a stroll. It seemed her earlier guess about the burrows was wrong. Soon, Ling Mo left the village's safe zone and officially entered the mountains. As soon as she left the safe zone, Ling Mo saw several deer dart past in the distance. She didn't know how long she had walked, but looking at the map, she was still quite a distance from the nearest red dot. This mountain range was larger than she had imagined. She had killed quite a few monsters along the way, but none of them were what she wanted. She checked the time, it was already 12:30 p.m., lunchtime. Because Ling Mo didn't like nutrient solutions and was afraid of getting too engrossed in the game and neglecting other things, she hadn't equipped her gaming pod with any. Ling Mo yawned. The repetitive grinding was incredibly tedious, so she decided to log off to eat and take a nap. She would continue after waking up. After all, the village chief's quest didn't have a deadline. Exiting the game and leaving the gaming pod, the living room was very quiet. Not far away, Zhou was cleaning. Seeing Ling Mo emerge from the gaming pod, Zhou immediately came to greet her. "My dear Mo, you're awake. Master and the others have prepared lunch for you." With that, Zhou headed towards the kitchen and quickly brought out 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a bowl of soup, and a plate of sliced fruit. Ling Mo looked at the colorful fruit: purple strawberries, blue apples, green watermelon. In the past, Ling Mo definitely wouldn't have dared to eat these things. Not only would she not have eaten them, but if someone dared to bring them to her, she might have even called the police. But now, Ling Mo calmly picked up a dark purple strawberry and took a bite. The sweet and sour taste instantly filled her mouth. "It tastes good," Ling Mo nodded, offering a very fair assessment. After putting down the fruit, Zhou explained, "Someone just visited, and these fruits are what they brought." Someone visited? It must be people from the base, since the fruit she had just eaten was a specialty of Qingyang Star. This was why Ling Mo dared to eat it without batting an eye. She had eaten it many times before, in places where no one knew. Looking across the entire planet Earth, who else besides her could produce these fruits? "By the way, where are your master and the others? Why aren't they home?" Ling Mo asked casually before eating. Finding no trace of the 3 in the elf house meant they must have gone out. Master whispered a few words to the visitor, and that person became very agitated, immediately taking Master and his 2 friends away. "Mo was playing a game at the time, and Master didn't want to disturb you." "I see." Ling Mo thought to herself that she had guessed correctly while taking a sip of soup. The soup was made with treasure chicken, with lots of mushrooms added. Combined with Zhou's culinary skills and mastery of the heat, the chicken soup was incredibly delicious. After eating and drinking her fill, one easily feels sleepy. Ling Mo yawned, preparing to go back to her room to sleep. Just as she lay in bed, ready to drift off to sleep, she suddenly heard Bai Bai's anxious cry. Something had happened in the space. Ling Mo abruptly opened her eyes, her sleepiness vanishing instantly. Upon entering the space, Ling Mo was immediately stunned by the scene before her. The water in the miniature ocean and the water in the nearby stream seemed to be summoned, all rising into the air and converging in a certain direction. With her absolute control over space, Ling Mo quickly found the culprit. It was a tree. More precisely, it was an elven tree. Ling Mo looked at the elven tree. The water it had just attracted swirled around it like silk, breathtakingly beautiful. And unlike ordinary elven trees that were green, this elven tree was entirely blue, like blue crystal. It was like a goddess, with the water surrounding it like the hem of a goddess's skirt. Wait, what's going on? Clearly, this scene was beyond Ling Mo's comprehension. "Master, I can't find the data." Kaiman's voice sounded like it was about to cry. It was truly useless, failing at such a crucial moment. "This elven tree has mutated." A deep voice came from behind Ling Mo. Looking back, she saw a white lion with wings standing beside her. "Why are you so small?" Ling Mo asked instinctively, looking at the creature that resembled an ordinary lion. The white lion glanced at her and explained, "After I awakened, my size increased again. If I maintained my original size, I would damage the things in your space." "Oh, I see. You just said the elf tree mutated. What exactly happened?" Ling Mo continued to ask. Hearing this, the white lion first gave Ling Mo a complicated look, then said, "I didn't expect you to encounter such a 1 in a billion chance. You really are." The white lion wanted to express amazement, but thinking of everything that had happened before, the tree of life, the double mutation talent, the divine beast spirit body, and then looking at this mutated elf tree, it didn't seem so extraordinary anymore. Ling Mo, however, noticed the 1 in a billion probability. With such a low probability, is this tree very precious? Precious beyond precious. If you take this tree to the elf race, you can make any request you want, except for their elf mother tree. Chapter 459, The White Lion Departs. A single sentence perfectly explained the value of this mutated elf tree. Is a mutated elf tree really that precious? I've seen quite a few mutated elf treehouses before, Ling Mo voiced her doubts. Elf treehouses and elf trees are different, the White Lion explained. Don't be fooled by the fact that they sprout from the same seed. From the moment they sprout, they are destined to become two completely different species. In short, this tree is truly precious. If one day you're desperate, or commit some heinous crime, you can take it to the elves for protection, or even go find the pirates. Although the White Lion said this to prove the elf tree's value to Ling Mo felt a strange unease. Then what should I do with this elf tree? Keeping it in her spatial dimension just didn't feel right. Don't you have a planet full of water? Move the elf tree there. This elf tree has just started growing, and it seems to be water type. There's too little water here, which isn't good for its later growth. Ling Mo, unfamiliar with elf trees, instinctively chose to obey the White Lion. Oh, okay. Just as she was about to start, her hand suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, if the elves find this tree, won't they send people to steal it? The White Lion looked at Ling Mo speechlessly. Do you think the Interstellar Federation's code is just for show? Besides, the elves are proud, they wouldn't steal. The implication was that it wouldn't be stolen. At most, they'll warn you and make you return it voluntarily. Ling Mo. In the end, Ling Mo still moved the elf tree to Cloud Sea Star. The reason was simple, the space couldn't withstand its constant movement. Upon arriving at Cloud Sea Star, a sea breeze swept over her. Ling Mo took a deep breath. Before she could find a suitable place to settle the elf tree, it seemed to be drawn by something and flew towards a certain direction. Ultimately, the elf tree chose the spot where the ghost flowers grew. Because Ling Mo had only brought back a small amount of ghost flowers, there wasn't any dense fog yet. As soon as the elf tree took root, the surrounding seawater surged toward it like a madman. The elf tree's size also began to expand at a visible rate. Looking at the ever-growing elf tree, Ling Mo couldn't help but show a worried expression. Won't something bad happen? Don't worry, nothing will happen, the White Lion said, having joined her at some point. This elven tree's mutation is in the water direction, so it needs a lot of water to grow. However, it won't absorb so much water for nothing. As a sacred object of the elves, the elven tree naturally has its magical properties. From now on, all the seas on this planet will be blessed by the elven tree. Any creatures and plants living in the sea will thrive, and their flesh will become even more delicious. The White Lion paused here, then continued, you can even put freshwater fish in to raise. After listening to the White Lion's explanation, Ling Mo was stunned for a long time. After a long while, she finally turned her gaze from the elven tree to the White Lion, who was stretching its body, and asked, Are you leaving? Although the White Lion had acted perfectly normally, without any apparent abnormality, Ling Mo sensed a feeling of impending departure emanating from it. Seeing that Ling Mo had guessed correctly, the White Lion didn't hide anything. You know, I'm a spiritual being. Having been away for so long, it's time for me to go back and see my master. Also, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I'll keep your affairs with Blue Star a secret. The White Lion said solemnly. You won't even tell your master? Ling Mo asked. Why should I tell him? The White Lion asked, looking puzzled. But aren't the thoughts of a spiritual being and its master supposed to be interconnected? Ling Mo said, just like she knew exactly what the White Lion was thinking. When the bond between master and spiritual being reaches a certain level, they can block each other's thoughts. The Interstellar Codex recognizes the human rights of spiritual beings. There have even been cases of the original body and the spiritual being going to court. I can't believe it. Ling Mo was shocked. It seemed her understanding of spiritual systems and spiritual beings was still insufficient. Alright, I'm leaving now. See you later. The white lion spread its wings, its body growing larger as it prepared to depart. Did you say goodbye to Xiaobai? Ling Mo suddenly asked. She knew that Xiaobai always considered the white lion her most important friend. Her best friend leaving without telling her must be heartbreaking. Hearing this, the white lion paused, then said, I told her a long time ago, and I left her something too. Don't worry, she'll understand. Yeah, right. After finishing everything, Ling Mo returned to her room, ready to sleep, when she saw a sulking Xiaobai on her bed, glaring at her with big eyes. Seeing this, Ling Mo shrugged and said, It's no use taking your anger out on me. He said he already told you when he left. I'm a victim in this too. Without hesitation, Ling Mo immediately shifted the blame. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Mo's words, Xiaobai's expression softened. Although still sulking, her eyes were much more relaxed. Ling Mo pressed on, White Lion said we'll meet again. When we do, we'll teach him a lesson. You beat him up, and I'll beat up his master. What do you say? Little White barked in response. It was a deal. Seeing this, Ling Mo continued, but White Lion is so powerful, his master must be strong too. If we want to beat them up, we need to improve our own strength. You can't be lazy anymore. Little White barked with high spirits, then transformed into a white light and entered Ling Mo's body to train. Having dealt with Little White, Ling Mo breathed a deep sigh of relief, yawned, and finally could sleep. After waking up, she still had to continue doing quests in the game. The series of events had made her fall asleep almost immediately. Perhaps because she still had things on her mind, Ling Mo only slept for a few hours before waking up. After going downstairs, Jiang Xian and the other two hadn't returned yet. Not very hungry, Ling Mo simply drank a bottle of milk and lay down in the game pod. Chapter 460 Selection. After spending over 10 hours, Ling Mo finally completed the village chief's task. Most of the time was spent on the road, the map of Divine Soul was simply too vast. Although the game itself wasn't tiring, walking step by step was still quite boring. So Ling Mo cleared out every monster she could find along the way, every little bit helps. These small monsters gave her 2 levels of experience. Unexpectedly, each of those red dots represented a tiger. However, when Ling Mo killed the first tiger, the task didn't react, so she knew her target was only one tiger. Ling Mo was unlucky, the first 3 she found weren't the Tiger King she was looking for. After defeating these 3 tigers, she got a bunch of materials and items. After stuffing everything into her backpack, she searched for several more hours before finally finding the last Tiger King. Compared to the previous 3, the Tiger King before her was at least several times larger, exuding a terrifying aura. Ling Mo struggled against it for a long time before finally killing it. The Tiger King also dropped a bunch of items, including the tiger tooth she needed. After collecting the items, Ling Mo returned to the village. Just as she approached the village chief's house and was about to go inside, she saw a male player come out. He had an angry expression on his face and hurriedly passed by Ling Mo, the two almost bumping into each other. Sorry. The male player stopped and said apologetically to Ling Mo. Ling Mo shook her head. It's all right. She continued walking toward the village chief's house. Seeing this, the male player blocked her way. So you heard about the healing ring and came to the village chief to get the quest, right? Don't go, he's an old swindler. Swindler? The village chief looks quite kind to me. Ling Mo blinked and said. Seeing Ling Mo say this, the male player seemed to have finally found someone to confide in and began to pour out his grievances. You don't know. The player who got the healing ring revealed that he got it from the village chief's daughter. The description said she made it herself, and then countless players came here looking for her. And then? Although she knew the village chief's daughter was her, and their search was destined to be fruitless, Ling Mo still asked curiously. And then we didn't find anything. Not only did we not find anything, but this village chief always tricks us into doing hard labor for him. This village chief does have a daughter, but she's a huge fat woman weighing 500 pounds, practically the same size as his wife. I'm starting to wonder if that player's initial information was just a hoax. After complaining to Ling Mo, the male player's mood improved considerably, and the anger on his face disappeared. By the way, my name is Sugar Roasted Chestnut, the male player introduced himself. My name is Ling Mo. Ling Mo smiled and gave her name. Because Ling Mo still had to turn in a quest, she didn't interact much with Sugar Roasted Chestnut and continued walking toward the village chief's house. Behind her, Sugar Roasted Chestnut looked on with a hint of pity. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, after confirming there were no other players inside, pushed open the door and went in. Before she even reached the house door, the village chief emerged. Upon seeing Ling Mo, his previously impatient expression immediately changed. A kind expression appeared on his face, his wrinkles deepening. "Oh dear, you're finally back. You took longer than I expected. The mountain path was too difficult, it took me ages to find the Tiger King." Ling Mo finished speaking and handed over the map along with the Tiger King's tooth. The village chief opened the map and was taken aback to see all the red dots had disappeared. He nodded with a smile. Ling Mo, on the other hand, was relieved to have completed her task. She looked at the village chief expectantly and asked, "When can I go and choose what I want?" "No rush," the village chief said unhurriedly. "The red dots on the map have all disappeared, you must have defeated all 4 tigers, right?" Ling Mo nodded, not hiding anything. After all, it was clearly shown on the map, and lying would be immediately exposed, so why bother? However, remembering what Sugar Roasted Chestnut had said earlier, Ling Mo's expression became wary, her eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing Ling Mo's expression, the village chief quickly said, "You don't need to be so wary. I just want to ask if you'd be willing to sell me the items from those tigers. As payment, you can choose a few more items from my collection." "So that's how it is." Ling Mo immediately relaxed a lot. "However, how many more items?" "Village chief, we need to be clear about this. After all, 1 more item is still extra, 2 more items are also extra, and the difference is significant. You see, those tigers dropped quite a lot of items. Besides equipment, there were tiger teeth, tiger bones, tiger skins, tiger penises, and more than a dozen other things." Hearing Ling Mo's words, the village chief's smile became somewhat forced. It seemed he had indeed been planning this. "So how do you want to exchange them?" Ling Mo pointed to the tiger tooth in the village chief's hand and said with a smile, "Village chief, look, 1 tiger tooth can be exchanged for 1 item from your collection. The other items are no less valuable than this tiger tooth." The implication was that everything else had to be traded at this price. After some haggling, the two finally agreed that the items from the Tiger King would be priced the same as the tiger teeth, while the other 3 tigers would be half price. In other words, 2 items could be exchanged for 1. Ling Mo was somewhat dissatisfied with the price, but she reluctantly accepted it. Next, led by the village chief, Ling Mo arrived at his treasure trove, the same warehouse she had casually opened when she was playing the village chief's daughter. "Go and choose," the village chief said confidently, as if uttering those 3 words required immense resolve. Ling Mo looked around and immediately spotted the piece of wood she had used earlier. Just as she was about to pick it up, she found a larger piece nearby. Since she was going to choose, she wanted the best. Ling Mo realized that although the village chief was a carpenter, he didn't seem to know much about wood, he simply piled them together by type, some even infested with insects, which pained her to see. Such good material, with a little processing and enchanting, could become a prop that could be sold for a fortune. Chapter 461 Moving House. What a waste, such a waste. Ling Mo quickly selected what she wanted and then left the village chief's house. She then spent a lot of money on a long-distance teleportation talisman, teleporting herself directly back to the worry-free territory. She originally planned to start crafting items after returning to the worry-free territory, but just as she was about to begin, she received a message from Jiang Xian asking her to log off the game, saying he had something important to discuss with her. When Ling Mo came out of the game pod, she saw Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu sitting on the sofa with serious expressions. What happened? Ling Mo sat down opposite them and asked. Jiang Xian spoke first. We just came back from the base. Mo, have you thought about leaving the base? Leave? Why would we leave? Aren't we doing fine here? Ling Mo looked at Jiang Xian, completely confused. Had these three caused trouble without her knowledge? Seeing that Ling Mo had misunderstood, Fu Yu quickly stepped forward to explain, Boss, that's not what he meant. Mo, do you remember the land contract we brought back before? Fu Yu winked at Ling Mo as he spoke. Qingyang Star. The base wants us players who live in Area A and have elf treehouses to move to a new planet, freeing up space for others. Hearing this, Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, I have no objections, but if we change planets, what about the game? Won't that be affected? Don't worry about that. Experiments have shown it won't be affected. Last time, some players entered the game directly from Qingyang Star, otherwise, they wouldn't dare make such a request, Jiang Xian said. If it won't be affected, then I have no objections, Ling Mo said nonchalantly. Anyway, she was a homebody and didn't like going out much, so it didn't matter where she lived. Qingyang Star even had a better environment. With a better living environment, why not go? However, if we all leave, what will happen to Blue Star? Who will take care of it? Ling Mo asked again. We certainly won't give up on Blue Star either, so don't worry about that. I have one last question. Ling Mo raised her hand, drawing the attention of the three to her. Why does it have to be players who own an elf treehouse? Didn't we say before that it's to make room for others? The weather's so cold now, so the higher-ups decided to gather everyone together for warmth. After Yi Kai finished speaking, Fu Yu added, besides, the facilities on Qingyang Star aren't very good. Actually, this relocation plan was originally scheduled for a year later, but plans change. They're letting us go because we have our own property, so they don't need to waste time and manpower building it for us. Ling Mo. Although that's true, it still feels a bit uncomfortable. After finalizing the relocation arrangements, the group quickly got to work. By the way, Mo, this elf treehouse was formed by merging with the original house. After we leave with the elf treehouse, can the original house be brought back? Yi Kai asked curiously. Sure, I was just too lazy to find another place, so I combined the elf treehouse with the house. Now that we're leaving, we can naturally return the house. Hearing Ling Mo say this, Yi Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing his unease, Ling Mo casually asked, is this important? Not really, but if the house can't be returned, we'll need to pay a small fee, like buying the house, since they'll need to rebuild it on the original site after we leave. Ling Mo. Silence was the Cambridge of tonight. The base, could you be any stingier? However, despite saying that, Ling Mo understood the base's actions. After all, both manpower and resources were limited, and every penny saved counted. Because Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu had families to take care of, Ling Mo left things to Zhou and herself. So that's how it is. Ling Mo, who was taking stock of the family's assets, glanced at the group who had been sent back in less than 5 minutes and asked, what's going on with you guys? They went empty-handed but came back with bags and bags of things. Did they go to help out, or did they go back to their parents' house? This is for my mom. The three of them said almost simultaneously, their faces practically radiating sorrow. Ling Mo took the things from the three of them. They were almost all things for little girls, including a huge handmade cushion that felt wonderful to the touch. Seeing that Ling Mo was so fond of what they brought back, Jiang Xian and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could finally report back to their mothers. Then they went inside and started packing. Seeing this, Ling Mo looked up. Weren't you going home to help? What are you doing back? My mom said I was superfluous, and my absence was just right, so she kicked me out. Yi Kai said, his voice filled with resentment. The other two didn't speak, but their expressions revealed their similar experiences. They were practically brothers in misfortune. Their families had heard that they had abandoned Ling Mo to help at home, hadn't even had a sip of hot water, and were kicked out, and to make matters worse, were forced to deliver packages. If they had known this would happen, they shouldn't have gone back. "So you came back?" Ling Mo asked. "What else?" "We came back to help you clean up, aren't you happy?" Faced with Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's questions, Ling Mo laughed awkwardly twice and said, "It's not that I'm unhappy, it's just that I've almost finished cleaning up. Now all that's left is to harvest the vegetables from the garden and put them in the warehouse, and temporarily put the chickens and ducks in cages and keep them in my spatial storage." The three of them didn't expect Ling Mo to be so fast, and a strong sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. "Boss?" The three of them looked at each other, then one went to harvest vegetables from the garden, one went to catch ducks, and one went to catch chickens from the chicken coop in the backyard. At this moment, Zhou suddenly came to Ling Mo's side, his eyes full of question marks. "According to research, men tend to avoid housework. Why does Master look unhappy even though he doesn't have to do anything?" How should this question be answered? Probably because your master is not an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person? Yes, not an ordinary person. Ling Mo nodded heavily. I overheard him talking before. He said he was in class 3. Chapter 462, Crossing the River and Destroying the Bridge? The relocation process went very smoothly. Ling Mo reassembled the elf treehouse into a seed, and the villa that had been altered by the elf treehouse reappeared. Without the protection of the elf treehouse, a layer of white snow quickly appeared on the clean ground. Yi Kai looked at the seed in Ling Mo's hand in surprise. "I didn't expect the elf treehouse could do this." "Mo, how do you know so much?" "Because I have Chia Man to help me." "Chia Man?" Yi Kai was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh right, I remember now. Chia Man is your AI. I didn't expect the AI could be used like this." The base gathered all those who owned elf treehouses and were willing to relocate, and then sent them to Qingyang Star. It is worth mentioning that not everyone who owns an elf treehouse can go to Qingyang Star. They must go through layers of screening, the strictness of which is no less than that of a political vetting. After all, most of the people on Qingyang Star are children, and they must ensure the safety of the children. In addition, there are the parents of those children. Some parents will also go to Qingyang Star to reunite with their children. Only then did people realize why the base had sent their children there for centralized care. Because of Ling Mo and her group's close relationship with the base, they quickly passed the inspection and were among the first to arrive in this new territory. As soon as they landed, a melodious bell rang in their ears. Ring ring ring. Following the sound, they saw a white, chubby creature, its appearance resembling a wind chime, swaying in the air. The melodious sound came from its body. Noticing their gaze, a young soldier who had been responsible for receiving them explained, "This creature appeared suddenly and helped us a lot. So cute. I really want to raise one too." "Is this creature unique to this place?" a girl asked with starry eyes. The soldier naturally saw the longing in her eyes. The soothing bell's appearance was indeed very much to a girl's liking, but unfortunately, "We've only discovered this one creature so far. According to the information we got from the Flower Fairy clan, this bell-like creature is actually a rare artifact beast." Artifact beast? Hearing this unfamiliar term for the first time, everyone present except Ling Mo looked puzzled. Artifact beast? What is that? The soldier explained, "Artifact beasts are a very rare type of beast existing in interstellar space, like pet beasts in novels. They possess magical abilities and can form contracts with humans. Moreover, each artifact beast is unique. Even if they look similar and are of the same race, their abilities will differ." Hearing his explanation, everyone present couldn't help but light up. They were all players, who wouldn't want a powerful helper when entering the game? Especially those players with a support-oriented talent. At the same time, many people focused their attention on the soothing bell in the air. Seeing their thoughts, the soldier warned, "Don't try to take advantage of that artifact beast. It already has an owner, and its owner is probably drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy." Upon hearing the name, everyone was taken aback, shocked yet finding it quite reasonable. "Why is he everywhere?" the girl muttered under her breath, clearly dissatisfied. As soon as she finished speaking, the others gave her strange looks. "Please watch your mouth," the soldier reminded her. The girl's face showed defiance, and she snorted coldly. "Why can't I say it? Anyway, now we have a new planet, we don't need to rely on him anymore, so I'm going to say it." Ling Mo stared intently at the girl, her eyes unblinking. Although she had anticipated this scene, after all, some people are like that, eating from the bowl and then cursing the cook, this was happening far too quickly. At this moment, the soldier leading the way suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked seriously at the group behind him. "You all think so too?" Some shook their heads, indicating they didn't think so, others remained silent but didn't deny it either. In their view, the drunken brawl was just a clever tactic, obtaining a large amount of food from the game, much of which was nearing or even expired. What they might once have treasured, they now possessed in abundance, and naturally they had seen plenty of the things in the drunken soy sauce maniac shop. However, before they could even finish their internal thoughts, the soldier said, "I will report today's events truthfully. Also, let me tell you something else, this planet was provided by drunken soy sauce maniac. Theoretically, he is the owner of this planet, and we are merely tenants." Those who had just shaken their heads were utterly shocked. Sure enough, the boss was still the boss. However, this man had hosted planet auctions before. It seemed reasonable for him to provide another planet for the Chinese to live on. Compared to them, those who hadn't spoken were filled with terror, especially the girl who had just spoken. Her face turned ashen, as if she had swallowed a fly. At this moment, Fuyu suddenly gave Ling Mo a wink. This was a prearranged signal between the two, meaning to open the communication channel. As soon as Ling Mo granted him access, she heard Fuyu's voice ask, "Was that your artifact beast just now?" "One of my artifact beasts. It's called the soothing bell. Its function is to calm emotions, it's a support-type artifact beast. Before, they gathered all the children here, but they were short-handed and had no experience caring for children. Every day, the sounds of children crying echoed everywhere. I couldn't stand it, so I sent the soothing bell over. Children are quite cute when they're not crying, but they're not cute at all when they cry. And crying is contagious. It's one thing during the day, but at night, the constant crying sounds like midnight sobs. The other adults can't get any rest, affecting their work the next day." To be honest, if the soothing bell hadn't been absorbing a portion of Ling Mo's mental energy every day, she would have almost forgotten about it. Or rather, she hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, she hadn't used the soothing bell yet. After hearing Ling Mo's explanation, Fuyu was more concerned about something else. "One of the artifact beasts? You have other artifact beasts?" "Yes," Ling Mo said quite frankly. "It's called Moonwheel, and I've always kept it with me. I'll introduce you to it another day." Seeing Ling Mo's attitude, Fuyu knew that she must have had an artifact beast for some time. Chapter 463 Fuyu's Shock. He then asked the question on everyone's mind, "How did you get these two artifact beasts?" "How did I get them? I got the Moonwheel from a quest, the Adventurer's Quest. Those planets at the auction were also from quests. The soothing bell was bought at an auction, and so was Qingyang's star." After hearing this, Fuyu took a deep breath, momentarily speechless. "Fuyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Xian noticed Fuyu's breathing was a little off and assumed he was having trouble adjusting to the new environment. Fuyu forced a smile and reassured him, "Boss, I'm fine. I'm just excited about the new environment." "Excited already?" "This is just the beginning," the soldier leading the way said with a smile. Fuyu simply smiled and remained silent. Ling Mo heard Fuyu's surprised and disoriented voice beside her. "An auction? When did you go?" "Right after I came back from White Snow Star. I got an auction ticket from a quest, And since I was bored anyway, and I figured I should at least broaden my horizons even if I didn't buy anything, I went. And, you saw it. But overall, I didn't lose out. In fact, I made a fortune. Fu Yu chuckled. He didn't even want to ask Ling Mo where she got so much money. Leaving aside the artifact beast, this Qingyang star probably wasn't cheap. Asking would only give him another blow. However, thinking about how Ling Mo obtained the moon wheel. He had registered as an adventurer on a whim in the game and then completely forgotten about it because of the game. It seemed time to take it seriously. Ling Mo had no idea that her words would lead Fu Yu to constantly raise his adventurer rank. By the time he reached S rank and was forcibly conscripted for a mission, it was too late to regret it. It was his own fault for not checking beforehand when he leveled up. Now it was too late to regret it. But that's a story for later. Ling Mo and her companions were led to a giant treehouse, registered, and then left. After all, there was no accommodation provided, nor were there any free crafted dinners. They all had to be self-sufficient. This is why those who own elf treehouses come to Qingyang Star, because these people don't need special accommodations. Moreover, those who can afford elf treehouses certainly don't lack food or survival skills, so food and lodging are taken care of. Their job is simply to keep an eye on these people and prevent them from making mistakes. After registering, Ling Mo and the other three held a freshly printed set of rules. The Qingyang Star Residence Manual rules are as follows. Do not damage trees extensively, especially rare plants. Cutting down any tree that is as thick as one person can hug requires an application and a reason. Only with a valid reason can it be done. The elves here are very docile. It is forbidden to do anything that harms them. Private battles are prohibited. Those who cause significant destruction will be severely punished. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. After reading these precautions, Ling Mo and the other three had no objections. These things weren't actually that strict. Alright, where do we go now? Ye Kai asked excitedly, his eyes gleaming. I suggest we split up and see if there's anything fun in this new environment, Ye Kai said to himself, looking excitedly at Ling Mo, Jiang Xian, and Fu Yu. It was as if he would immediately dash off if the three of them nodded, but unfortunately. No way. Jiang Xian rejected Ye Kai's suggestion without even thinking. We've just arrived, we should be thinking about how to set up the treehouse. Besides, you haven't forgotten we have a piece of land here, have you? We haven't even looked at it yet. And what about Grandpa Ye's place? Are you really planning to just wash your hands of it? Ye Kai, you know what, you're right. I almost forgot about the important thing. Qingyang Star's rules state that while newcomers can choose their accommodations freely, they can't just stay wherever they want. However, Ling Mo and the others are clearly not subject to this rule. Their territories are adjacent to each other. Ling Mo's territory is the only island, and also the largest. Although it's called an island, it's actually very close to the shore. People like Ling Mo and Ye Kai, who can fly, can reach it in half an hour with their wings spread. When Jiang Xian let her choose, she was attracted by the size of this island. Besides, the entire Qingyang Star belongs to her. If she's not satisfied with this island, she can just change to another one. It's no big deal. Originally, Jiang Xian and the other two wanted to stay and help Ling Mo move, as the scene of being kicked out not long ago was still fresh in their minds. However, Ling Mo sent them away. Firstly, the Jiang, Yi, and Fu families were all visiting for the first time and were unfamiliar with the place. As juniors and owners of their territory, Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fu Yu should stay with their elders. Secondly, she could really manage on her own, and their presence would only hinder her. After sending the three away, Ling Mo arrived at her territory, an island. She first went to the center of the island and set up the elf treehouse. The elf treehouse they had lived in before wasn't the maximum size it could be, it was just that space was limited there. Here, with ample space, the elf treehouse instantly became 2 or 3 times larger than before, and the interior space also became much larger. Ling Mo released the chickens and ducks from the space. this time, she decided to let them roam freely. As for the issue of them laying eggs randomly, Ling Mo released the black wolf from her spatial dimension, along with the cats and dogs she had previously kept there, including Yi Kaizabu. After being trained by the black wolf, these cats and dogs, especially the dogs, were already able to help with chores, such as collecting eggs. However, before that, she needed to ensure there was no danger on the island. This was a piece of cake for her. Ling Mo simply used her mental energy to scan and mark any dangerous places or animals, then let the black wolf handle them. In addition, Ling Mo also brought the ghost cat owl from Yunhai Star. She had kept it on Yunhai Star because she was worried it wouldn't adapt well to the spatial dimension. Now that there was a sea here, she decided to keep it here to prevent it from becoming unfamiliar with Yunhai Star since she didn't visit often. After releasing all the animals, Ling Mo went to the top of the elf treehouse. This was the highest point on the entire island, offering a commanding view of everything around her. The island was still in a state of disrepair and needed her to plan it step by step. Chapter 464 Black Wolf has gone fat. However, looking at the scene on the island, Ling Mo suddenly felt that maintaining the status quo might not be so bad. From what she could see, there was a lake in the distance. According to the information provided by Black Wolf, the lake contained fresh water and fish. Looking further to the side, some distance from the lake, there was a grove of trees, with what appeared to be several fruit trees. With Ling Mo's current vision, she could clearly see the fruit on the trees. It probably wasn't ripe yet. The fruit on the trees was only the size of a fist and all green, still some distance from being ripe. This grove could be transformed into an orchard. Ling Mo looked around and had a rough plan in mind, but she wasn't in a hurry to act. She'd just maintain the status quo for a while. Groundbreaking should definitely be done on an auspicious day. Okay, she admitted she was just too lazy to move. She had chosen this place because the island was large, thinking Black Wolf could move freely, but she had forgotten to consider the cleanup. Just as Ling Mo was about to turn back to the elf treehouse, she suddenly saw Black Wolf walking towards her from not far away. At this moment, she could clearly see the disdain in the Black Wolf's eyes. "It's not as nice as your space here, I want to go back," the Black Wolf complained to Ling Mo. How comfortable it was in the space. The temperature was constant, it was like spring all year round, there was food and drink, and everything was done for him. The Black Wolf looked at Ling Mo, its eyes full of eagerness. Ling Mo completely ignored its gaze, took a few steps to the Black Wolf's side, and reached out to touch its belly. "What are you doing?" the Black Wolf frowned, asking somewhat fiercely, but its body didn't move away at all, letting Ling Mo stroke it freely. Ling Mo felt the soft texture of the Black Wolf's belly for a moment, then withdrew her hand and said, "You've seen the information I showed you before, right?" The Black Wolf seemed surprised that Ling Mo had suddenly brought this up, but still answered truthfully, "I'm very satisfied with that person's design." "Didn't I already have Qiaman tell you? Have you forgotten? When did your memory become so bad?" Ling Mo took a deep breath, turned to look at the Black Wolf with a smile. "You didn't change any of the data, but don't you think you've changed a lot compared to before?" Hearing Ling Mo say this, the Black Wolf raised its paw to look at itself, then looked around, and said, "I've been eating and sleeping well lately, my fur is smoother, and my body is more robust." "You've gained weight." Ling Mo stated this fact expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the Black Wolf reacted as if its tail had been stepped on. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a dignified fighting wolf, a born king, how could I possibly be fat? Don't talk nonsense." Seeing the Black Wolf's stubbornness, Ling Mo didn't waste any more words and directly had Qiaman release the comparison photos. "Wait a minute, project the image of Black Wolf when it first met Ling Mo, 1-to-1, next to Black Wolf." Actually, looking at Black Wolf now wouldn't seem like much, but as the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Black Wolf standing before its former self now, its appearance could only be described as pathetic. "That doesn't count, that was a long time ago. So much time has passed, can't I grow up?" the Black Wolf said defiantly, firmly believing it had only grown up, not gotten fat. The next second, Man projected the image of an ordinary fighting wolf of similar age. Compared to the former black wolf, it was indeed several sizes larger, but also handsome and dashing, with sharp eyes. Its white fur resembled silver armor, or a flowing veil draped over its body. Then look at the black wolf. It was a whole size bigger than the white fighting wolf next to it, not just bigger, but fatter. The white wolf had long limbs, but while black wolf also had long limbs, they looked chubby and very thick. The white wolf's eyes were incredibly sharp, but its Ling Mo didn't even want to talk about it. The black wolf used to have sharp eyes, but now, its golden eyes shone with a clear, foolish light. That's because I've mutated, the black wolf stubbornly resisted, refusing to admit it had gotten fat, as if admitting it would be a great disgrace. Seeing this, Ling Mo used her trump card. Since you won't admit you're fat, how about running 100 laps around the island? You won't admit it? Then run. Hearing this, the black wolf hesitated. In the past, a mere 100 laps wouldn't even be enough to warm it up, but now. Since moving into the space, apart from being called out by Ling Mo a few times to help, it had spent the rest of its time enjoying life like a king in the space. Even its 3 meals a day were brought to it by its canine companion. To put it simply, if it weren't for the fact that its father-in-law couldn't take its place to poop, it could lie in one place motionless all day. After hesitating for a moment, the black wolf gritted its teeth, still prioritizing its pride, and left with the words, "Fine, I'll go, you wait," before turning and running off. Seeing that figure, far less agile than before, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh, her eyes filled with worry and unreadable emotions. She seemed to have ruined a mutated black wolf. But thinking it over, it wasn't too late to realize this. After the black wolf finished running those 100 laps, she'd let it plant fruit trees. Saplings take too long to grow, transplanting them directly from her space, with the added water, wood, and stone, should ensure a high survival rate. Besides, planting large trees would increase its exercise. That's a happy decision. Looking at the calendar, tomorrow was the auspicious day for breaking ground, so tomorrow it was. After arranging the black wolf's work for tomorrow, Ling Mo happily returned to her room. Suddenly, Man reminded her, "Master, your mission has received feedback. The other party is very satisfied with what you submitted. As long as you click to confirm the mission, you will be able to obtain the violet potion." Ling Mo clicked to confirm the mission as instructed by Man, and in the blink of an eye, a small teleportation portal appeared in front of her. Immediately afterwards, a test tube containing a pink potion was teleported over. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly caught the pink test tube. Upon closer inspection, the violet potion was quite beautiful, as if it contained glitter, and she could even see sparkling particles. Setting the violet potion aside, Ling Mo then took out the medicine box. At this point, the medicine box could no longer be called a medicine box, because at some point, the original medicine box had transformed into a transparent light blue ring, emitting a faint blue light around it. Chapter 465 Invitation. Ling Mo placed the violet sea potion in the center of the ring. The potion quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but show a hint of joy. The potion's disappearance meant the medical ring could replicate the violet sea potion. However, today's potion-making quota had been used up, and Ling Mo would have to wait until tomorrow to see the effects. To avoid any mistakes, Ling Mo directly used a locked quota. Given the violet sea potion's effects, it was necessary to produce more, not to mention that it was not only highly useful but also extremely rare. Ultimately, production had ceased. With the destruction of the Violet Star system, the supply of Violet Sea Potion on the market was dwindling. It was afternoon, and Ling Mo was alone in the house. Bored, she sat on the sofa, then suddenly remembered something, jumped up, and ran towards the warehouse. A short while later, Ling Mo appeared carrying a huge, television-like object. Yes, that's right. This was also what Ji Kai got from his blind box, a Nebula LCD cloud display, or interstellar TV for short. Ling Mo remembered that this kind of LCD TV seemed to be part of a series. It was something like the Nebula series, designed with different galaxies as inspiration. Ye Kai was missing one hidden item when he opened the blind boxes, and this Nebula series completed the set. In Ling Mo's eyes, it was just a different shell. After installation, as expected, there was no signal. But Ling Mo wasn't worried at all. After all, she had downloaded a lot of TV series, movies, anime, and so on. Although she had downloaded so much, Ling Mo hadn't actually watched much of it, and now she finally had some time. But what should she watch? After hesitating for a moment, Ling Mo finally chose a combination of anime and movies. It's dinner time, I'll go cook. What would you like to eat today? Zhou suddenly asked from the side. Hearing this, Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, I want to eat, never mind, I'll cook dinner myself tonight. With that, she walked towards the kitchen. In a short while, Ling Mo brought out the stir-fried dishes. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried bok choy, stir-fried eggplant with meat, stir-fried shredded potatoes, smashed cucumber, egg drop soup, and a salted duck egg. All the vegetables were grown in the old yard, they were all pulled up because of the move, so they were all very fresh. The duck egg was from a snow duck. The first time Ling Mo ate snow duck eggs, she noticed the yolks were particularly large. Ye Kai had casually remarked that these eggs were suitable for salting, and coincidentally, Ling Mo thought so too. Cutting open the salted duck egg, its orange-yellow, sandy, and oily appearance was incredibly appetizing. After all, the soul of a salted duck egg lies in its yolk. Just as Ling Mo was about to watch an anime movie while eating, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fu Yu walked in, looking travel-worn. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back until tomorrow? Why are you back today? Ling Mo asked curiously. After all, moving is no small matter, and not everyone has the mental power to use cheats like Ling Mo. Even with the elf treehouse, packing it up would probably take quite a while. Not to mention that Ye Kai, Jiang Xian, and Fu Yu all come from large families. A dozen or so people in each family is an understatement. My mom said she was worried you'd be all alone on the island, so she sent me over. The other two didn't speak, but judging from their expressions, their experiences were probably similar. By the way, Mo, my grandpa said he wanted to invite you over for a gathering. It wasn't convenient before because of the weather, but now that we've moved to a new house, it's a housewarming celebration, and he also wants to thank you for taking care of us, Fu Yu said. Before Ling Mo could speak, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai chimed in, that's what our grandpa said too. Ling Mo looked at the three of them, opened her mouth, and finally said, there's no rush. Have you eaten? Come and eat with us. During the meal, Ling Mo frequently drifted off into thought, even losing focus on the anime she had carefully chosen. Her chopsticks idly jabbed at the rice in her bowl. Fu Yu noticed her distraction and asked, you don't want to? You don't have to force yourself. Having spent so much time together, they understood Ling Mo's personality to some extent. She wasn't exactly socially awkward, but she simply didn't like interacting with people, which was likely related to her upbringing. It's not that I'm forcing myself, Ling Mo said, looking up with a conflicted expression. It's just that I'm not good at interacting with elders, and it's easy for things to become awkward. Also, I'm not suited to overly enthusiastic occasions. Especially the thought of a bunch of elders showering her with concern made her shudder. She didn't mind being an observer, but if it were her, Ling Mo felt she needed to mentally prepare herself. Especially at family gatherings like this, what would she, an outsider, do? Be the center of attention? Besides, if all three of you invite me, whoever's house I go to first, the other two families won't say anything to my face, but they'll definitely be unhappy inside. So, let's just forget about it. Everything needs to be rebuilt right now, so let's postpone the gatherings for a while. At this moment, Ling Mo's thought was to postpone it as long as possible. Jiang Xian also saw Ling Mo's evasive thoughts and couldn't help but sigh. Mo, you can't be like this. What kind of person are you, cowering like this? You should be like me, doing everything openly and honestly. Ling Mo looked at Jiang Xian, who was standing tall and proud like a rooster, and poured cold water on him without any mercy. Doing everything openly and honestly, then why were you sneaking around like a thief when you stole the potato chips that Ye Kai brought back from the game? Hearing Ling Mo reveal his secret, Jiang Xian's eyes widened instantly. How did you know about this? He had clearly done it so secretly. But he quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing, and slowly turned his head, only to meet Ye Kai's angry eyes. Boss, didn't you say I ate my potato chips while sleepwalking? Ling Mo and Fu Yu stared expressionlessly at the agitated Ye Kai. Only Ye Kai, who trusted Jiang Xian implicitly, would believe such a ridiculous excuse. It's just a bag of potato chips, I can just give it back to you. What are you going to give it back? That's the only bag of potato chips with the flavor of the solar system. It tastes like the sun, it's one of a kind. Jiang Xian, who was being chased, shouted, What do you mean one of a kind? It just tastes like ordinary potato chips. You haven't been fooled. Ye Kai had treasured it so much back then, otherwise, he wouldn't have impulsively gotten up in the middle of the night to steal some. Chapter 466 The Awakened Calico Cat. Watching the two chasing each other in the living room, Ling Mo suddenly felt that this was much more entertaining than animation, and even better than eating. At this moment, Fu Yu said from the side, You're right, there are still many things to deal with. Putting aside everything else, there are still many tasks in our respective territories. As she spoke, Fu Yu paused for a moment, then continued, Also, it seems that there are job positions specifically set up for us players in the First City. Do you want to try it out? First City? Who came up with that name? Ling Mo's face showed a look of disdain. It wasn't that the name was bad, but it was just a bit too straightforward. It's just a temporary name. After all, the city isn't fully built yet. By the way, they've been arguing about whether or not to build city walls recently. What do you think about that? Even though they already knew that Qingyang Star was very safe, some people still insisted on building city walls just in case. But this would definitely increase their workload significantly. What can I do? I'll just watch quietly, Ling Mo shrugged. I don't understand these things, and besides, there are plenty of people more professional than me. I'm just a layperson, so I won't offer my opinion. Fu Yu thought this made sense. Then why don't you look for a job? You're just idling around anyway, and I heard the pay is good. No. Ling Mo refused without even thinking. In her past life, she worked overtime every single day, and she was fed up with that kind of life. Although she still had to work in this life, at least she would have a month's vacation after each job. Moreover, after finishing her work in the game, her salary would arrive on time, never delayed, and she could keep any extra profits. This kind of work was so much better than her previous job, where she would work overtime until several hours in the morning and have to be energetic at her desk the next day, no matter how tired she was the day before. Seeing her refusal, Fu Yu didn't try to persuade her further. After all, Ling Mo was young. If this were in the past, she probably wouldn't have even left school yet, and would be at the age where she loved to play. As for work, forget it, they were not short of money anyway. However, they won't force us to go even if we don't work, but Boss and Ye Kai have to spend 4 hours every day helping with the power generation. Hearing this, Ling Mo clicked her tongue and looked at Ye Kai and Jiang Xian with pity. Both of them had bruises on their faces, but fortunately, their recovery speed was amazing. These injuries didn't even need medicine and healed in the blink of an eye. However, while the facial injuries could heal, their disheveled clothes and hair couldn't. By the way, Mo, when I came in, I saw a dark shadow dart past me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Black Wolf. What's wrong with it? Ye Kai rubbed his right cheek and asked curiously. Oh, you mean that? It's too fat, and it won't admit it, so I made it run around the whole island 100 times, Ling Mo said expressionlessly. Jiang Xian and the other two didn't see Black Wolf often, so they didn't have a clear sense of whether it was fat or not. They just felt that Black Wolf was indeed much bigger than when they first saw it. Mentioning the black wolf reminded Ye Kai of his beloved son, Abu. Mo, where's my Abu? He's. Just as Ling Mo was about to speak, a voice, strained to its limit, came from upstairs. Meow. The meow took at least 18 turns, giving the three of them goosebumps. Just then, a figure swiftly leaped down from the second floor, landing precisely on Ling Mo's lap with a few light jumps. When the figure stopped, the three could see clearly that it was a long-haired calico cat. Although felines are known for their agility, this speed was simply too fast. Even with their keen eyesight, they could only see a blur. An ordinary cat could never do that. Mo, did you bring this cat back from the game too? After all, this wasn't the first time Ling Mo had done this. The black wolf and the ghost cat owl before. Bringing back an extremely fast cat now seemed normal. No, it's just an ordinary cat, but this one awakened a speed talent, which is why it's so fast, Ling Mo explained. This calico cat was born in the space, and from the day it was born, it showed its uniqueness. There were 3 other kittens in its litter, but this calico cat's growth rate was significantly faster than the other 3. It grew teeth and started eating meat after only 3 days of milk. Despite being the last born, its growth rate was incredibly fast, reaching almost adult size by a month. Moreover, this cat was clearly smarter than ordinary cats, even surpassing the border collie in the space in intelligence. Later, Ling Mo noticed its unusual behavior and had it scanned, confirming that it had awakened a talent. Awakened talent. Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fuyu exclaimed almost simultaneously, their voices so loud they startled the calico cat that had been elegantly grooming itself while perched on Ling Mo's lap. The cat gave them a disdainful look, then lightly leaped away. Wait, animals can awaken talents too? Jiang Xian spoke first. Why not? Humans are animals too. We're all part of nature. If we can awaken talents, why can't animals? However, the probability of humans naturally awakening talents is around 50%, while for animals it's a pitiful 0.001%. Don't ask why the probability is so low, the answer is simply insufficient evolutionary level. According to Ling Mo's analysis, the reason this calico cat was able to awaken its talent was probably related to the environment inside the space. But even so far, only this one calico cat has awakened its talent. Should we tell the base about this? Jiang Xian suddenly asked Ling Mo. After all, the cat belonged to Ling Mo, and if she wanted to tell them, she would inform them so they could be prepared. If she didn't want to tell them, they would pretend they knew nothing. In short, they respected Ling Mo's decision. Ling Mo had no objection to this. Sure, they'll find out sooner or later anyway, but the base probably already knows. Ling Mo's casual remark caught Jiang Xian's attention. How do you know they already know? Realizing she had said the wrong thing, Ling Mo chuckled twice and said, I guessed. Think about it, they keep so many military dogs and police dogs, their chances of winning are definitely much higher than ours. Chapter 467 Licking Cat Abu. In fact, there are indeed animals on Earth with awakened talents, but they are all from foreign countries. Those places are not as stable as China, lacking food and clothing, and the environment is much harsher. It's said to be survival of the fittest, coupled with human capture. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that animals there are more likely to awaken their talents. Anyway, so far, Ling Mo had not found any animals with awakened talents in China. Of course, there is also the possibility that it's too cold and they are all hiding. But she digressed. After those foreigners discovered and captured animals with awakened talents, their first action was to come to Ling Mo to exchange them for food. Because Chia Man was managing the shop, and Ling Mo herself didn't check her private messages often, Chia Man told her about these things later. However, most of these animals were rats, snakes, wild buffalo with giant horns, and wild boars whose fur stood up like porcupines. Ling Mo thought these animals were too ugly, so she simply packed them all up and sold them to the base. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the calico cat, that chilling meow rang out again. Meow. They had initially assumed the meow came from the calico cat, since cats are known for their affectionate, whiny sounds. But when they looked towards the sound, they saw Ye Kai's eldest son, Abu, sitting under the table, his blue eyes as beautiful as sapphires. Abu! Ye Kai bent down to pick him up, but Abu nimbly dodged. Meow! Abu meowed again, and this time they realized that Abu hadn't been meowing at them. The direction the calico cat had gone seemed to be the direction he had followed. This realization stirred up a distant memory for Ye Kai. Could it be what he was thinking? Mo, is my Abu dating that calico cat? Ye Kai asked. That calico cat was as beautiful as a fairy, barely worthy of his eldest son. Yes, even though Ling Mo had already told him the truth, Ye Kai still firmly believed that his eldest son was the best and wouldn't accept any rebuttal. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing him from head to toe. Abu is acting like a lapdog to the calico cat. No, he's a lapdog. Upon hearing this, Ye Kai grabbed Abu, who was about to chase after the calico cat, and scolded him with a look of exasperation. You're a ragdoll cat worth over 10,000, can't you have some self-respect? Abu, the ragdoll cat being told to have self-respect by his father, struggled a few times but found himself unable to speak, and then meowed impatiently. Meow. What did he just say? Ye Kai asked Ling Mo. Its words are too vulgar for me to translate for you, but you know it's cursing you, Ling Mo said. Seeing that his eldest son's eyes were fixed on the door, Ye Kai sighed deeply and let Abu go. Fine, a son grows up and is no longer under his father's control. Go pursue your happiness. As soon as he gained his freedom, Abu dashed off without hesitation. Watching Abu's retreating figure, Ye Kai asked, Boss, what do you think are the chances of my Abu successfully winning over his wife? 0 chance, came Fuyu this time. Animals have their own aesthetic sense too. We humans look at appearance, at looks, but animals look at survival. Not to mention that Calico Cat has now awakened its talent, and its intelligence is clearly higher. Do you think a phoenix would be interested in a pheasant? My Abu is also excellent, don't you think, Mo? As the owner of the Calico Cat, you should agree to this marriage. He couldn't rely on his eldest son, so as a father, he decided to try another approach, winning over his future mother-in-law first. Ling Mo glanced at Ye Kai and said meaningfully, that Calico Cat is only 3 months old. The implication was clear, it was still a kitten. No, a 3-month-old kitten grows this big? Ye Kai looked incredulous. After all, it's a kitten that has awakened its talent, so naturally it can't be treated like an ordinary cat. When it was 1 month old, it was almost like an adult cat. In the past 2 months, it's grown a lot in size, but its body size hasn't increased much. However, Ling Mo estimated that the Calico Cat would experience a growth spurt in the next 2 months. Because her mental energy had just detected a surge of power gathering within the Calico Cat's body, nearing its limit. Its talent was about to break through to level 2. This was a cat with extraordinary talent. Thus, the matter of finding a wife for the ragdoll cat Abu fell through due to the Calico Cat being too young. The next day, after those 100 laps of exercise, Black Wolf still refused to admit he had gained weight, only saying that he had been staying in the space for too long and hadn't exercised enough. Although he said this, he didn't refuse when Ling Mo asked him to dig holes and plant trees. His 2 paws moved like afterimages. Soon, a tree was dug up completely. The roots of these trees were intact, and Ling Mo didn't intend to waste them, planning to transplant them elsewhere. After storing the trees in her space, Ling Mo directly selected an apple tree from there and transplanted it. Before transplanting, she also placed a piece of waterwood stone in the hole. Through her experiments, she found that the waterwood stone not only promoted plant growth and shortened the ripening time, but also made the fruit more delicious. Ling Mo stayed by Black Wolf's side to help, but soon grew impatient, said goodbye, and left. As long as she had spiritual power, she could teleport the fruit tree there even if she stayed put. Arriving at the elf treehouse, Jiang Xian and the other 2 watched a video with serious expressions. The video showed how to build a grape trellis. This story began that morning. That morning, Chia Man suddenly told Ling Mo that the system shop had discounted items. Hearing this, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. The last discounted item was mushroom mycelium packs. She wondered what it was this time. Opening the game shop, she found grape seeds and gourd seeds. The grape seeds were of the 7-colored crystal grape variety, supposedly a newly hybridized variety. Each seed cost 500 gold coins, a 10% discount, and there were only 10 seeds available. Seeing this, Ling Mo decisively bought them all. As for the gourd seeds, there was no description of their function. Below the seed was only a sentence: "This is a magical seed, priced at 10,000 gold coins." Seeing this, Ling Mo decisively bought it. She wanted to see just how magical this seed was. Of the 10 7-colored crystal grapes, 5 were planted in her spatial dimension, 4 were planted on Cloud Sea Star, and the remaining 1 was to be planted in the elf treehouse. Chapter 468: The Grape Trellis. As for the gourd seed, Ling Mo originally intended to plant it in her spatial dimension. After all, the description said it was a magical seed, and planting it there would certainly provide the most reassurance. However, when she tried to plant the gourd seed in the spatial dimension, she suddenly felt a violent repulsion. It wasn't the gourd seed repelling the spatial dimension. On the contrary, watching the constantly trembling seed, Ling Mo could sense the intense emotions emanating from it. A seed capable of sensing emotions was no ordinary thing. So far, the only seeds that had allowed Ling Mo to sense emotions, besides this gourd seed, were the seeds from the elf treehouse. However, the emotions emitted by the elf treehouse seeds were very weak. The combined emotions of an entire batch were not as intense as those of this gourd seed. At this moment, Ling Mo could clearly feel that not only was the spatial dimension repelling the seed, but even her body resisted her next move. It was as if something terrifying would happen if she planted the gourd seed in the spatial dimension. Fortunately, Ling Mo trusted her intuition and wasn't stubborn. Knowing that doing so could lead to disaster, she naturally refrained. She decided to bring the gourd seeds with her when she went to Yunhai Star. At this moment, Ling Mo looked at the 3 men with serious expressions. She had been gone for so long, yet they hadn't even started. It was just building a grape trellis. Judging from their expressions, one would think they were tackling some age-old problem. Their faces were that serious. After the instructional video finished, the 3 men looked up, exchanged glances, nodded as if reaching some tacit understanding, and finally began their work. Seeing that they had finally started, Ling Mo didn't interfere. After all, she only wanted the finished product. Ling Mo walked around the yard, searching for the best spot to plant the 7-colored crystal grapes. The elf treehouse was much larger, and its yard was much bigger as well. Now she could grow more vegetables. It was worth mentioning that, having gotten used to living here, the treasure chickens and snow ducks Ling Mo had let roam freely wandered outside during the day and returned at night. They even came back to lay their eggs. The eggs used for incubation would hatch in a few days. After looking around, Ling Mo finally found a suitable spot. A shovel appeared in her hand out of thin air. With a few shovelfuls, a hole appeared in the ground, slightly larger than needed for the grape seeds. Ling Mo had her own ideas about this. To ensure the survival rate of the 7-colored crystal grapes, she created a base of water, wood, and stone, planted the seeds, and then watered them with plant nutrient solution. Plant nutrient solution is a liquid that promotes rapid plant growth, rooting, and germination. Watering crops with it increases yield. However, it is expensive and not suitable for large-scale use. Naturally, Ling Mo used the best. She bought 2 bottles, one for watering the 7-colored crystal grapes, and the other for replicating the pharmaceutical ring. As the nutrient solution seeped into the soft soil, after about 30 seconds, a wine-red sprout emerged from the ground, stretching its body in the sunlight. Ling Mo had previously researched the 7-colored tree spirit grapes. Their fruit was multicolored like crystal, and even the leaves were uniquely colored. The newly sprouted buds seemed unsatisfied with their current state, stretching and growing rapidly, reaching half a meter in height in the blink of an eye. Watching the swaying vines, Ling Mo looked around. The surrounding wood was all being used to build grape trellises. After a moment's thought, Ling Mo found a simple climbing frame in her spatial storage for the vines to climb. Since the trellis wasn't finished yet, this would have to do for now. Fortunately, the vines stopped growing when they reached a little over a meter. Seeing that the grape seeds on Ling Mo's side had sprouted, Jiang Xian, Fu Yu, and Yi Kai quickened their pace. However, even at their fastest, they couldn't finish immediately. Seeing this, Ling Mo wanted to help. She picked up the TV they had been watching earlier, replayed the video, and started watching again. After watching the beginning, Ling Mo was dumbfounded. She had only asked them to build a grape trellis, but they wanted to combine a gazebo with it. As the saying goes, you can't get fat in one bite. Ling Mo advised them to give up. It looked quite complex, using mortise and tenon joints. Even ordinary professionals would struggle, let alone these laymen. But when she saw the final product, Ling Mo fell silent. Actually, trying wasn't a bad idea. As the saying goes, daring to try is a traditional Chinese virtue. There's no loss if you fail. Ling Mo had originally thought of helping, but then realized she couldn't understand it at all. But not understanding didn't matter, she had an all-powerful helper. Wait, come help. Coming. I've already organized the information and drawn up the blueprints while Master was watching the video. Just follow my instructions, and you won't go wrong. Next, under Qiaman's command, Ling Mo got to work. As a girl with superhuman strength who could lift a gas cylinder with one hand and move at incredible speed, these carpentry tasks posed no challenge for her. The only thing to be careful about was not overexerting herself and damaging the wood. With the combined efforts of the four, a gazebo with an openwork roof was completed. The openwork design was intentional. Once the grapevines grew, they could be covered, and the openwork would allow the grapes to hang naturally, creating a unique scene. It was now evening. Exhausted from a long day, the group prepared dinner early, and the aroma of food wafted out as soon as the door opened. Before they began eating, Ling Mo suddenly took out 3 bottles of Wei Erc potion and handed them to the 3 men. These are for you. The 3 looked at the pink potions in their hands, puzzled, and asked Ling Mo. Mo, what good stuff is this? Yi Kai inquired. They were already used to it. If Ling Mo could take something out with such a serious expression and solemnly hand it to them, it had to be something valuable. This is the Wei Erc potion, a wonderful item that can directly increase your level and help your talent evolve, Ling Mo explained. Chapter 469 Violet Potion. After hearing Ling Mo's words, the 3 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Mo, is what you said true? Jiang Xian asked. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Ling Mo replied calmly. Then, where did you get this violet potion? Yi Kai asked. Ling Mo had already prepared this reason and said naturally, it was one of the rewards you received when you went with me to submit the mission. At the time, Yi Kai had been focused on the spaceship and hadn't noticed anything beyond the bounty he already knew about. Ling Mo had seized on this oversight, which was why he could be so brazen. Otherwise, she might have had to invent another excuse, or, like with Fu Yu, secretly slip it into their food. I just looked up the violet elixir online. It's incredibly precious. It seems those 2 wanted criminals you captured, Mo, are very important to them. They're even willing to give you such a valuable potion, Jiang Xian said casually, not knowing much himself. Ling Mo chuckled lightly. After all, they were A-level wanted criminals. Of course they'd be valuable to them. This violet elixir is so powerful. Won't it have any side effects? Jiang Xian asked, staring at the pink, shimmering potion in his hand. Ling Mo thought for a moment. It might taste a bit unpleasant because the particles inside are real. They say it tastes like water mixed with sand, so it's best to drink it all at once. Other than that, there are no side effects. Oh, right. A person can only take the violet elixir once in their lifetime, Ling Mo reminded him. Will taking it a second time cause irreversible side effects? Fu Yu asked. No, it's just that the violet elixir is extremely precious. The effect is best on the first dose, subsequent doses have negligible effect. To prevent anyone from wasting it recklessly, taking it twice is considered a misuse of valuable resources. If discovered, the penalty is 1 to 3 years of labor reform and a hefty fine. The three fell silent. They hadn't expected this explanation. Then how do they detect if someone drinks too much violet elixir? Ye Kai asked curiously. I don't know either. I'm not a walking encyclopedia. But I can look it up for you, Ling Mo said, calling Qiaman to search for the information. Because they had completed the mission, Ayers had already sent over detailed data about the violet elixir. Soon, Qiaman returned with an answer. After the first dose, the violet elixir leaves no trace in the body as its effects take hold. But after a second dose, because the effects accumulate, those who take it 2 or more times develop a pinkish, shiny complexion. Research shows that to metabolize excess violet elixir, even titans, the fastest in metabolism, require 10 years, while ordinary races need at least 100 years. What if someone splits one dose into 2? Ye Kai asked again. There was once a fool who tried that. The effect was insufficient, his talent didn't evolve, and his level didn't fully improve. He was stuck. Because of the repeated use, violet accumulated in his body, making him shimmer. He was caught and initially imprisoned for 2 years, but later, due to poor cooperation, his sentence was extended to 5 years. He has only recently been exonerated. Fortunately, that person was a titan, whose metabolism was faster, and the guards noticed something amiss, eventually exonerating him. Originally, the three wanted to take the violet elixir immediately, but Ling Mo stopped them. She knew from the data that breakthroughs using the violet elixir often caused a commotion, as the talent evolution also triggered noticeable effects. Additionally, all three were at talent level 3. Breaking through to level 4 would naturally create more turbulence. Fuyu was relatively safe, but Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were in a worse situation. One had the thunder talent, the other the hurricane talent. If they took it now, the elf treehouse could be damaged, and the entire island might suffer. At Ling Mo's suggestion, they decided to find a secluded island tomorrow to complete their breakthroughs. As a result, the three were already looking forward to tomorrow, eating absent-mindedly as the food tasted bland. After dinner, Ling Mo and Fuyu sat on the sofa with their eyes closed, appearing silent, but actually. Did you also get this way RC potion from a mission? Fuyu asked. Yeah, I got it a couple of days ago. Can it be mass-produced? I saw on Starnet that the Velar star system, which produced Velar stars, is extinct. Yes, but I don't plan to sell it widely. I'll provide it to official channels first. If needed, you can use a different account to negotiate, and I'll cover the cost of switching accounts. Fuyu was speechless. How did you negotiate before? Just follow the procedure this time. I remember you always had a partnership with official channels, right? Yes. I provide them with 300,000 to 600,000 awakening potions every month. But this isn't the time to discuss that. Previously, I would just agree to any reasonable price. For me, it was always profit. But this is different from awakening potions. Scarcity makes things valuable. Ling Mo didn't plan to mass-produce the Velar potion like the awakening potions. She would only produce batches occasionally, mainly focusing on awakening potions and the divine potion series. It was better to awaken a powerful elemental talent than randomly awaken a weak one. After all, elemental talents were extremely powerful now. Even water-based talents, which seemed weaker in the early stages, could match anyone in the later stages. There was even a viral video online of a water-based talent user instantly draining water from a raging bison. Okay, I got it. Fuyu finally agreed to Ling Mo's request. By the way, I took on a mission yesterday, will you come with me? Chapter 470, The Mission Vendor. Mission? What mission? Ling Mo asked. It's a 2+1 mission, involving escort and gathering. The points are high, but you need to be a B-rank adventurer. I remember you're a B-rank, right? We'll split the points 20/80ths, you get 80%, I get 20%. Fuyu had calculated carefully. Even with only 20% of the points, completing this mission would earn him more than finishing a dozen ordinary missions combined. Just gathering and escorting? Fine. But forget the 20/80ths split, let's do 10/90ths instead. You get 90%, I get 10%, just a token gesture. My adventurer level is rising too fast, it'll attract too much attention. Fuyu hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. He understood Ling Mo well, if she suggested this, she must have already decided. He couldn't refuse. She wanted to level up fast, and he could only follow. By the way, Ling Mo asked, the mission isn't on Blue Star or Qingyang Star, right? No. It's on a place called Tianyan Star. You know how to get there, right? Fuyu smiled faintly. That was one reason he wanted Ling Mo's cooperation, he couldn't reach Tianyan Star himself. Teleportation items existed in the system shop, but they were outrageously expensive, and to teleport there, you had to know the exact coordinates, something Fuyu didn't have. What he didn't realize, however, was that neither he nor Ling Mo had ever been to Tianyan Star. But that wouldn't stop her. She could calculate routes based on visited planets and travel there using the interstellar train. After consulting Qiaman for the optimal route, Ling Mo nodded. Okay, leave this to me. Both the escort and the collection missions take time. What will you tell Jiang Xian and Yi Kai while we're gone? She asked. To be honest, Fuyu said. It was his business, Ling Mo didn't care about his choice. But, honestly, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would probably want to come too. Fuyu glanced at her, a small smile playing on his lips. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. A B-rank adventurer can only bring one companion. Ling Mo. One last question. How long will this mission take? We still need to enter the game. Previous runs only took a few minutes, but what if something similar happens again? The Adventurers Guild has strict rules for mission failures due to disappearance. There's a fine, 3 times the mission points are deducted, and it's recorded on your resume. That makes it hard to take high-point missions in the future. The fines and point deductions were minor. The real problem was the lasting record. A stain on your adventurer resume could prevent you from accepting advanced missions permanently. Ordinary missions would remain, but high-point missions would be off-limits. Fuyu waved his hand. Not a problem. I already checked, the mission can be completed in 20 days at most. If it exceeds that, we can still stay or leave and get the points. Hearing that, Ling Mo sighed. The person who posted this quest is reasonable. You didn't run into a quest broker, did you? Quest broker? What's that? Fuyu asked. Ling Mo explained, it's a black market within the Adventurers Guild. Everyone knows about it. A quest broker takes many identical missions, bundles them, and resells them for profit. With that much time, you might as well do the quest yourself, rather than letting someone else profit, Fuyu said. There's a reason they exist. Making money isn't shameful, as long as you avoid unscrupulous brokers, Ling Mo said earnestly. The mission isn't urgent. I plan to take the VRC potion first, then set off. By the way, how long do its effects last? Ling Mo thought for a moment. Depending on absorption, it lasts from 10 minutes to an hour. If you're in a hurry, take it once you return to your room. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's talents are extremely destructive, they'll need a secluded spot tomorrow. You don't. Fuyu nodded. I understand. I'll take the VRC potion as soon as possible. What about you? Ling Mo remembered her own dual attribute mutated talents. Apart from healing, her abilities, especially annihilation, were not to be trifled with. She had almost forgotten this in her mental calculations. I'm going to Yunhai Star, she said. Even if she caused a commotion, no one would know. Hearing that, Fuyu became curious. You keep mentioning Yunhai Star. Can I see it too? Take Fuyu to Yunhai Star? Not impossible. The teleportation portal was making a commotion anyway, so leaving from there was feasible. Ling Mo remained silent for a moment. Fuyu assumed she was unwilling. If you don't want to, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. No, I was just daydreaming. I can take you to Yunhai Star. The portal is making quite a commotion, so we can leave directly from there. Fuyu's eyes lit up. Then let's hurry. I'll go find the boss and the others now. Just as he was about to leave, Ling Mo called out to him. Chapter 471, The Third Talent. Ling Mo handed Fuyu a blank name tag and said solemnly, "Don't forget this important matter." Fuyu looked at the blank tag with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. What is this? Planning to play a name tag ripping game? This is a prop that can change your name, Ling Mo explained, rolling her eyes. Only then did Fuyu remember what she meant. His mind had been entirely focused on Yunhai Star, almost causing him to forget about this. So you're using this prop to hide your original identity? He asked. Ling Mo nodded proudly. Just write your new name on it and stick it on yourself. She then produced a white quill pen. Ordinary pens won't work on this. Use mine. Fuyu took it casually. I've seen props in stores that change identities, but yours is completely different. Of course. Mine is a limited edition called Fairy's Mask. After using it, you can switch between two identities at any time. Even a fortune teller would struggle to predict it, unless it's someone like you. Satisfied, Fuyu put the prop away and went to find Jiang Xian and Yi Kai. Unsurprisingly, when they learned that Fuyu was going on a mission to another planet with Ling Mo, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai immediately wanted to tag along. Fuyu, however, was prepared. Leaving today? So suddenly? Aren't you going to take the Wei-er-si potion? Jiang Xian asked. My talent is divination, Fuyu explained. Unlike yours or Yi Kai's, which are destructive. Ling Mo's talent is more supportive, so we can just use it on the way. Jiang Xian nodded. Alright. Neither of you are combat-oriented, so take care on the road and look after Mo. Fuyu silently thought, look after her? The three of them combined probably wouldn't be enough for her to fight alone. Nevertheless, he reassured her, don't worry, boss. I won't let anything happen to her. Because Fuyu insisted they leave today, Ling Mo, who had planned to return to her room to rest, had to pack overnight and follow him with a resentful frown. The two boarded the small boat they had obtained outside and set off into the sea. Fuyu explained that teleporting directly to another planet would create too much commotion, so they needed a remote starting point. Once they were far enough away, Ling Mo covered Fuyu's eyes with one hand, and with a thought, both she and the boat entered the spatial dimension. In the next instant, they arrived at Yunhai Star. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye for Fuyu, though Ling Mo had been tense the entire time, fearing something might go wrong. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. Arriving at Yunhai Star, Ling Mo removed her hand from Fuyu's eyes. He opened them, adjusting to his surroundings. This is Yunhai Star? Didn't you say it was all ocean? Why is there a large island so close? Indeed, an island appeared a few hundred meters away, no smaller than Ling Mo's own island on Qingyang Star. That's an artificial island, Ling Mo explained. It started as just a few dozen square meters. We planted vines on it, and over time, it grew to this size. There are many islands like this here. She added, by the way, the seeds we planted are the same as the buckwheat we eat. Besides giving a brief introduction to Yunhai Star, Ling Mo also chose a spot far from Fuyu, mindful of her powerful and complex talents. She didn't even stay on the island. Instead, she conjured a patch of ice on the sea, sat on it, and took out the violet elixir. Without hesitation, she opened the cap and drank it in one gulp. The moment the elixir hit her tongue, it felt like swallowing sand mixed with water. She instinctively wanted to gag, but forced it down. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Ling Mo waited, checking herself, no change. Had the elixir expired? Then, the ice beneath her felt off. The texture wasn't right. She felt lightheaded, as if drunk, the scene around her spinning erratically. Her body no longer obeyed her, and the next moment, she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was floating on the sea. Night had fallen. The starry sky stretched above her, countless stars twinkling in brilliance. She had only seen such a scene in special effects before. So many stars, so beautiful, she murmured. But something felt wrong. The starry sky wasn't the same as Yunhai Star's usual view. She struggled to her feet in the water. Her fingers touched the ground, and a floating ice surface appeared. Climbing onto it, she examined her body. Did I successfully break through? Feeling the energy inside her, it was more than 10 times what it had been. She had indeed broken through. With her breakthrough, Xiaobai underwent a tremendous change as well. The fox grew taller, now the height of a 2-story building, with 9 magnificent tails fanning out behind it. The space itself remained largely unchanged, likely already perfect, so no alteration was necessary. As she sensed her refined mental energy, Ling Mo noticed a different kind of energy inside her body. It was blue, and it felt familiar. Could this be what I think it is? Testing the energy, she activated it, and a chill ran through her hand. The third talent. Kaiman, has this happened before? Ling Mo whispered to herself. Chapter 472. Back to Tamir Star. Upon learning that Ling Mo had awakened her third talent, Qiaman immediately began searching for information. After a long while, however, he spoke with a hint of dejection. I'm sorry, Master. I couldn't find any relevant information in my database, nor on the Star Network. In truth, not only third talents but even second talents were incredibly rare in the interstellar world. Ling Mo felt a twinge of disappointment at Qiaman's answer, but it was also reasonable. After all, those who could awaken a second talent were 1 in 10,000, let alone a third. Even if someone did, they would rarely reveal it. Qiaman, my new talent seems to be ice-based. Could this be related to the blessings I received from multiple ice and snow spirits? Ling Mo wondered. Awakening a third talent, and having it be ice-based, hardly seemed coincidental. She removed her all-purpose glove and examined her hands. The mole representing the ice finger had disappeared, along with the other moles and the pattern on her back. The mole was gone, but was the ability still there? She tested it, easily freezing the water surface. Her icy fingers were intact, but strangely, her hands now felt warm. She placed them in the water again. Normally, a thick layer of frost would have formed, yet the water remained still. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and instantly, the flowing water froze solid. It seemed the blessing hadn't vanished but had transformed into a talent. Ling Mo wondered if Xue Lizi's ability had similarly transformed her inner energy into a talent. Right, there's one more thing I haven't checked. Ling Mo removed her contact lenses, revealing crystal-clear sky-blue eyes. Previously, the blessing had also changed her eye color, giving them a heterochromatic appearance. She stared at her reflection in the water, admiring the vibrant hue. At this point, she was about 80% certain that her third talent came from the blessings of the ice and snow spirits. After checking her mental power and spatial abilities, and familiarizing herself with the third talent, Ling Mo turned to her second talent. She rarely used this second talent. The white flame was primarily for healing, while the black flame was for destruction. With healing, Ling Mo was almost never injured. Even if she occasionally sustained wounds, her regenerative abilities ensured she healed before treatment was needed. As for the black flame, she admitted it was extremely powerful. Among the talent types announced on Blue Star and even across the Federation, the black flame's attack power was top tier. To prevent people with such talents from harming society, the Federation often tried to recruit or monitor them. Ling Mo gazed at the white flame in her hand. Its energy felt purer and more sacred. Simply being near it was calming. The black flame beside her had also become purer, even as its master, she felt an aura of dread from it. To anyone else, it would seem utterly terrifying. Ling Mo sighed, putting away her talent. I should use this less often, it doesn't feel safe. Looking up at the stars, she noticed they seemed brighter than before. Perhaps this was connected to Fuyu, the only outsider present on Yunhai Star. Just then, a fish swam past her, darting in a precise direction. Dozens more followed, moving in perfect synchrony. Curious, Ling Mo followed. About an hour later, she found Fuyu sitting cross-legged on a small island, eyes closed. He was surrounded by soft white lights that mirrored the stars above. His prophetic robes fluttered, and a mysterious aura emanated from him. Beneath the water, countless fish leapt and fell in worship. Ling Mo did not disturb him. Instead, she whispered, Kaiman, turn on the recording function. Normally, the violet elixir's effect lasted 10 minutes to an hour, but Fuyu had been in meditation for a full 3 hours. Ling Mo waited almost another hour before he finally opened his eyes. As he awoke, the stars above gradually faded. Ling Mo stepped forward. How do you feel? Fuyu's expression was serene, radiating an otherworldly aura as if on the verge of ascending to immortality. This feeling is truly wondrous, he said softly. Ling Mo, satisfied he was unharmed, replied, since there's no problem, let's hurry. I bought tickets to Tianyan Star, we'll depart in about 3 hours. Tickets? Fuyu asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The portal can't pinpoint our location to Tianyan Star because I haven't been there. We can only use it to reach a planet we visited before, then buy interstellar tickets to Tianyan Star. Fuyu nodded in understanding. As the portal opened, a blue spatial gateway shimmered before them. Just before entering, Fuyu asked, by the way, which planet are we going to? Tamir Star, Ling Mo replied. Transportation is convenient there, and spaceships leave for Tianyan Star frequently. When they arrived at Tamir Star, there were still over 2 hours before the spaceship's departure. At the ticket checkpoint, an eye-shaped robot floated down. Its glowing white eyes scanned them from head to toe. A mechanical voice spoke. Identity confirmed. Ling Mo, Fuyu. Destination, Tianyan Star. The spaceship will depart in 2 hours and 48 minutes. Please board on time. Chapter 473 Exorbitantly Priced Blind Boxes. Immediately, a white bracelet appeared on their wrists. This acted as their boarding pass, essentially, their ticket. We still have over 2 hours. What should we do now? Fuyu asked. What else can we do? Let's wander around. It's rare to be on Tamir Star. Maybe we'll see something worth buying. By the way, the mission is fine, right? We'll spend several hours on the spaceship and probably arrive at Tianyan Star in the afternoon, Ling Mo said, glancing at the estimated arrival time. No problem. The mission starts tomorrow. We have plenty of time, Fuyu reassured her. With that settled, the two began exploring. Tamir Star was famous for one thing above all, blind boxes. Ling Mo scanned the shops and quickly spotted quite a few. Now that she had some wealth, she headed straight for the shop that looked the most expensive. Inside, she was immediately drawn to the blind boxes encased in metal packaging. The last time she had seen something like this was with a spaceship blind box. A shop assistant noticed Ling Mo and greeted her politely. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Ling Mo pointed at the metal blind box in front of her. Which series does this belong to? That? This is the Mystery Blind Box series by Tianma Interstellar Group. Prices range from 1 million to 18 million, 88,000, 88,000, 88,000, the assistant explained. Ling Mo's expression stayed calm, but inwardly she was fuming. No wonder the store was nearly empty, it was ridiculously expensive. The shop assistant, however, didn't flinch. On the contrary, he grew even more respectful, impressed by her composure. That's deliberate. Our blind boxes are excellent value. The hidden rewards inside can exceed the box's original price. Ling Mo's interest was piqued. What kind of rewards? The clerk smiled mysteriously. They're a mystery, naturally. Each blind box is a surprise. Ling Mo examined the stack. The cheapest box cost 1 million. All were identical in size, shape, and design. Appearance alone couldn't reveal what was inside. Can I choose one myself, or do you pick it? She asked. Of course, you choose. Ling Mo nodded, scanning the boxes carefully. She first selected the cheapest one, pointing to a box in the corner. This one will do. The shop assistant called someone to retrieve it. Would you like to open it here? Yes, Ling Mo said. She wanted to see its contents firsthand. The metal shell was designed to block mental energy, preventing users like Ling Mo from sensing the item inside. But just now, she had discovered that while she couldn't see through it fully, she could sense the properties of the items. Her chosen box contained a pair of ice attribute bracelets. As the box opened, the shopkeeper's voice rang out, "Congratulations! You've won a pair of ice mirror bracelets, valued at 1.38 million. Ling Mo quickly reviewed the included manual. Only ice talent users could wear them. Their effect? Simple, but potent, enhancing the user's abilities. The bracelets were developed by Pegasus Interstellar Group, part of a talent-matched series. A shop assistant approached. If you don't want the ice mirror bracelets, we can buy them back at a high price. No need, Ling Mo said. She could use them. She then scanned the rest of the blind boxes. Her gaze paused on the most expensive ones. The energy coming from a particular box was especially strong. She pointed to it and a few others nearby. I'll take these too. The assistant's face brightened. Would you like to open them here? No need. I'm in a hurry. I'll just take them with me, Ling Mo said, storing the blind boxes in her spatial dimension. After paying, she left smoothly, leaving the assistant muttering to herself, "We were chatting so well, why did he leave so suddenly? Strange customer." She quickly shifted her attention to her commission. The sale had earned her hundreds of thousands, plus a company bonus. Finally, she could afford the bags and clothes she'd had her eye on. Meanwhile, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief outside the shop. She decided to wait until boarding the spaceship to open the remaining blind boxes. 2 hours later, Ling Mo and Fuyu met in front of the spaceship and boarded together. You seem relieved, Fuyu observed, noticing her expression. Chapter 470 for the spaceship trip. Upon hearing Fuyu's words, Ling Mo's expression returned to normal. Really? You must have misread it, she said lightly. She hadn't done anything wrong. I must have run a few steps on the way here, and I'm a little out of breath, he explained. Oh, I see, Ling Mo replied, not pressing further. Instead, she turned her attention to examining the interior of the spaceship. Because the journey would take several hours, Ling Mo had bought 2 window seats so they could enjoy the scenery along the way. After confirming their seats, they didn't sit down immediately. Instead, they headed to the dining room. Their tickets included meals, and though there weren't many people in the room yet, all the dishes were freshly prepared. The only drawback was that they had arrived a bit early, so not everything had been served. What would you like to drink? Ling Mo asked. Anything is fine, just no alcohol, Fuyu replied. After all, they were heading on a mission, drinking wouldn't be appropriate. Following Chairman's instructions, Ling Mo tapped a marked spot on the table. A semi-transparent blue screen, about 10 centimeters wide, immediately appeared. It displayed descriptions and pictures of over 100 drinks, most of which Ling Mo had never even heard of. After a moment of thought, she ordered 2 of today's new product sets. On the screen appeared 2 drinks, one a gradient green adorned with pink flowers, evoking springtime, and the other a deep purple. Though the colors differed, both were made from the same fruit, rainbow crystal grapes that Ling Mo had grown herself. Wanting to try both, Ling Mo ordered 2 for herself and 2 for Fuyu. Within seconds, the 4 drinks appeared on the table. She picked up a green one and took a sip while ordering food, as they hadn't eaten since last night. After finishing their meal and returning to their seats, the spaceship had been in flight for a while. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice echoed over the loudspeaker. "Attention, esteemed passengers. In 7 minutes, the GGHUY 765 interstellar flight will pass through an asteroid field. Please remain calm and seated, and do not move around." Ling Mo felt a slight tremor, but it quickly subsided. "Mo, look outside," Fuyu said, pointing. Through the thick window, the asteroid field stretched before them. These formations were the remnants of asteroid collisions, planetary impacts, or explosions. Some asteroid fields, thanks to their location and lighting effects, became must-see tourist attractions, this one included. Ling Mo glanced at the information Qiaman had provided and shared it with Fuyu. "Meteorites emit purple light, but I don't see any." "These are just ordinary rocks," he noted. "They must glow only at specific times," Ling Mo said. According to Qiaman, the meteorites contained amethyst components, which refracted light in a purple hue under precise conditions. "Has no one tried to extract the amethyst from these rocks?" Ling Mo asked. "Of course. When this meteorite belt first appeared, there was fierce competition. Elves, dwarves, and angels eventually claimed the territory. The original meteorites were covered in purple crystals, but these were removed due to low purity and difficulty in refining. Later, the royal family simply turned it into a tourist spot. Once past the asteroid belt, the spaceship engaged its warp drive, propelling them beyond the speed of light." Ling Mo felt a gentle pushback in her seat. In the first few hours, she was captivated by the scenery, taking photos and recording videos to show Jiang Xian and Yi Kai later. But after a while, even the most spectacular sights grew dull. With nothing else to do, Ling Mo sank her consciousness into her space and began opening the blind boxes she had bought on Tamir Star. She started with the cheaper ones, saving the most expensive for last. Though the boxes appeared identical, Ling Mo could sense the energy inside, identifying each item without issue. The first box contained a beige object resembling a hair tie. Upon touching it, she confirmed it felt like one. A quick check revealed it was a new product from the Giant Beauty Troupe, valued at 2 million gold coins. Despite its humble appearance, this hair tie was extraordinary. It could alter the wearer's hairstyle and hair color based on mood, outfit, or occasion. It even cleaned and conditioned hair automatically. Ling Mo grinned. Hair care had always been a tedious task, and this item promised a perfect balance between beauty and convenience. She carefully opened the package, untangled her hair, smoothed it with her fingers, and slipped the hair tie on. The silky strands instantly felt refreshed, as if they had been washed and styled in one motion. Ling Mo leaned back, satisfied, and glanced at Fuyu, who was curiously watching her. A small smile played on her lips. This mission might be important, but a little luxury along the way never hurt. Chapter 475. Arriving at Tianyan Star, buying shoes first. To Fuyu's astonishment, Ling Mo's previously messy hair had transformed into a smooth scorpion braid cascading down her back. Ling Mo pulled out a mirror to admire herself. Though she could braid hair herself, she had never managed results this perfect. The braid had just the right tightness, without constricting her hair at all. "Where did you get this good stuff again?" Fuyu asked. Ling Mo shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "I just got it from a blind box, a hair tie that can change my hairstyle and even my hair color anytime." "Isn't it pretty?" "Pretty," Fuyu agreed, watching the whip at her side sway with the motion of her head. She then immersed her consciousness in the space again, opening the remaining blind boxes. Unsurprisingly, the items inside were all worth more than the price of the boxes themselves. Apart from the ice crystal bracelet from earlier, most of the items were similar to the hair tie, expensive, ornamental, and at most supplementary. Take, for example, the calming sachet. It contained purified essences from the rare dream flower and sleep flower. Placing it in a room induced instant sleep that lasted 8 to 12 hours, a godsend for insomniacs. Yet for Ling Mo, it was useless. She never needed such aid, even when she slept, her rest was always perfect. Finally, she reached the last blind box, the most expensive of them all, worth over 10 million. The energy radiating from it was immense, and Ling Mo couldn't help but gasp. The moment she opened it, a powerful force burst out. Even prepared, Ling Mo was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to regain her senses. When she did, she saw the item inside, a square object about the size of a Rubik's cube, emitting a pale blue glow. Regardless of its true nature, Ling Mo knew this was no ordinary item. She picked up the instruction manual beside it and began to read. Guardian Cube, a super item specifically created to protect planets. Once activated, only the holder of the key can enter the planet protected by the Guardian Cube. The protective shield formed is impervious to attack and reflects any received attack back to the assailant. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. This was practically tailor-made for her. She had long worried about the safety of Yunhai Star and Qingyang Star. Yunhai Star had once been considered a trash planet, but no longer. And as for Qingyang Star, she had acquired it largely by luck. Which planet should she protect first? Then she noticed more text on the back of the manual. Friendly reminder: activating the Guardian Cube requires a large amount of energy. Preliminary estimates suggest maintaining the energy to protect one planet requires energy equivalent to at least another planet. In other words, protecting a planet came at a staggering cost. No wonder this item was hidden in a blind box, it was likely a bug in the system. Requires a huge amount of energy, Ling Mo muttered. She remembered a similar item from the desert island survival game she had played. It had been too dangerous to use at the time, so she had tucked it away, though she couldn't remember exactly where. Deciding to deal with it after the mission, Ling Mo temporarily set the Guardian Cube aside. The choice of which planet to protect would come later. A few hours later, the spaceship slowly landed. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Tianyan Star. Please prepare your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. Friendly reminder: this is currently the hottest time of year on Tianyan Star. Take precautions against sunburn. We wish you a pleasant journey. As they stepped onto Tianyan Star, a wave of heat immediately hit them. Can you feel how hot the ground is? Fu Yu asked. Ling Mo nodded. Yes, it's scorching. Looking down, they realized their shoes were already showing signs of melting from the intense surface temperature. Quickly, Ling Mo used her mental power to lift their feet slightly off the ground. To any onlooker, they appeared to be standing normally, but in reality, their feet hovered above the scorching surface. However, this was only a temporary solution, mental energy would eventually run out. Observing the locals, Ling Mo noticed their shoes, though varying in style, all had a metallic sheen, clearly specially designed for the high heat. At that moment, Kaiman timidly spoke. Apologies, Master, I forgot to mention. Tianyan Star's temperatures are high, and ordinary shoes are easily damaged. Never mind. The priority is to find a proper place to buy shoes, Ling Mo said. There's a shop not far ahead, but the prices are high. I also suggest buying another set of clothes. Master is human, and the heat will soak your garments quickly. Clothing on Tianyan Star absorbs sweat and dries fast, so new clothes are recommended. No need for clothes, Ling Mo replied firmly. We have ding-ding fish scales. Even if those fail, we still have water-cooling stones. Following Kaiman's guidance, Ling Mo and Fu Yu reached the shop and purchased 2 pairs of heat-resistant shoes at several times the standard price. Satisfied, they stepped back out onto the bustling streets of Tianyan Star, finally prepared to continue their mission. Chapter 476: Arriving at the Destination. After preparing everything, Ling Mo and Fu Yu headed to the designated location. Along the way, they attracted attention almost constantly. Over 95% of the people they passed seemed to be staring. Fu Yu frowned slightly. Why do I feel like everyone's looking at us? Ling Mo glanced at him. Be confident and ignore it. They're just looking. So, do you know why? Ling Mo actually did know. In the past, while playing the game and observing Iris's obsession with her blood, she had researched related information. There were indeed humans in interstellar space, but not from Earth. They were life forms born on a planet in another star system. The current Federation itself had been founded by these people. Over the years, this group had intermarried with other races, and their bloodlines had gradually diluted. Most showed characteristics of other races to varying degrees, subtle, but real. People like Ling Mo and Fu Yu, whose bodies were entirely human, were extremely rare. After hearing her explanation, Fu Yu said, "But when we were teleported to other planets in the game, nobody seemed to notice anything unusual about us." Ling Mo shrugged. "I don't know either. Maybe the game system did something. When I did the Red Alliance mission, someone recognized me, but others didn't seem to. And the one who recognized me was a scientist. Neither could explain it, so they simply attributed it to the game system." At that moment, Ling Mo seemed to remember something. She closed her eyes, and after 3 seconds, a pair of fluffy white fox ears appeared on her head. Fu Yu's eyes widened in shock. "Don't tell me you're not purely human anymore?" He suddenly recalled the gene-enhancing drugs Ling Mo had sold in her shop, which allowed users to integrate genes from other races. Almost all the famous bloggers on Blue Star had used elf gene enhancements. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? How could I not be human? These ears belong to Xiaobai, my spiritual entity. Some of its physical characteristics can manifest on my body." She had considered conjuring a tail as well, but a fox's tail would be far too obvious, especially since Xiaobai had 9 tails. From a distance, it would look like a peacock fanning its feathers, taking up too much space, so she decided against it. After her explanation, Fu Yu nodded, understanding. He closed his eyes, and 3 seconds later, white scales began appearing on his face and arms. They flickered several times before only a few remained on his forehead. Once these subtle non-human traits appeared on both of them, the intense gazes that had followed them disappeared. Upon reaching the agreed-upon location, they found it already crowded. But Ling Mo didn't take long to spot the person they were looking for, someone holding a dazzling golden sign with large letters reading, "B-Rank Adventurer and Companions, here." With such a conspicuous marker, it was impossible to miss. "Are you the only one?" Ling Mo asked, since she was nominally responsible for overseeing B-Rank adventurers. "There are too many people here. The others are waiting elsewhere," the man explained after verifying her identity. "Others? Besides the 2 of us, are there more adventurers on this mission?" Ling Mo asked. The man nodded. "Yes, we need additional people." B-Rank adventurers held high status in interstellar space. Perhaps out of respect, or caution, they hadn't revealed the full details in the mission briefing, but explained it now. Ling Mo didn't care about the number of participants, she was focused on something else. The number doesn't matter, as long as the agreed points and rewards aren't reduced. Fu Yu had accepted this mission for the points, after all. If several, or a dozen, people shared them, the reward per person would be negligible. They might as well do ordinary missions at that rate. The man immediately understood. "Don't worry. After completing the mission, all points will appear in your account without fail." "Good," Ling Mo said. The man led them into a large hall, where about 7 or 8 people had already gathered. Judging by their attire and aura, all were adventurers. Among them were 2 B-Rank adventurers and 1 A-Rank adventurer. Including Ling Mo, there was now 1 A-Rank adventurer and 3 B-Rank adventurers. The others, like Fu Yu, were there to earn points. Because adventurers were registered with their real names, the B-Rank and A-Rank adventurers immediately recognized Ling Mo as she entered. "You must be Ling Mo, nice to meet you." "I'm Ari, a B-Rank adventurer," said one warmly. Another B-Rank adventurer introduced himself. "I'm Kant, a B-Rank adventurer." The sole A-Rank adventurer, appearing somewhat indifferent, said, "He Yen, A-Rank adventurer." Ling Mo's reputation had grown after capturing 2 A-Rank fugitives at once, catapulting her to B-Rank and making waves across the adventurer community. Eri shook Ling Mo's hand warmly. I heard about your incredible mission this year. I didn't expect you to be so young. Judging by your features, you must be from the White Fox clan or Snow Fox clan. Where's your hometown? Maybe we're from the same place. Chapter 477, Task Division. Ling Mo smiled faintly and withdrew her hand. Sorry, I don't like people being overly enthusiastic with me. As for my hometown, it's in a remote area, and I live alone. We're probably not from the same place. Eri's expression turned awkward at the subtle distance in Ling Mo's tone. But Eri was a B-rank adventurer and had seen this kind of reaction many times. Adventurers frequently took on missions, especially higher-ranking ones. Their missions were often dangerous, and the Adventurers Guild set strict thresholds. A high-ranking adventurer couldn't normally accept tasks 2 or more ranks below themselves. Some even disdained low-level missions altogether. Because of this, many high-ranking adventurers became aloof, forming a group known in the industry as lone wolves, those who preferred to work alone, honing powerful, well-rounded abilities. In Eri's eyes, Ling Mo was probably one of them. What she didn't know was that Ling Mo wasn't a lone wolf by nature, she simply disliked Eri's overly enthusiastic demeanor. Now that everyone's here, let's start assigning tasks. As the only A-rank adventurer present, He Yan was naturally assumed to be the leader. Ling Mo had no objections. As long as the mission got done, she didn't care. After all, he was A-rank, what right did she have to question him? Seeing no objections, He Yan continued, this mission is divided into 2 parts, gathering and escorting. I'll handle the escort, with 2 B-rank adventurers assisting me. The remaining B-rank adventurer and others will focus on the gathering task. No one objected. He Yan then looked at Ling Mo. Before you arrived, I had already chosen my 2 assistants, he said, pointing at Eri and Kant. But if your talent is better suited for escorting, I can replace one of them with you. The other 2 immediately glared at Ling Mo, their hostile expressions screaming that they'd attack her if she agreed. Let's forget it, Ling Mo shook her head. My talent is combat-related. As she spoke, an icy aura suddenly radiated from her body, so chilling that even on the scorching Tianyan star, everyone shivered. So you're an ice-type talent user. No wonder you captured 2 A-rank fugitives. I thought it was luck, but I see now I underestimated you, He Yan said, his tone softening. Task assignments complete, the group set off. The mission was straightforward, escort a shipment through Red Rock Valley. The route was flat and safe, but the shipment's owner feared sabotage from rivals, so he required B-rank or higher adventurers for protection. The gathering task was to collect red rock crystals, a ruby-like stone found in the valley. High-quality red rock crystals could rival the value of actual rubies. The mission also included collecting fire-burning grass, a specialty of Tianyan Star. The grass had red leaves with black veins, wrapped in faint flames. Special gloves were necessary to harvest it safely. After understanding their tasks, the group set off. Crossing Red Rock Valley, the round trip, including delivery and collection, would take about 20 days, just enough time. Not long after leaving the city, the landscape grew desolate. Bare trees and barren earth stretched as far as the eye could see. Fuyu nudged Ling Mo, look over there. Following his gesture, Ling Mo saw a patch of white. On closer inspection, it looked remarkably familiar. Those are extreme heat mushrooms. Because of the climate, they grow almost everywhere on Tianyan Star. Machines can't harvest them, spores would scatter everywhere. The planet spends enormous resources gathering them each year, explained a nearby adventurer. He was a local, familiar with Red Rock Valley and acting as a guide. Ling Mo frowned. Aren't those mushrooms just left piled up? No one seems to care. Exactly, the man sighed. Picking them is labor-intensive, and processing them afterward costs even more. The higher-ups would rather watch them dry out than send them elsewhere. Fuyu suggested, why not send them to colder planets? The man shook his head, smiling wryly. You're too naive. Loss-making deals aren't approved. These mushrooms will just dry and get buried here. Ling Mo's eyes hardened with determination. She knew extreme heat mushrooms were in high demand on Blue Star. After the convoy drove on, Ling Mo quietly used her mental energy to collect the patch of mushrooms into her spatial storage. To her surprise, there were more beneath the surface, some fresh, some dried. She didn't mind, dried mushrooms were still usable. She gathered them all. Chapter 478 Red Rock Valley. Ling Mo was unusually cheerful along the way. She had already spotted at least a dozen large pits filled with extreme heat mushrooms. These mushrooms were discarded carelessly on the ground like trash, showing just how abundant they were on Tianyin Star. What was worthless to the locals was pure treasure in Ling Mo's eyes. After all, with the sub-zero temperatures of Blue Star, extreme heat mushrooms would be highly valuable. Hee hee. Ling Mo couldn't help laughing softly as she collected the mushrooms by the roadside when no one was looking. B-rank adventurers held high social status in interstellar society. This meant that apart from the two B-rank adventurers, Eri and Kant, and the A-rank adventurer, He Yan, no one dared to openly offend Ling Mo. That didn't mean they didn't notice her behavior, especially since her smiles were unusually lewd. A C-rank adventurer sitting next to Fuyu whispered, "Brother Fuyu, is something wrong with your sister?" They didn't want to think that way, but as the saying goes, genius and madness are separated by a fine line. Before setting off, they admired Ling Mo and even worshipped her. But now, with her quiet chuckles and odd expressions during the journey, she gave the impression of being somewhat eccentric. Fuyu noticed immediately. He understood the reason but couldn't explain it. He couldn't very well tell everyone that Ling Mo was overjoyed at collecting extreme heat mushrooms. Her mental energy might be exposed, and that was their trump card. She's always wanted to come to Tianyin Star. Now that her dream is fulfilled, she's just a bit too excited, he murmured. As if to confirm his words, Ling Mo's shoulders trembled slightly, and another quiet chuckle escaped her lips. Fortunately, she was young and pretty, so her actions didn't appear lewd to onlookers. Fuyu smiled awkwardly at the C-rank adventurer beside him, then squeezed Ling Mo's wrist. Feeling his grip, Ling Mo looked up, her large, watery eyes silently asking, "What is it?" Even with her blue eyes concealed, their brightness, like thin ice, was undeniable, especially after awakening her third talent. Fuyu gestured for her to open the communication corridor and whispered softly, "I know you're thrilled to be on Tianyin Star, but you should tone it down a bit. The others are getting scared." Ling Mo had been so absorbed in collecting mushrooms that she hadn't noticed the stir among the adventurers. Naturally, she didn't know about this conversation. Playing along, she said through the communication corridor, "Oh, I understand. I'll try my best." On the surface, she closed her eyes to rest, but in reality, she was multitasking. While continuing to collect mushrooms by the roadside, she asked via the corridor, "What just happened?" "You're asking me? Do you even know what you were doing just now?" Fuyu replied irritably. "What could I have been doing? I was collecting extreme heat mushrooms." Ling Mo protested, sounding genuinely aggrieved. Seeing her genuine confusion, Fuyu was speechless. He had initially thought she had lost control, but it turned out she hadn't even realized her own excitement. He vividly recounted how Ling Mo had been chuckling to herself, head down, completely absorbed in the mushrooms. Hearing this, Ling Mo's eyes widened in shock. She remained outwardly calm but internally screamed, "Impossible! How could I do something so foolish?" "You can't deny it," Fuyu casually said. "I wasn't the only one who saw it." For the rest of the journey, Ling Mo became unusually quiet, as if struck by a blow. Fuyu explained to the others that she was disappointed because Tianyin Star looked very different from what she had imagined. Everyone nodded sympathetically, yet another victim of online photos. Ling Mo, oblivious to their thoughts, continued collecting every extreme heat mushroom she could find. After 2 days of continuous travel, they finally arrived at Red Rock Valley. They could stop, but not to rest. Their first task was to collect red rock crystals and fire-burning grass. Red Rock Valley was vast, crossing it without stopping would take 1 to 2 days. But the collection task extended the time considerably. According to He Yan's prediction, completing the gathering would take 5 or 6 days, or longer if difficulties arose. Fortunately, they weren't pressed for time. The group reached Red Rock Valley at night. 2 days of bumpy travel had exhausted them, even adventurers with iron resilience needed rest. They decided to spend the night and start searching for red rock crystals and fire-burning grass the next day. Mo, can your mental power pinpoint the location of red rock crystals and fire-burning grass? Fuyu asked over the communication corridor. Of course, Ling Mo replied. But I don't know what they look like, so I can't identify them yet. Even with her abilities, Ling Mo needed some reference. How could she find something she didn't know? Fire-burning grass was entirely red and burned faintly at noon for only a minute, making it conspicuous, but still, without knowing what to look for, it wasn't immediately useful. And the red rock crystals blended in with the red stones of the valley, further complicating the task. Chapter 479, Gathering Mission. Red rock crystals proved even more challenging than fire-burning grass. While fire-burning grass could be referenced with a picture, red rock crystals were completely unknown. The only fragments available online were polished and processed, giving no clue to the appearance of raw crystals. Unprocessed, they looked like ordinary, irregular stones scattered across the ground. Even so, Ling Mo could find them using her mental power. Her control was now as precise as a hair, anything within her grasp could be located. The prerequisite, however, was to first identify a piece of red rock crystal and a fire-burning grass plant in order to sense their unique aura. After a night's rest, everyone woke up refreshed. Since the tasks had been divided, with Ling Mo in charge of gathering, Eri, Kant, and He Yan stayed behind in the vehicle, showing no intention of joining her. Ling Mo ignored them. Their lack of understanding made her feel even more at ease. After all, B-rank and A-rank adventurers were no pushovers. They possessed extensive survival and combat experience and could likely sense unusual energy. Ling Mo's priority now was clear: locate a fire-burning grass and a piece of red rock crystal. Luckily, fortune smiled on her. She quickly found a small red rock crystal, barely the size of a fingernail. Cleaning the dirt away, she realized it was pink, not even red. Its tiny size and pale color made it practically worthless in grade. Yet Ling Mo was thrilled. This small piece allowed her to lock onto the aura of nearby red rock crystals and efficiently locate the others. She had already scanned Red Rock Valley the night before. Using the aura she had sensed from the small crystal, she pinpointed the locations of all red rock crystals in the valley. To her surprise, there were quite a few, but only those graded B or higher were valuable. The single criterion of quality eliminated about 9/10 of the crystals, showing that while abundant, high-quality red rock crystals were rare. Ling Mo shared a mental map marking the crystal locations directly with Fuyu. He was busy digging when the map suddenly appeared in his mind. Startled, he almost dropped his tools, but his strong mental fortitude prevented him from panicking completely. Next time, can you give me a warning before doing that? Scaring me half to death isn't exactly helpful, he complained. Ling Mo smiled apologetically. Sorry, I forgot. I'll be more careful next time. With the map, Fuyu's search became incredibly efficient. Each red rock crystal he unearthed was B grade or higher. Ling Mo even identified the easier-to-dig crystals, while higher-quality stones buried deep inside rocks required careful extraction. Thanks to her spiritual power, Ling Mo could extract red rock crystals directly without cutting open the stone, making the work far easier. Seeing Fuyu's skill, the other adventurers, after a brief moment of astonishment, gave up their search for crystals and focused on locating fire-burning grass. By noon, Ling Mo wiped beads of sweat from her forehead. The sun was now directly overhead, making the heat oppressive, even with her water-cooling stone. The name Tianyan Star felt entirely appropriate. She pulled out a bottle of ice-cold cola from her spatial storage and took a long, refreshing sip. The icy liquid flowed down smoothly, and she let out a satisfied sigh. Drinking cold cola under the scorching sun was pure bliss. Everyone else continued their work diligently, while Ling Mo took a brief respite. After finishing her bottle, she casually handed one to Fuyu. His hands were dirted from digging, but he didn't care and drank it straight from the bottle. "This heat reminds me of those extremely hot days back home," Fuyu commented. Ling Mo nodded. "A bit like that, but not as extreme." She rarely experienced such heat, and even though Tianyan's star was slightly cooler than the previous extremes she had endured, it was still stifling. As she observed the sun overhead, a thought crossed her mind: is this the same sun I see on Blue Star? The answer was clear: it was not. After a brief rest, Fuyu continued extracting crystals. Even knowing their locations, digging them out one by one remained time-consuming. Ling Mo wandered around more leisurely, scouting for fire-burning grass. As noon approached, clusters of red flames flickered sporadically across the valley. The others immediately rushed toward the flames. Ling Mo realized these were fire-burning grass. This plant only burned for 1 minute each day, the optimal and most dangerous time to harvest it. The temperature around the flames could reach up to 2000 degrees Celsius, requiring extreme care. Ling Mo quickly memorized their locations and marked them on her mental map, deciding to harvest them safely a moment later. The minute passed, and the flames vanished. The group had only managed to collect a dozen plants. Even with their memory of the previous locations, they were far from the 500 plants required. Ling Mo approached one of the adventurers and whispered, "There's a fire-burning grass plant behind that rock on your left." The adventurer hesitated, thinking she was joking. But when he lifted the rock, there it was, fire-burning grass, burning quietly under the shade. Chapter 480 Argument. Ling Mo continued pointing out the locations of fire-burning grass. Seeing her accuracy, the others abandoned their aimless searching and gathered around her, waiting for her to direct the harvest. Thanks to Ling Mo, the collection rate increased dramatically. Before, although the group hadn't openly criticized Ling Mo's apparent idleness, there had been some unease. Her B-rank status and Fuyu's competence had shielded her from outright complaints, but now, everyone was convinced of her usefulness. "Great! At this rate, we can finish gathering today," someone said happily. Even though the mission wasn't particularly dangerous, B-rank or higher adventurers were required. Long journeys and extreme heat alone were exhausting, and there was always a chance of unexpected trouble. From a distance, Yen observed. His sharp gaze followed Ling Mo as she confidently directed the group. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Thanks to Ling Mo and Fuyu, the gathering mission was completed before nightfall. As the adventurers prepared to store the red rock crystals and fire-burning grass, Yen reached out, but Ling Mo stopped him. Yen froze, mid-motion, turning to her with a questioning look. Eri broke the silence first. "Ling Mo, what are you doing?" "Hand over the red rock crystals and fire grass to Lord Yen for safekeeping." Ling Mo stored everything in her spatial space and calmly replied, "We assigned tasks when we left. I was responsible for gathering, so naturally I should keep what we collected." Eri hesitated, then recovered. "But we're a team, and Lord Yen is the highest-ranking adventurer. These should be kept by him." Yen glanced at Ling Mo with an expectant expression, waiting for her to comply. Most people might have obeyed, but Ling Mo wasn't most people. "Since we're a team, why weren't you helping earlier?" she countered. Eri faltered, unable to answer. Kant interjected, trying to complicate the situation. "You collected these together. Even if you want to keep them, you should have everyone's permission." Ling Mo's reply was confident. "Why would I need their permission?" Fuyu dug out the crimson crystals one by one. "They may have picked the fire-burning grass, but I found it. Without me, would this mission have been completed so quickly?" Her words were undeniably true. Anyone paying attention would recognize it. Those who had been doubtful or upset by Kant's comments immediately relaxed. For them, it was far safer to have Ling Mo hold the items than Yen, who seemed difficult to work with. Yen finally spoke, his voice carrying authority and slight amusement. Enough. Keep them if you want. But let me make it clear, we won't be responsible for any problems that arise along the way. Ling Mo nodded fearlessly. Don't worry. Even if something happens to me, I won't let anything happen to them. The dispute ended with Ling Mo victorious. The items were in her hands, and no one could challenge her. He Yan's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. I hope you remain this confident later. It's getting late. We'll continue tomorrow, Ling Mo said. Thanks to her and Fu Yu, the mission was ahead of schedule, leaving plenty of time for rest. That night, they leaned against each other, eyes closed. Why didn't you hand the items over just now? Fu Yu asked softly. Ling Mo hated trouble. Now that the task was complete, she shouldn't care who had the items, yet she had her reasons. Did you notice anything wrong? No. I just didn't want to give them to them. I was worried they'd swap them on the way, Ling Mo admitted. Swap them? That's possible? Fu Yu sounded surprised. Of course. Among adventurers, this happens often. It's like handing a report to a colleague to give your boss, later, you find it's been tampered with. When you ask, they claim it was fine when given to them. And when we reach the destination, what if they've switched our carefully collected red rock crystals for inferior ones? Who can we complain to? Fu Yu frowned. But there are others. They could vouch for us. Ling Mo chuckled softly. Naive. Think about it, this mission requires B rank or higher adventurers. I brought you here. Guess who brought the rest of the people? Fu Yu went quiet. Even if the others are honest, who do you think the guild would trust? He Yan is A rank. If there's a dispute, they'll believe him. We'll have no way to defend ourselves. Fu Yu considered this and realized Ling Mo wasn't exaggerating, caution in such situations was wise. And most importantly, Ling Mo added with absolute certainty, my intuition tells me they're up to no good. Fu Yu. Chapter 481, The Power of Oranges. As it turned out, Ling Mo's suspicion had been correct. Late into the night, a rustling sound awoke her. Something was missing from her person. Without hesitation, she shouted, "Thief! Everyone, get up and catch the thief!" Outdoors, everyone's sleep had been light, and her shout immediately roused the group. What happened? They asked, alarmed. Someone stole something. Who took my orange? Ling Mo exclaimed, patting her waist. The incredibly delicious orange she always carried was gone. Eri spoke first. Could you have eaten it yourself and forgotten? Everyone is exhausted, Ling Mo. Please don't shout like that. Ling Mo shot her a sharp look that said, how can you be so inconsiderate? After so much time together, she and the orange had developed a deep bond. Eri felt Ling Mo's gaze and a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes, but she quickly masked it. What? Am I wrong? Ling Mo smiled faintly. You're right. But let me warn any orange thief, these oranges aren't for just anyone. They're very capricious. Be careful, or you might lose both your money and your life. Humph, who are you trying to scare? It's just an orange. You really think it can eat people? Kant scoffed, dismissing her warning. Ling Mo said nothing, but in her mind, eat people? Who knows? The incredibly delicious orange had the ability to devour anything. Swallowing a person wouldn't be difficult. She had never used it in the game or real life, so its limits remained a mystery. But one thing was certain, the orange was extremely strong. After the commotion, the group decided to get up and continue their journey. The previously harmonious atmosphere had grown awkward, and everyone chose silence, some closing their eyes, others pretending to admire the scenery. Suddenly, a terrified voice pierced the quiet. Ah! Everyone looked up to see Eri staring at the bag at her waist, face pale with shock. Since they met, Eri had carried an exquisite bag at her waist, both an ornament and a spatial lock for her belongings. But now, a hole had appeared at the bottom, as if something had bitten through from the inside. Everything inside had vanished. Who did this? Eri demanded. Her eyes landed on Ling Mo, clearly suspecting her. Yet Ling Mo was far away, and any reasonable person could tell she was innocent. Shrugging, Ling Mo said, "Maybe you did it yourself. Judging by the angle of the damage, it tore from the inside out. Who else could have put their hand in your bag?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Lady Eri, did you put something fragile in there? Spatial clasps are delicate, and the harsh Tianyan star environment can break them," someone offered. Eri's glare could have melted steel. She wanted to shout, "Understand my ass." A spatial clasp might be fragile, but not this fragile. And who said no one else could have reached inside? Eri remembered the orange she'd tried to steal the previous day. She'd seen Ling Mo store the red rock crystals and fire-burning grass in the spatial clasp, and with her black hand talent, which could stealthily steal items, she had hoped to teach Ling Mo a lesson. But Ling Mo had been careful, storing everything in her personal spatial storage. And now, her spatial clasp had mysteriously transformed into an orange. Eri could not expose her attempted theft, lest her black hand talent be revealed. Once known, she would be ostracized, any future losses would automatically be blamed on her. Frustration simmered inside her. She glared fiercely at Ling Mo, silently thinking, "We'll see." Years in the industry had made her confident that no rookie could outsmart her. Even losing all her belongings didn't worry her, her connections could recover them, twice over. Yet Ling Mo paid no mind. To her, it was just a mission, once over, everyone would go their separate ways. Chances of meeting again were slim. Seeing Ling Mo sit down again, calm and seemingly unconcerned, Eri's frustration deepened. She couldn't understand how someone so young could remain so unfazed, utterly confounding her. Chapter 482 Fuyu's New Ability. At this moment, Eri remained unaware that she had already been labeled a coward. All she could focus on was getting her hands on the 200B grade or higher red rock crystals and fire-burning grass. Failing to do so would result in a massive loss. In truth, Ling Mo's earlier speculation had been mostly correct. This mission was indeed a re-released one, though not directly issued by the mission vendors. Rather, it had been reposted after being accepted. The reason? The first group simply couldn't complete it in time. It wasn't that the mission was particularly difficult, it was more a matter of timing. The first adventurers to accept the task had been He Yan, Eri, and Kant, experienced mission takers used to navigating tedious, dangerous, or time-sensitive tasks. Their original plan had been to finish a prior mission first, then tackle this one with ample time to spare. But fate intervened. The previous mission took far longer than anticipated, leaving them no chance to complete this task. Forced to re-release the mission, they increased the reward to attract assistance, ensuring that even if they failed, the blame could be shifted elsewhere. Everyone else, save for the three of them, became scapegoats. They hadn't anticipated Ling Mo and Fuyu's exceptional performance, finishing the laborious gathering task in less than a day. He Yan, Eri, and Kant had allocated an entire month for this, yet even with additional help, completion would normally take 5 or 6 days. He Yan's desire for the crimson rock crystals and fire-burning grass wasn't malicious at first, he simply wanted to shake off the others and claim the mission for himself. But Ling Mo, despite her young and naive appearance, was highly vigilant. He never had a chance to lay a finger on the crimson crystals. In the days that followed, Eri tried repeatedly to steal from Ling Mo, but all attempts failed. "Ah," she cried yet again, her increasingly distorted expressions drawing odd looks from the group. Her smile was stiff and unnatural, as if she were enduring pain. Kant intervened, attempting to smooth things over. "It's been so boring on the way here. Eri probably just wanted to liven things up, right, Eri?" Eri forced a smile, trying to appear composed. "Yes, Kant is right." Suddenly, a round of applause rang from the corner. Ling Mo clapped lightly and said, "The performance was good, but a bit monotonous. Could you change it next time?" Huili smiled insincerely, grinding her teeth. "No, that's all I know." "A real pity," Ling Mo replied, her eyes betraying a playful defiance. Though all were B-rank adventurers, she feared none of them. Sparks seemed to fly in their silent stares, and even Kant and He Yen wisely remained neutral. Years of adventuring had taught them a simple rule: never get involved in women's fights. Huili seethed internally, damn fox. Once I catch you, I'll skin you alive and make you into a carpet. Despite her inner rage, Eri eventually gave up after several setbacks. Ling Mo looked at the clever traps she had set, expecting a tougher fight, and sighed in mock disappointment. Fu Yu chuckled. Don't be sad. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll finish the mission tomorrow. Didn't you say you were looking forward to going back on the spaceship? Ling Mo's gaze cleared. Right, she had more important tasks awaiting her. Completing this mission was merely a stepping stone. The next day at noon, they arrived at the mission delivery point without incident. Ling Mo handed over the goods and moved away, meeting the resentful gazes of He Yen, Kant, and Eri. Kant tried to intervene, but Fu Yu blocked him. Originally, he had dismissed this E-rank adventurer as a rookie. If it weren't for her exceptional performance with the crimson crystals, he wouldn't have given her a second thought. Now, he felt a creeping dread as he met Fu Yu's silver eyes with purple pupils. After taking Violet's potion, Fu Yu hadn't awakened a new talent like Ling Mo, but her existing abilities had been amplified, granting her 2 new powers, curse and blessing. The name said it all. A curse could impose misfortune on a target, specifying the type of misfortune while siphoning a portion of their luck. The stronger the curse, the more luck it drained. A blessing, conversely, shared Fu Yu's luck with another, granting short-term extraordinary fortune. The 2 abilities complemented each other perfectly. This marked the first time Fu Yu would employ curse, and Ling Mo couldn't help but watch with quiet interest. Chapter 483, Am I Destined to Die? The strange look in Fu Yu's eyes lasted only a moment, and it was Kant who truly felt it first. Suddenly, a bone-chilling, icy sensation ran down his back. His limbs felt heavy, his energy drained, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. In stark contrast, Fu Yu's face glowed with a healthy flush. Upon closer inspection, one could see surprise flicker in her eyes, though she hid it well. She hadn't anticipated such a side effect while transferring someone else's luck. The instant the curse succeeded, a portion of Kant's luck had flowed into her, spreading an indescribable warmth and comfort throughout her body. If not for her incredible self-control, she might have cried out on the spot. Once the sensation subsided, Fu Yu's expression shifted, a trace of unease creeping in. Perhaps she should use this ability less frequently. A small curse nearly overwhelmed her, the consequences of a larger one were unimaginable. She considered increasing her endurance, or finding a way to block the pleasure altogether. A short while later, Ling Mo returned. Noticing Fu Yu's peculiar expression, his first thought was obvious: someone had bullied her. Did they bully you? He asked, his gaze flicking toward Kant. Just then, a white bird flew overhead. As it passed Kant, it contracted its abdomen, leaving a fresh dropping squarely on his head. Ling Mo swallowed the words he was about to say, then pulled Fu Yu back 2 steps, a look of disgust on his face. They didn't bully me, Fu Yu said, shaking her head. Let's go back. I have something I want to tell you. Without hesitation, Ling Mo opened a spatial portal. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a swirling blue portal appeared, and within moments, their figures vanished. Even after they disappeared, the onlookers were still dumbfounded. What Ling Mo didn't know was that not everyone could open such portals. Teleportation demanded precise coordinates, incredible mental energy, and mastery over one's abilities. Each jump drained immense energy, and even the slightest error could be catastrophic. Within moments, Ling Mo and Fu Yu arrived on Yunhai Star, greeted by familiar surroundings. You actually teleported directly here. Fu Yu exclaimed. Ling Mo nodded. Before, I couldn't teleport directly to Tianyin Star because I didn't know the exact coordinates. By the way, what did you want to tell me? Fu Yu took a deep breath. After taking the Weirsi potion, I gained 2 new abilities, curse and blessing. She recounted how the curse had affected Kant, the transferred luck, and the strange sensations she had felt. Momo, is there a way to avoid that side effect? She asked hesitantly. Ling Mo's expression remained cold and emotionless. I'm not some turtle in a wishing well. Do you really think I'm omnipotent? The best you can do is use this ability less often. And don't let anyone know, not Yi Kai, not Jiang Xian. Fu Yu's brow furrowed. Kaiman, are these two abilities that dangerous? They're not bad, they're extremely dangerous, Ling Mo admitted. Dangerous? Overusing them could kill me? Ling Mo nodded. Not because of the ability itself. They're too powerful. If anyone knew you had them, they wouldn't try to recruit you, they'd try to kill you and deliver your body to the royal family for a reward. Fu Yu's eyes widened. That serious? It is, Ling Mo said solemnly. According to Kaiman's research, curse and blessing are abilities normally awakened only by diviners. They're extremely rare, and they almost always appear together. But since records began, only one diviner has ever possessed both. Fu Yu leaned in, captivated. What did he do? Ling Mo's lips twitched as she recalled the historical records. To accumulate more fortune, he cursed countless races, leading to the near extinction of most species in interstellar space at that time. Diviners were deeply feared. Even after prejudice against them faded, these abilities remained taboo. So, am I doomed? What happened to him? Ling Mo's expression turned grim. He absorbed too much luck, experienced the intense pleasure uncontrollably, and died from it. The Federation later retrieved his body, studied it, and confirmed the outcome. Afterwards, his body was displayed as a warning until it was destroyed in an accident. Fu Yu shuddered at the thought, the memory of that undignified death etched into her mind. Whether for her own life or caution, it was clear, these abilities must be used sparingly. A thought suddenly struck her. Kaiman, absorbing luck produces pleasure, right? Then what happens with blessing? Ling Mo frowned. Records say it causes nausea, a sensation like your lower body is being sucked out through your throat. Fu Yu grimaced in disgust, yet curiosity burned in her eyes. Are you serious? Ling Mo shrugged innocently. I don't know if it's true. That's what the records say, apparently, the diviner said it himself. He rarely used blessing, probably for this reason. But, if you want, you can try it yourself and see. Fu Yu paused, her face a mixture of horror and curiosity. The stakes were clear. Yet her determination to master her new powers remained unshaken. Chapter 484 Yi Kai's New Talent. Seeing the mischievous glint in Ling Mo's eyes, Fu Yu decisively shook his head. Let's forget about it. At the same time, she silently vowed that she would never use curse or blessing unless absolutely necessary, and she would never let anyone but Ling Mo know about them. Just then, a ding-dong sound rang in Ling Mo's ears. Checking it, he saw that the commission for the mission had arrived. Since Ling Mo had already given nearly 90% of the reward points to Fu Yu, her own level hadn't changed. Fu Yu, however, was the real beneficiary. Her adventurer level jumped from E rank to D rank, almost reaching C rank. The mission's complete. Let's go back, Ling Mo said. Fu Yu hummed in agreement. This time, Ling Mo didn't cover her eyes but instead opened a spatial portal. Go through the portal. Blue stars behind it, right where we disappeared. Passing through, they arrived at the sea where they had vanished earlier. Fortunately, their ship was ready. Fu Yu looked at the now vanished blue portal with curiosity. Was this portal an item you got in the game? No, Ling Mo replied. I bought this portal at a high price in the game store, then fused several high-level items into it. That's why it's like this now. Fu Yu's eyes widened. Items can be fused? Ling Mo shrugged. Apparently so. The system offered to help me fuse them. I checked the items and felt their abilities were lackluster, with low probability of activation, so I agreed. What items? Fu Yu asked, still skeptical. Ling Mo recalled, during the planetary auction, I got a bunch of items, basic, intermediate, and some high level. Most were consumed, the rest were organized and stored by Kaiman. At that moment, Kaiman chimed in. Master, it's teleportation, tracking, locking, any door, and stable space. Yes, those are it, Ling Mo confirmed. Fuyu stared, incredulous. How could these abilities be useless? Ling Mo explained calmly, they're not useless, just limited, with long cooldowns. Plus, I have the spatial manipulation talent. Teleportation? I can do that myself. Spatial dagger? I created it, so I can do even more. Tracking and locking? My mental power handles that too. Fuyu went momentarily speechless. From her perspective, those items were incredible, but from Ling Mo's perspective, they were barely necessary. Indeed, Ling Mo's mastery was that thorough. By around 5 a.m., as dawn broke over Qingyang Star, Ling Mo and Fuyu returned. The sunrise here differed from Blue Star. Instead of red, the sun was pale blue, like a jewel surrounded by a thin veil, radiating a soft, gentle aura. An hour later, they safely arrived at Ling Mo's island. The elven treehouse at the center of the island stood tall, its inhabitants now slowly adapting to life on Qingyang Star. Many had even started vegetable gardens, planting crops they had brought from Blue Star. Pushing open the door of the elven treehouse, Ling Mo froze. What are you doing? The living room was a scene straight out of Zero Gravity. All the furniture floated midair. Ye Kai sat cross-legged in the center, nothing beneath him. A teacup hovered a short distance away, empty, while the tea itself floated quietly. The scene could have been mistaken for astronauts in orbit. Startled by Ling Mo's voice, Ye Kai and everything around him began to plummet. Just before impact, he summoned a gust of wind to slow the fall, but the floating tea wasn't so lucky, spilling across the floor. Once everything settled, Ling Mo and Fuyu stepped inside. You said it would take many days. Why are you back now? Ling Mo demanded. Ye Kai smiled smugly. The mission went smoothly, so I finished early. By the way, he added, glancing at Fuyu, this is my new talent after taking the violet potion. Fuyu's eyes widened. It's called universal gravitation. As the name suggests, I can control gravity, just like you saw. Oh, and I also awakened a second talent. Pretty amazing, right? He tilted his head back, waiting for praise. Ling Mo snorted. TCH. It's just a new talent. Everyone gets one. Chapter 485, Guardian of the Rubik's Cube. After Ling Mo finished speaking, she conjured a rhombus-shaped ice pillar in her hand. Sunlight reflected off it, scattering a rainbow of colors across the room. Ye Kai's eyes widened. Kaiman, didn't you receive a blessing from the ice spirit long ago? Yes, Ling Mo replied. After taking the violet potion, those blessings became my talents. And, luckily, the side effects were eliminated. In other words, when the weather turned cold again, she wouldn't have to become as white as a corpse anymore, frightening indeed. Ye Kai pouted, slumping on the sofa. I thought I was the only one who awakened a new talent. I was going to show off when you two got back. And now, you have one too, Mo? He suddenly glanced at Fuyu. You didn't awaken a new talent either, did you? Fuyu rolled her eyes. Do you think talents grow on trees like cabbages? Just because you got one doesn't mean everyone does. And no, even Boss hasn't awakened one yet. First, cabbages are expensive now. Second, even if Boss hasn't awakened a new talent, he seems to have mastered an even stronger ability. Ye Kai pointed upward. Even my gravity can't affect him now. Ling Mo and Fuyu followed his gaze. There, above them, Jiang Xian floated cross-legged on the ceiling, eyes closed, meditating. Ling Mo tried to sense him with her mental power, but her tendrils were repelled by a tingling electromagnetic field. Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes, noticing them below. A look of surprise flashed before he descended gracefully. To describe Jiang Xian in 4 words, full of swagger. but his aura of grandeur crumbled the moment he landed. Smugly, he asked, "How's this?" "Pretty good, right? I can fly now too." Ling Mo and Fuyu gave him thumbs up. "By the way, Mo, there's something you should know," Jiang Xian said, turning serious. "What is it?" Ling Mo mirrored his expression. "Shortly after you two left, she got drunk and started selling violet potion. And I discovered she seems to have reached a cooperation agreement with the base. You said violet potion is made from violet star, whose system has been destroyed. Any remaining Orivis potions are leftovers, right?" Ling Mo nodded. "Theoretically correct, but someone had clearly cheated. But apparently, the buyer went all out, buying tens of thousands of violet elixirs at once. And this time, he seems to have partnered with someone called Lawyer Mai." Ling Mo twitched. "Lawyer Mai, my father?" Ye Kai snorted. "Sounds like a made-up name to fool people. If I find out his real identity, he'll pay." Fuyu's guilty look flashed, but she quickly recovered. "He just chose a name. Why so angry?" "Nothing. I just don't like him." After a brief exchange, Ling Mo and Fuyu finished their meal and excused themselves to their rooms. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai, assuming they were tired, said nothing. Later, Ling Mo returned to Yunhai Star. She retrieved the guardian cube obtained from the blind box. A blue glowing cube materialized in her hand. Immediately, a blue screen appeared above it. "Please select the object to protect. Friendly reminder, the guardian cube is designed to protect planets. Do not use it for meaningless tasks. The cube could only protect planets. No wasting it." Upon closer inspection, Ling Mo realized the cube could bind two objects, meaning she could protect both Yunhai Star and Qingyang Star. She bound Yunhai Star first. As she prepared to bind Qingyang Star, a red exclamation mark flashed. "Warning! Insufficient energy. The Guardian Cube's current energy could only protect one planet for 1 month. Without replenishment, it would absorb energy from the planet it was protecting." Ling Mo gasped. Extracting energy from the planet to sustain itself? That was a bit backwards. Fortunately, she was prepared. Ding, 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 ding. A black object appeared in her hand, the black hole core she had salvaged from the White Cat during her deserted island survival. It contained vast, powerful energy. She positioned it near the Guardian Cube. The cube disintegrated into 27 identical squares, enveloping the core before slowly rising and disappearing. Ling Mo knew it hadn't vanished, the blue panel before her remained. Now, the image transformed into the entirety of Cloud Sea Star. A pale blue film enveloped the planet, the protective shield created by the Guardian Cube. With this, even if Cloud Sea Star were attacked in the future, there would be no reason to fear. Chapter 486, First Time Out. After the Guardian Cube fully protected Yunhai Star, Ling Mo first checked its status. "Kaiman. I remember you can communicate with items, right?" she asked suddenly. "Yes, Master. But this requires your authorization. Moreover, due to the Guardian Cube's high level, it cannot operate independently like other items. You still need to control it yourself." Ling Mo paused for a moment, then said, "Connect to the Guardian Cube now." Command accepted. Establishing contact with the Guardian Cube. Minutes later, Kaiman's excited voice rang in her ears. "I succeeded." The blue screen before Ling Mo vanished, replaced by a glowing interface only she could see. It displayed Yunhai Star, now fully protected, alongside complex detection data. Ling Mo discovered that beyond shielding the planet, the Guardian Cube could monitor real-time planetary data, weather, temperature, mineral veins, natural disasters, surface anomalies, and over a dozen other metrics. While the planetary surveyor's data was more precise, the Guardian Cube's reports were straightforward and intuitive. "It even shows the number of fish," Ling Mo murmured. She then checked the energy levels. The black hole core indeed contained a staggering amount of energy, enough to power the Guardian Cube for an incredibly long time. According to Kaiman's estimate, the core could sustain operations for roughly 1,000 years, a conservative number. The scale of energy contained within the cube alone was terrifying. After familiarizing herself with the cube's capabilities, Ling Mo set her next target, Qingyang Star. A blue protective barrier silently enveloped the planet. The inhabitants, busy building cities and lacking rockets, didn't notice the shield forming, a fortunate oversight, sparing Ling Mo the need for any explanation. Observing the Guardian Cube's monitoring data, Ling Mo noted several schools of fish had grown significantly. She decided to feature these varieties in her shop over the coming days. After leaving Yunhai Star, Ling Mo returned to her room, sinking into her soft bed and staying awake the entire night. According to their original plan, she and Fuyu were still on a mission, scheduled to return just before the game started. Completing it ahead of schedule had granted them unexpected free time. Meanwhile, the violet potion caused a fresh uproar online. Initially met with skepticism, the potion's effects were validated when someone awakened a second talent after taking it. This individual's talent was Nightmare, the ability to pull others into illusions, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. His awakened second talent, Dream Entry, allowed him to freely enter others' dreams, manipulate their direction, and uncover their hidden secrets. As a result, the violet potion became even rarer than the awakening potion. News reached the base. They wanted to mass-produce it, with no concern for price. Ling Mo refused. Scarcity increased value, yes, but more importantly, she wanted to prioritize the awakening potion, believing that enabling more people to awaken talents would benefit Blue Star's future. The violet potion's second talent effect remained a low-probability event. There were no records in the research data, either non-existent or deliberately erased. Though the online report showed a young user awakening Nightmare, there was no guarantee the effect would manifest for all. If people discovered Ling Mo could produce large quantities, chaos would ensue. Even with her hidden identity, Ling Mo knew she couldn't rely solely on secrecy. That day, she sat atop the roof of the elven treehouse. Thanks to Black Wolf's tireless efforts, the island had transformed dramatically. Black Wolf had shed excess fat, regaining his former agility. Though his body was restored, his eyes remained sharp yet calm, lacking their previous ferocity. Ling Mo didn't dwell on appearances, she only needed confirmation that Black Wolf's combat power remained formidable. Below, Black Wolf and Ikai sparred in the newly built arena. Their blows clashed fiercely. Even with Ikai's dual talents, the match ended in a draw, neither gaining a clear advantage. After observing for a while, Ling Mo decided to take a walk. She hadn't ventured outside since officially relocating, even though she had observed Qingyang Star's progress through her golden heavenly eye. She mounted the ghost cat owl, informing Jiang Xian and the others, then flew toward the shore. 10 minutes later, she landed and stroked the creature's soft feathers. "I'm going to wander around. Wait here for me to return." The ghost cat owl flapped twice and cried out, seemingly agreeing. Ling Mo walked toward the city. 10 minutes later, she found herself on a smooth asphalt road, surrounded by predominantly white buildings in a clean, futuristic layout. The design was unclear, though it drew inspiration from Planet Tamir, giving the city a strikingly advanced impression. Unbeknownst to her, she had played a part in shaping the city herself. Chapter 487 Delicious Cake. Because of the damaged mechas and spaceships she had previously sold, scientists had dismantled all that were beyond repair. Rather than letting the parts go to waste, they repurposed the materials for constructing the new city. Ling Mo walked along the street, surrounded mostly by children and teenagers. With no vehicles on the road, they played freely, some accompanied by small, fluttering flower fairies. Her attention was suddenly caught by an open shop. "It's a cake shop," she said to herself. Inside, a middle-aged woman with a kind face and plump figure, dressed in celestial robes, busily tended the counter. Several flower fairies assisted her. As the door opened, one fairy rushed forward to greet Ling Mo. The fairies recognized her as the one who had saved them, given them a safe home, and brought them to the fairy tree. Their gratitude was palpable, and their eyes sparkled as if meeting a long-lost friend. Ling Mo gently pressed a finger to her lips. Shoo! The fairy immediately covered her mouth, trying to contain her excitement. After a moment, the proprietress addressed the fairy. Flower fairy, what flavor of cake would the customer like? Wait. The customer hasn't chosen yet, the fairy stammered. Ling Mo asked, do you have a menu? I'd like to see it. The fairy eagerly handed her an exquisitely bound menu. Opening it revealed a selection of beautifully crafted cakes, each appearing almost impossibly delicious. Ling Mo even smelled the aroma wafting from the menu itself. After a moment's consideration, she chose a cake called Blue Dream. The proprietress immediately set to work, aided by the flower fairies. Ling Mo quietly watched, fascinated by the cake-making process. She had loved observing such transformations since childhood, even taking a part-time job at a cake shop just to watch desserts being made. Noticing her gaze, the proprietress smiled. You remind me of my daughter. She always loved watching me bake. Ling Mo smiled, unsure how to respond. Where is she today? At school, she asked. The proprietress nodded. Yes. I trusted the base and sent her there. Otherwise, I don't know if either of us would still be alive today. Relief colored her tone. Ling Mo sensed the faint magnetic field of a player emanating from her. Are you a player? She asked. Yes, the proprietress admitted. But I only survived 2 rounds. I was eliminated in the 3rd, my talent isn't combat-related. I'm not even a support. Ling Mo looked at the cake and guessed, then your talent must be, a pastry chef? The woman nodded. I can turn any food into a delicious dessert. Taste is guaranteed. 10 minutes later, Ling Mo left the shop, carrying the beautifully crafted blue cake. The proprietress reminded her to eat it soon, warning that its flavor would diminish with time. Ling Mo returned to the elf treehouse. Jiang Xian and the others had just finished vigorous exercise, sweat soaking their clothes. Yi Kai immediately noticed the cake. His eyes lit up. Did you buy this from the Don't Miss Out shop? Is it fresh? Ling Mo's brow twitched. It's expired half a month ago. Don't eat it for your own safety. Yi Kai waved his hands apologetically, a playful smile on his face. I was joking. But you didn't get it in the city, did you? Ling Mo snorted. Once back in their room, she cut the cake and served everyone a slice. The moment it entered their mouths, the flavor exploded, rich, smooth, and indescribably delicious. The cake practically melted on their tongues. While savoring it, the group discussed the next round of the game. If nothing unexpected happens, the difficulty will definitely increase, Ling Mo said, nodding. Indeed, they were at the mercy of the system, they didn't even know its nature. Ling Mo had once asked Kaiman about it, but the inquiry nearly caused a system crash, and she never asked again. Tomorrow, they would enter the dungeon, and the real test would begin. Chapter 488 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 1. Ling Mo stared at the blue screen before her, genuinely confused. Not just her, every player seemed equally baffled. Wasn't the game supposed to start only once a month? Yet here they were, teleported without warning. Some protested, but it was useless. The system ignored all objections, forcibly transporting them into the game. The moment they landed, every player was enveloped in a golden sphere of light. Ling Mo even heard the faint sound of water splashing beneath them. Before she could investigate further, the sphere exploded with a flash. Then came a soft plop. Ling Mo landed in the water. Realizing she wasn't alone, she quickly pulled out a mask and put it on. She activated her flying device and rose above the water. Her clothes were waterproof, yet the wet chill on her skin made her shiver. Around her, other players struggled in the swamp, some pulling out their own flying devices, others clinging to anything that could keep them afloat. A familiar electronic voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Dear players, good evening, welcome to this game. In the vast universe, there is a planet called Water Star. Nearly 80% of its land is swamp, but this unique environment has given rise to many delicacies. Among them, cheese grass is particularly prized by the Ding-dong-dong tribe. Ding-dong-dong are naturally timid, but for cheese grass, they are fearless, even challenging creatures 10 times their size. However, recent events have left the Ding-dong-dong in distress. The dada ducks, responsible for providing cheese grass, have refused to do so this season. If the Ding-dong-dong want cheese grass, they must fetch it themselves. The journey from Ding-dong-dong territory to dada duck territory crosses a dangerous swamp. To ensure their safety, the Ding-dong-dong have hired you to retrieve it. Friendly reminder: players must disguise themselves as Ding-dong-dong. If exposed to the dada ducks or unable to obtain the cheese grass, the game is lost. Losers will be disqualified. You have only 3 days to return. Friendly reminder again: the swamp is dangerous, be careful not to get eaten. As the voice faded, Ling Mo felt something off. The final warning carried a strangely gloating tone. Had the system been drinking? Never mind. I'll deal with it when the time comes, Ling Mo thought, turning her attention to the task. She noticed a pendant in her hand. Opening her palm, she saw a cream-colored hamster munching on sunflower seeds. Master, the image on this pendant is Ding-dong-dong. This pendant can temporarily transform you into a Ding-dong-dong, but only for a few hours. Ling Mo frowned at the time limit. She decided to save the transformation for reaching the dada ducks territory. But a bigger question arose: how would she get there? A faint itch appeared on her hand. Looking down, she noticed a white arrow pointing forward, seemingly guiding her toward dada duck territory. Scanning the swamp below, she weighed her options. Traveling through the water seemed risky, any number of dangers might lurk unseen. Just then, urgent cries erupted from below. Several submerged players flailed violently, their faces twisted in fear, trying to swim to the nearest person. Other players shrank back, afraid to intervene. Even if they understood the danger, many wouldn't risk their lives. In moments, some players were pulled beneath the surface. Their disappearance was so sudden it was as if they had never existed, leaving only ripples behind. The survivors scrambled toward the nearest trees, shaken by what had just occurred. Ling Mo, observing from above, understood the threat. Those who vanished had been dragged down by the water plants. "Kaiman, what kind of water plants are those?" she muttered. Moments earlier, she had seen the area covered in green water plants. After the attacks, they vanished. Panla water plant, exists between plant and animal. Appears as ordinary water plants but possesses predatory instincts. They lie in wait, striking suddenly when prey is unaware, grabbing feet and dragging victims underwater. Ling Mo's eyes narrowed. This game was more dangerous than anyone could imagine, even before the real mission began. Chapter 489: Ding-dong-dong and Cheesegrass 2. What will happen to the people dragged away by the Panla waterweed? Ling Mo asked. They'll be eaten. Ling Mo. She felt like she had just asked the most obvious question in the universe. After glancing at the panicked crowd below, she piloted her aircraft and followed the direction indicated by the white arrow. This was only the beginning. She knew more dangers awaited ahead. The Panla waterweed she had just seen was likely just a warm-up. Thinking of this, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh. She missed having Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu around. With them, she could relax, just providing information as needed without worrying about the rest. Then she shook her head. Relying on others was dangerous. Rely on yourself, not anyone else, she reminded herself. Her mental focus sharpened. As she scanned the swampy rainforest, something white caught her eye on a nearby tree. Ling Mo approached cautiously, first using her mental power to check for danger. Once assured, she reached out. Kaiman, what is this? It felt hard, semi-transparent, like a solidified liquid. Master, this is salamander saliva. Extremely valuable. Promotes sleep, beautifies skin, and prolongs life. High-quality salamander saliva is worth more than gold. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. What she had initially dismissed as mere salamander saliva suddenly seemed like treasure. With careful force, she tore off a large piece and stored it in her spatial storage. Seeing more on other trees, she moved quickly, collecting it before anyone else could take it. Same as always, she smiled, instructing Qiaman to store everything safely. No problem, master. Mission guaranteed. With Qiaman's assurance, Ling Mo continued through the swamp, stopping occasionally to collect wild fruits and more salamander saliva. The fruits were scarce but delicious, some with medicinal or preventative properties, but these were already recorded in her healing ring, so she collected them mainly for consumption. Eventually, she found another patch of salamander saliva, but it had been gnawed on, bearing fresh bite marks. After confirming with Qiaman that the saliva wasn't poisonous, she still took it and moved on. Unbeknownst to her, a small golden creature with long ears and round eyes hopped toward the spot she had just left. Its large eyes widened in confusion. Where had its huge piece of food gone? Hoo! It roared angrily to the sky, furious that its meal had vanished in a flash. Ling Mo, a short distance away, heard the sound and glanced back. What's making such a pitiful noise? Judging from the sound, it's a golden spirit thief, a small golden swamp creature. Master, don't worry. They're cowardly. They only vent their anger after the bullied creature leaves. Ling Mo nodded. Messing with a golden spirit thief was harmless, a cotton ball with attitude. Her gaze then fell on a clump of green plants resembling four-leaf clovers. Master, this is Polygonum hydropiper, a swamp wild grass. Sour and bitter, but highly nutritious and unique when cooked. Fast-growing and highly reproductive. Can purify water. Master likes this plant, collect it quickly. Ling Mo happily gathered the clump into her spatial storage. Yunhai Star didn't have swamps, but this plant could enrich its biodiversity. Just as she finished and was about to leave, a red figure leapt out of the water, rushing toward her face at incredible speed. At that critical moment, a transparent protective barrier appeared, stopping the attack. With a plop, the creature fell back into the water, a red-bodied fish with a hooked mouth floating belly up. Ling Mo realized how powerful the strike had been, it could have knocked her unconscious. Hookfish, eagle-like hooked beak. Extremely sharp. Excellent hunters, hiding among underwater vegetation. Strike unsuspecting birds or creatures at the surface for a fatal blow. Shivering, Ling Mo touched her face, grateful for the protective shield. Without it, the hookfish could have taken a serious bite. She then retrieved a landing net from her spatial storage and scooped up the floating hookfish. By the way, is hookfish meat edible? Ling Mo had developed a habit. If she didn't recognize it, she immediately asked whether it could be eaten. Chapter 490 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 3. Edible. Qiaman's voice sounded in Ling Mo's head, but it quickly changed tone. However, while it is technically edible, the flesh of the eagle hookfish isn't tasty. Ever eaten turkey? The flavor is somewhat similar, actually, worse. Nutritional value is nearly zero. What you eat, you excrete the next day. It can even cause constipation. On Mercury, eagle hookfish aren't top predators, and aside from a few races with extraordinary digestion, almost no creature considers it food. Ling Mo's face twisted in disgust. She tossed the hookfish aside. Never mind. Let's keep going. She resumed piloting her aircraft, following the arrow's direction. After a few hours of flight, a sea of vibrant red flowers suddenly appeared below her. The petals were so radiant that Ling Mo instantly thought, these would make amazing nail polish, or even lipstick. Unconsciously, she steered the aircraft closer to the nearest flower. But just as her hand reached out to touch a petal, a chill ran down her spine. Her body tensed as an indescribable danger swept through her. Every hair stood on end. Before her brain could process the situation, her body reacted. A pair of white wings sprouted behind her, flapping powerfully and lifting her into the air. A chewing sound came from below. Ling Mo glanced down. The aircraft she had been riding was now engulfed by the crimson petals she had approached, and the sound clearly came from inside. Her instincts screamed, "It's a trap." "Fragrance," she murmured. Ling Mo realized the pleasant scent that had lured her was no ordinary fragrance, it was designed to mislead. Fortunately, she had restrained herself before getting too close. Crimson carnivorous flower normally appears as an ordinary flower. When it senses prey, it reveals its true form. The petals close after capturing prey, sharp spikes pierce the victim, and digestive juices dissolve it completely. Ling Mo asked, "And the fragrance just now?" "It has no fragrance. Based on your description, I found the source." A picture appeared before her, a small, purple-white gradient flower hidden beneath the petals of the red carnivorous bloom. Parasitic daughter, a fragile perennial herb. Survives by parasitizing stronger plants or animals. Absorbs the host's fluids, plant sap if on plants, or blood if on animals. Flowers are purple-white on plants, golden-red on animals. Releases a faint fragrance to increase host hunting success. Ling Mo's gaze fell on the aircraft below, chewed to pieces by the crimson carnivorous flowers. Her heart ached. Even spacecraft are valuable on Earth, and mine is destroyed like this? She glared at the flowers and parasitic daughters. Automatic adventurer quest accepted. Collect 100 crimson carnivorous flowers and parasitic vines. Reward: Scarlet Nail Polish Series plus Bali Parasitic Vine Perfume. Scarlet Nail Polish nourishes and maintains nails in perfect condition. Extremely popular across interstellar women. Bali Parasitic Vine Perfume, bewitching effect of parasitic vines, also very popular. Ling Mo blinked. Her passing thought had turned into real rewards. After confirming the quest, she counted the crimson flowers, 101. Without hesitation, a pair of giant scissors, 2 meters long, appeared in her hands. She looked delicate next to them. With precise snips, she began cutting away the flowers. The large scissors kept her safe from the crimson petals, and her mental focus helped resist the mild hallucinations from the parasitic daughter's fragrance. Soon, the sea of red flowers lay bare, reduced to stems and leaves. Ling Mo submitted the quest by a Qiaman and continued onward. Along the way, she occasionally heard cries for help from other players. When it wouldn't expose her identity, she helped, otherwise, she left it to them. Safety first, then quest completion, then everything else. Her previous flying vehicle had been destroyed, so she retrieved a new one from her spatial storage. Wings were convenient, but in this dense rainforest, a small aircraft was far better. The new aircraft resembled a green flying carpet, compact, maneuverable, and perfect for threading between the trees. Chapter 491 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 4. Ling Mo sat cross-legged on her flying vehicle, her outfit changed to green camouflage, blending seamlessly with the rainforest. Night fell, shrouding the world in darkness. Ling Mo halted her flying vehicle, choosing to rest rather than push forward. Nighttime always carried greater danger than day. Predators who hid during sunlight came out to hunt once darkness fell. She needed shelter. If none could be found, she would be forced to retreat into her spatial dimension. Living outside was simply too risky. This tree will do. Ling Mo's eyes landed on a massive, withered trunk. Though the tree had long been dead, it still stood tall and strong. Its hollow was just wide enough to hold a single person. A pickaxe appeared in her hand. She began digging, hollowing out a space large enough to fit herself, carefully making the entrance narrow to avoid detection. Outside, the forest was alive with rustling treetops and faint roars of distant beasts, sending shivers down her spine. Ling Mo crawled inside, using bark to cover the entrance. Next, she applied the forest lord's essence, obtained in the milk of forest, to the tree's exterior with her mental power. Animals communicate through scent, and most can detect prey by smell. By marking the area with the essence of a powerful being, predators would avoid her hideout. But this wasn't absolute protection. She remained inside the hollow, motionless, probing her surroundings with her mental energy. The rainforest, peaceful during the day, was now alive with nocturnal activity. Creatures that had hidden now hunted freely. Even the panla waterweed and crimson carnivorous flowers she had encountered before seemed insignificant compared to the beasts roaming at night. Gradually, Ling Mo went from initial shock to numb acceptance as she observed the hunting patterns around her. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound rang from the far end of the forest. Ling Mo instinctively rubbed her ears, which were stinging from the sheer intensity of the noise. It had to be a player who had awakened a sound-related talent. No natural creature could project sound so far with such destructive force. The good news, the forest lord's essence worked. Predators who came near her tree quickly retreated after detecting the scent. Ling Mo spent the night without incident. As dawn broke, the forest sounds gradually subsided. Ling Mo emerged from the hollow, stretching her limbs. Half her body had gone numb from maintaining her position all night. She unfolded her green blanket flying device and resumed her journey, following the arrow's direction. Mental projections from the previous day indicated that she was nearing Daddy Duck's territory, and today she should finally reach it to collect the cheese grass. Along the way, she noticed traces of last night's chaos, bloodstains and signs of battle still damp on the swamp water. These were irrelevant to Ling Mo. Survival and mission completion took precedence. Suddenly, a transparent, gelatinous substance appeared in her path. Its edges were white, the center perfectly clear, and it seemed to be drying in the morning sun. Salamander saliva? Ling Mo murmured. Yes, master. Freshest batch yet, it must have flowed last night. What does that mean? She asked, inwardly irritated. When did Qiaman start speaking in riddles? It means a salamander hasn't moved far. Catch it, and you'll be rich. Ling Mo smiled, genuinely tempted, but she prioritized her mission. The salamanders could wait. She collected all the salamander saliva from the nearby trees and moved on. Shortly after, a creature appeared, 6 horns, vibrant blue skin covered in a transparent protective film. A salamander, leaving a trail of gel-like mucus in the sunlight. At that moment, a young man in a black windbreaker appeared, his face masked except for piercing eyes, a long sword strapped to his back. Seeing the salamander, he immediately drew his sword and slashed. But the salamander was no ordinary prey. Its transparent mucus acted as a shield, completely repelling the attack. Not only was the creature unharmed, but the young man's longsword became coated in the sticky gel, making it unwieldy. Ling Mo's eyes narrowed. So this is what the swamp produces. No wonder it's so dangerous. Chapter 492 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 5. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Mo encountered another major problem. On the way to Daddy Duck's territory, she suddenly encountered a roadblock, a giant tree tens of meters tall. This tree was very different from the surrounding trees. Its entire body was white, as if its bark had been peeled off, and it had no leaves, looking extremely abrupt, like a bear commander. If that were all, this tree wouldn't be considered a roadblock. Just then, a black bird flew past the tree. The previously motionless giant tree seemed to come alive. A white, thorn-like branch quickly grew from the trunk, completely piercing the black bird flying in the sky. The bird didn't even have time to make a sound before its life was abruptly ended. What is that thing? It looks like Cthulhu. Kaiman. Master, please wait a moment, I'm searching diligently. After about a minute, Kaiman finally spoke. Master, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Ling Mo, the bad news, I guess. The bad news is that this tree is called Qianren. Its attack power is extremely strong. It will attack any living thing that gets close to it, turning it into its own nutrients to grow stronger. It will be very difficult for us to get past it. After hearing Kaiman's words, Ling Mo was silent for a moment. Seeing how the black bird died just now, she had already realized how terrifying this thing was. Right, wasn't there also good news? What is the good news? Ling Mo suddenly asked. The good news is that Qianren are very rare, especially those of such a huge size. The sharp thorns growing from its body have extremely high medicinal value, and there are many related quests in the Adventurers Guild. Ling Mo thought. Well, how to put it, this is indeed good news, but why does it feel strange? Looking at Qianren not far away, she hesitated. The image of the black bird being pierced through lingered in her mind. After a moment, she asked, Kaiman, this is the shortest route to Daddy's territory, right? Kaiman didn't know why Ling Mo would ask this. Hadn't this been answered long ago? Even so, it still answered honestly, yes, this is the shortest route to Daddy's territory. Just pass through the area where Qianren is, and it will take another 3 hours to reach Daddy's territory. Then if we choose to take a detour, how long will it take? Ling Mo asked. After a brief thought, Kaiman replied, it will take about a day, which will be too late to complete the mission. What if we fly there? Ling Mo continued. It will take about an hour, but Qianren is very sensitive to flying prey, and its high-altitude attack range is also very wide. Moreover, according to the data we have collected so far, the sky is not absolutely safe. You might encounter something even more dangerous than Qianren, so I don't recommend taking this route. Ling Mo thought, this won't work, that won't work, is crossing this route the only option? I don't even know if my invisibility will last until I cross this area. As for the value Qianren represents, let's talk about that after completing the mission and getting the cheesegrass. Ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. Just as Ling Mo activated her stealth mode and was about to charge, her foot, barely outstretched before it even touched the ground, abruptly stopped. In that instant, a chilling feeling rose from the depths of her being. It felt like being targeted by a venomous snake. In that critical moment, Ling Mo swiftly retreated a step, and the next second, a white spike plunged deep into the spot where she had just stood. Seeing this, the hairs on Ling Mo's body stood on end, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She had almost met the same fate as the black bird before. Before Ling Mo could even catch her breath, more white spikes rained down from the sky. To avoid being riddled with thorns, Ling Mo could only retreat continuously. Fortunately, her mental energy allowed her to accurately predict the location of each spike, enabling her to dodge in advance. Even so, she was still quite clumsy in her attempts to avoid them. She was still invisible, but Qianren's spikes seemed to be equipped with radar, always accurately locating her. After retreating several dozen meters, the spikes finally stopped falling. Based on Ling Mo's deduction, she must have left Qianren's attack range, which was why it gave up. Ling Mo estimated the distance between herself and Qianren. That's far enough. Ling Mo frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly thought of an idea. This method might work. Since Qianren could automatically lock onto and capture its prey, instead of waiting for prey to come to it like other carnivorous plants, it must also have intelligence. Since it had intelligence, it should be able to communicate. Qianren needed food, so she would provide food. Food was the last thing it lacked, consider it a toll. With this thought in mind, Ling Mo remained invisible, first jumping onto a tree branch, then releasing her mental energy to try to communicate with Qianren. The instant Ling Mo established contact with Qianren, its mind was instantly filled with the sounds of hunger. Qianren was extremely hungry, hence its frenzied hunting. But thinking about it, given its enormous size, its daily energy expenditure for even basic sustenance must be terrifying. With this as a starting point, Ling Mo attempted to communicate. Hello, I can provide you with food. Can you let me pass through here? After a moment, a muffled voice echoed in Ling Mo's mind. Food, delicious, I want to eat you all. As soon as the words left its mind, Ling Mo saw several white spikes sprout from Qianren's body, rapidly piercing toward her location. But perhaps due to the distance, the spikes suddenly stopped a few meters away. Seeing this, Ling Mo knew she had guessed correctly. After several attempts yielded similar results, Ling Mo gave up on this method. While Qianren possessed intelligence, it was clearly not high, and Ling Mo sensed it was nearly driven mad by hunger. Chapter 493 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 6. It's well known that when someone is starving, they'll do just about anything. Humans have morals and psychological limits to restrain themselves, but Qianren had none. Its only concern was filling its stomach. It seemed that only one final method remained. Ling Mo pulled a lighter out of her space storage. She didn't really want to use it, after all, setting fire to a mountain could land her in jail, as she'd heard before. But besides this, she couldn't think of a better plan. Even the mighty Chanren was still a plant. And plants fear fire. Besides, the surroundings were all water, so even if it did catch fire, it shouldn't be too serious, probably. Just as Ling Mo hesitated over whether to act, she noticed a group approaching. Seeing this, she put the lighter away, held her breath, and concealed herself completely. After a short while, 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all fully armed, walked toward her. Judging by their hair color, they were foreigners. Their gear was professional, and the aura they radiated was different from ordinary players. Soldiers? Or mercenaries? Ling Mo thought the latter was more likely. One of them seemed to notice something and looked toward Ling Mo's hiding spot, but saw nothing. Did you see something? Another person noticed and asked. I think I felt a pair of eyes watching us, but when I turned, there was nothing. Maybe you're imagining it. You're too tense. It's quite safe here during the day, not as dangerous as at night. From their conversation, Ling Mo got a rough idea of who they were. These 5 had been elite mercenaries before the apocalypse, free agents who'd do anything for money. When the game appeared, they became players and quickly advanced ahead of most others thanks to their natural advantages. The fact that they survived last night unscathed already demonstrated how terrifying their combat abilities were. Ling Mo didn't know if they could handle Chanren. Perhaps she could just watch the fight and then collect the spoils afterward. Thinking this, she watched them enter Chanren's attack range. In an instant, countless white spikes shot out toward them. Because Ling Mo already knew Chanren's behavior, the scene looked to her like a starving person suddenly seeing a plate of braised pork hock, completely losing control. The attack came suddenly, but the 5 were no pushovers. One of them reacted swiftly, waving his hand to raise walls of stone around them, blocking Chanren's initial attack. But Chanren, faced with this delivered feast, wouldn't let it go easily. Countless white spikes flew at them like afterimages. Under this constant assault, even the sturdy stone walls began to tremble. As expected, the walls couldn't last long and were shattered by Chanren's attack. However, the 5 showed no sign of despair. Their coordination, defense, support, attack, was flawless. For a while, their battle with Chanren was evenly matched. Many of Chanren's spikes were even broken in the process. Seeing this, Ling Mo quietly left her original spot, swapping her leaf-flying device for a white cloud one, sneaking away. Perhaps the fight had occupied too much of Chanren's attention. This time, Ling Mo went unnoticed. She felt a surge of joy and quickened her pace, not knowing how long those 5 could hold out, so it was safer to move fast. As for whether they could actually defeat Chanren, Ling Mo thought it unlikely. Passing near Chanren, she noticed many fallen white spikes on the ground. At that moment, Chanman let out a sharp, urgent alarm. Master! Master! Quickly collect these. They're valuable. Chanren's spikes increase in value over time. Not yet, Ling Mo said, speeding up while noting the location in her mind. After about 5 minutes, she finally stopped running. This should be far enough to be safe. Looking back at Chanren, now tiny in the distance, she breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to continue toward the Dada Duck's territory, she remembered the spikes she had seen earlier. Keep some of these spikes and submit the rest for the mission. Also, don't increase my adventurer rank yet. I remember that once reaching B rank, one must personally go to the Adventurers Guild to certify it. Yes, this prevents impersonation. Previously, a C-rank adventurer looked extremely similar to an A-rank adventurer, plotted to kill them, and successfully impersonated them. It took 8 months to discover, so this rule was added. Got it. I don't plan to level up yet. Handle the Chanren spikes as you see fit. After giving instructions, Ling Mo continued her journey. Several hours of trekking later, she arrived at the Dada Duck's territory. It was a vast pond, with massive lotus leaves floating on the surface. Before entering, Ling Mo retrieved the disguise equipment that would allow her to appear as a ding-dong-dong. The moment she put on the pendant, a puff of white mist appeared with a bang, and a plump, fluffy cream-colored hamster materialized. However, her disguised hamster body was noticeably larger than a real hamster. Ling Mo tried moving her limbs, it felt awkward. Such short limbs, what could they do? Maybe just hold sunflower seeds and nibble. Oh well. Better focus on completing the mission. Chapter 494, Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 7. Those short little legs, tiny arms, and the chubby body, honestly, they really limited mobility. This was the conclusion Ling Mo came to after walking for a few minutes. Probably because her body was just too round, she was already slightly out of breath after only a few steps. She looked at the huge lotus leaves a few meters away in the pond. Her original plan had been to use her jumping ability to land on the leaves and reach the data ducks. But now, that plan didn't seem feasible. Ling Mo felt a bit disappointed. She walked to the edge of the pond and dipped her little paws into the water to test its temperature. Luckily, it wasn't too cold, well within what she could tolerate. Just as she was about to jump in and swim toward the data ducks, one of the green lotus leaves began moving on its own. It slowly floated toward the shore and finally stopped right in front of Ling Mo. A head poked out from beneath the leaf and asked, "You're here to collect the cheesegrass, right? In previous years, the data ducks would deliver it to you. Why are you coming in person this time?" From the familiarity in his voice, Ling Mo realized that this creature was well informed about the trade between the ding-dong-dongs and the data ducks. He even seemed very familiar with the ding-dong-dongs themselves. This made Ling Mo instinctively cautious. Not because she feared this creature might harm her, but because Qiaman had already provided her with all the creature's data from the moment it appeared. It was a lotus leaf turtle. Its shell resembled a lotus leaf. Once fully grown, the shell could even serve as a transportation device on water. Thus, lotus leaf turtles were commonly seen in water-based tourist spots. Judging by the size Qiaman had reported, this one was still young, but large enough to carry her without issue. Ling Mo's only concern now was whether her identity might be exposed. If it were discovered, the mission would fail. When the turtle asked her something, Ling Mo answered carefully, "I'm not entirely sure. The data ducks only said that since we wanted cheesegrass, we must come in person to collect it." She even added a slightly irritated expression. But ding-dong-dongs were inherently cute, and even when showing anger, they had no real combat capability. They still looked soft and fluffy, easily bullied. Seeing this, the turtle said, "I see. But the data ducks must have their reasons. By the way, didn't you encounter any danger on the way here?" "Of course I did," Ling Mo replied, maintaining her angry pose. "But my awakened talent is danger sense, which allows me to foresee threats in advance, so I avoided them all." Danger sense, when used properly, was a divine skill, but useless if misused. Because ding-dong-dongs were timid and lacked combat ability, many awakened this talent naturally. Hearing her explanation, the turtle nodded. "I see. You probably can't swim, right? Then jump onto my back. I'll carry you there, but you must pay me 1 silver coin as fare." With that, the turtle turned its body, gesturing for Ling Mo to climb aboard. Ling Mo noticed the small gesture but focused on the mission. Minor things like that could be ignored. After a brief pause, she stepped onto the turtle's back. No way around it, even in disguise, she didn't want her fur to get wet. Once it felt her weight, the turtle moved gently, carrying her toward the center of the pond. "By the way," Ling Mo asked casually, "you said the data ducks have their reasons. Do you know what they are?" "I'm not sure," the turtle replied. "But I vaguely heard that the data ducks recently lost a large number of warriors, causing their population to drop sharply. Perhaps they require you to collect it personally because they're short on manpower." Ling Mo muttered to herself, short on manpower? If that was true, it made sense. And the dada ducks insisting that the ding-dong-dongs collect it themselves. If the turtle wasn't lying, meant that their reduced numbers this time were likely related to the customers who ordered the cheesegrass. At that moment, Ling Mo noticed the turtle was slowing down. Looking around, the surface of the water was calm, but underwater, thick aquatic plants grew. Observing the plants, Ling Mo noticed their unique appearance. The leaves looked like freshly brewed tea, slightly curled, and even while moving quickly through the water, she could see a transparent layer wrapping each leaf. Entering this area, the turtle moved with extreme care, as if afraid to disturb something. Without Ling Mo even asking, Chia Man had already retrieved data on these plants. Cheese watergrass, highly nutritious, favored by small beast people like the ding-dong-dongs. Provides essential trace elements, but requires very clean water, is low yield, has only 1 month of the year to mature, and only the tender top parts are edible. So this was the cheese grass. Turns out, it was a type of aquatic plant. Can I eat it? Ling Mo asked herself. Yes. Cheese watergrass is very nutritious and delicious. In interstellar restaurants, stir-fried cheesegrass is a popular dish. It only needs to be blanched in water for 8 seconds and lightly seasoned. High-end ingredients require only simple preparation. Hearing this, Ling Mo's eyes brightened. As for water quality, the environment inside her space fully supported the growth requirements of the cheesegrass. And not just there, the Yunhai star also had areas suitable for growing it. Near the mutated elven tree, for example. She didn't know exactly how the tree did it, but around its growth, the seawater had turned fresh, clear enough to drink directly. Chapter 495 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 8. Even though the seawater had turned into fresh water, the fish that had originally lived in seawater were still able to survive. Every day, the fish swam around the elven tree as if on a pilgrimage. Ling Mo could clearly see that since the appearance of this elven tree, the growth rate of the fish had increased significantly. Now that she knew the cheesegrass was not only edible but also nutritious and delicious, Ling Mo considered taking a plant back with her. At this moment, the lotus leaf turtle noticed her gaze, but didn't think much of it. After all, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to grow cheese watergrass. Originally, in order to live in this area, he had to take a bath 800 times, scrubbing his entire body. Only after enduring all that did the dada ducks reluctantly allow him to stay. Seeing Ling Mo leaning forward and staring at the water, he kindly warned, "Make sure you don't fall in. If the pond's water is polluted, your entire ding-dong-dong tribe will be blacklisted by the dada ducks." Ling Mo pulled back her gaze and said, "Don't worry. I won't fall in. I'm just curious." She had just confirmed that some of the cheese watergrass had already produced seeds. Originally, she planned to take a fully grown plant back, but worried that it might be discovered and cause the mission to fail, so after a brief hesitation, she decided to take the seeds instead. The seeds were very small, and before long, Ling Mo had collected quite a few. She placed them into the freshwater pond inside her space. Previously, she had stocked the pond with fish, some of which she had later transported to part of Yunhai Star. The remaining fish were left for her own consumption. Once the cheese watergrass seeds entered the pond, they began to sprout at a visibly rapid rate. Seeing this astonishing growth speed, Ling Mo guessed it was related to the water quality in her space and the aquatic stones in the pond. The cheese watergrass grew until reaching a certain size, then stopped. The fish that had been swimming around excitedly approached the sprouts, trying to eat them, but Ling Mo stopped them. To prevent the newly sprouted cheese grass from being eaten, she moved all the fish into the swimming pool. After completing this, Ling Mo shifted her attention back outside. She looked behind her. By now, she could no longer see the shore, but still didn't see the dada ducks. She couldn't help asking, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Almost there." "Don't worry, haste won't help you get hot tofu faster," the lotus leaf turtle patiently replied. After about 10 more minutes, the turtle said, "We've arrived. Up ahead is the dada ducks cheese processing factory." In the distance, a massive building gradually came into view. The building space resembled a giant lotus leaf, and atop it sat a huge duck head. The duck's feathers were red, its beak dark brown, looking very energetic. Seeing this, Ling Mo twitched her mouth slightly. A few minutes later, the lotus leaf turtle brought her to the destination. After paying 1 silver coin, Ling Mo waddled forward with her tiny short legs. Just as she reached the entrance, the doors automatically opened. A dada duck in a red uniform emerged. The duck waddled boldly toward her, first inspecting her up and down before asking, "Why are you alone?" Hearing the note of surprise in his voice, Ling Mo explained, "The others are still behind. I walked faster, so I arrived first. Can you give me the cheesegrass quickly?" The dada duck didn't suspect anything. After all, if there had been anything off about her, the lotus leaf turtle wouldn't have safely brought her here. "All right, follow me," the dada duck said. Ling Mo followed him inside. Inside the cheesegrass processing factory, the first thing she noticed was a long corridor. On both sides hung numerous photographs of dada ducks. Each photo had a name beneath it, indicating they were different ducks. However, to Ling Mo, the photos were in identical frames, the ducks in the same pose, wearing the same clothes, with nearly the same expressions, looking like copies of a single duck. Still, Ling Mo wasn't foolish enough to say this aloud. Following the dada duck, she twisted and turned through the corridors until they reached a room neatly arranged with 20 transparent boxes, each 50 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters high. Inside each box were carefully arranged processed cheesegrass plants. "These are the cheesegrass plants you wanted. Is your space node big enough, or do you need us to provide one?" The processed cheesegrass retains its nutrition and flavor and can be stored longer, but it's also very fragile. You'll need to handle it carefully during transport. Ling Mo carefully stored the plants into her space node and then curiously asked, "Is this the reason you didn't deliver the cheesegrass to us before?" The dada duck paused and explained, "That's only one small reason. I can't tell you the real reason, but we also have our own difficulties. So from now on, we have to collect it ourselves?" Ling Mo asked further. "Of course not," the dada duck said. "This was just an accident. We will soon adjust and resume deliveries." As the dada duck finished speaking, Ling Mo's system suddenly notified her. "Ding dong. Congratulations, player drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, completed a hidden quest, solved a problem for the ding dong dongs, and is awarded 1 small star. The reward will be automatically delivered after the game ends." Immediately after, the same announcement played 3 more times. The first was only for Ling Mo to hear, the rest were broadcast to all players. All the players on the road widened their eyes in shock. What? They hadn't even completed the basic task, yet someone had already finished a hidden quest. What kind of creature is this drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy? Chapter 496, Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 9. Because of the announcement, the players still on the road suddenly sped up. Since someone had already completed the task first, they couldn't afford to lag behind. Finish the task quickly, maybe there would be other hidden quests triggered in the remaining time. But their thoughts had nothing to do with Ling Mo. It was worth noting that Ling Mo didn't need to retrace her steps, since the Ding Dong Dong territory was in another direction. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't forgotten about Qianren on the way here. If she had to go back the same way, she was ready to take a detour, but as long as she kept moving quickly, there was still enough time. The lotus leaf turtle left as usual. On the way, Ling Mo ran into several other ding dong dongs of different colors. Though they looked like ding dong dongs, Ling Mo immediately recognized them as players in disguise. The necklaces around their necks gave them away. Those players also noticed Ling Mo. They were heading in one direction, and Ling Mo was going the opposite way. Even if they were slow-witted, they could tell that Ling Mo had already completed the task. And as far as they knew, only one person had finished the task, drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. It had been barely 10 minutes since the system announcement, so the fluffy ding dong dong in front of them had to be drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. Although they might have been mistaken, in such a short time, they didn't believe anyone else could have completed it. Moreover, along the way, they had seen no other players. One of them made the first move. He bent his legs, then jumped toward Ling Mo. Due to her disguise, it looked like a fluffy, cute creature leaping toward her. But Ling Mo wasn't fooled, the body was fake, but the malice in the eyes was real. "Soy sauce drunken fool. I finally caught you," the player shouted, descending from above, and the others quickly followed. Without hesitation, Ling Mo activated one of her abilities, spatial teleportation. Luckily, she had already marked a spot by the pond during her first ride on the lotus leaf turtle. With her ability, in the blink of an eye, Ling Mo vanished from her original location. The disguised players leapt, only to hit empty air. Several chubby ding-dong-dongs landed on the same lotus leaf turtle at once. The weight was too much. As expected, the turtle capsized, sending the players plunging into the pond. The players struggled in the water, gasping for air. In the process, their necklaces were accidentally pulled off. With the necklaces gone, their disguises disappeared. Returning to their original forms, they quickly freed themselves from the suffocation. However, their thrashing destroyed much of the cheese watergrass and muddied the pond. Seeing the damage, the players had a sinking feeling of impending doom. Sure enough, the system's cold voice rang in their ears. Players Rugia Emojiero, Mukin Orange, Qianli, due to breaking game rules, polluting the pond, and damaging the underwater cheese watergrass, the data ducks are extremely displeased. Furthermore, your reckless actions caused task failure, and the ding-dong-dongs are very disappointed. Therefore, the system announces that players Rugia Emojiero, Mukin Orange, Qianli have failed the game and are stripped of their game qualification. Friendly reminder, players who fail this game will no longer be sent back to Blue Star and will remain here permanently. Of course, if you manage to leave through your own efforts, the system will not stop you. Losing their game qualifications initially caused fear, but hearing the reminder that they could never return to Blue Star turned that fear into terror. Permanently stuck here. If it had been previous games, they might have accepted it. But here was Water Star. Daytime was already full of dangers, and nighttime was even worse. They still vividly remembered the nerve-wracking night they spent on Water Star before. So far, only the Mocha Forest incident could compare, but it was nothing like this in danger. Floating in the water, the players' faces were filled with despair, unaware that a black shadow was silently approaching them. Meanwhile, Ling Mo had been teleported to the pond shore. She surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one, removed her necklace to return to her original form. She checked the remaining time on the necklace, 2 hours left. Better save it for later, she might need it. Thinking this, Ling Mo stored the necklace and followed the arrow toward the ding-dong-dong territory. When she reached a forest, she marveled at the land under her feet. Previously, she had only seen water or swamps. Now, for the first time, she felt solid ground beneath her feet. It felt great. Although she could still see some swampy areas, it was much better than before, at least she was on land. As she walked, she spotted something growing on a tree trunk, something that looked like a white steamed bun. Upon closer inspection, it was quite large, about the size of her face. She reached out and touched it, it was soft, like a freshly steamed bun that had cooled. Qian Man. Understood. Steamed bun mushroom, a mushroom that grows in rainforests. It looks like a steamed bun, hence the name. Can be eaten raw or steamed. Tasteless, but very filling and nutritious. Easy to cultivate and grows quickly. Caution, considered an invasive species on other planets. Anyone found carrying or spreading spores will face serious penalties and fines. Ignoring the last warning, Ling Mo began harvesting the steamed bun mushrooms. Chapter 497, Ding Dong Dong and Cheese Grass 10. Aside from the steamed bun mushroom Ling Mo already had, everywhere she looked was filled with these large, white, fluffy buns, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Without any hesitation, Ling Mo walked forward, collecting all the steamed bun mushrooms into her space. Her small island was surrounded by the sea. Though there was no swamp, it should meet the growth requirements of the steamed bun mushrooms. Her space could also accommodate them, after all, it was a space, and there was also Yunhai Star. At this point, Ling Mo could already imagine how well the steamed bun mushrooms would sell. Soon, she had collected all the mushrooms in the area into her space. After finishing that, she took one mushroom out. Previously, Qian Man had said it could be eaten raw. She bit into it and carefully chewed. Although the steamed bun mushroom felt soft to the touch, it was crispy in the mouth, with a faint sweetness, almost like eating fruit. Within a few bites, Ling Mo finished the mushroom, feeling a strong sense of fullness in her stomach. It tasted like fruit raw, but she wondered how it would taste cooked. She would try that after the game ended. Ling Mo continued walking along the arrow's direction. Soon, another patch of steamed bun mushrooms appeared. Unlike the previous white ones, these were colorful. According to common knowledge, the more vivid a mushroom's color, the more toxic it might be. At first, Ling Mo hesitated, not daring to act rashly. Fortunately, Qian Man quickly explained. These were still steamed bun mushrooms. During spore dispersal, they had picked up pollen from other plants, which caused the colors. They were not poisonous, and the pollen-infused mushrooms actually had a unique flavor. Ling Mo still collected all of these colorful mushrooms into her space. She continued like this, collecting while walking, until night had completely fallen. Finally, she reached the ding-dong-dong territory. However, the gates were tightly closed. Looking around, Ling Mo noticed a device on the gate resembling a doorbell. She reached out and pressed it. With a clear ding-dong, the sound echoed sharply in the quiet night. Immediately, a thin voice asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ling Mo looked around but could not locate the source of the voice. She said, "I'm here to deliver the cheesegrass. May I come in?" She then took out a box of packaged cheesegrass from her space. Not knowing where the voice came from, she waved the box slightly at the gate. After a brief pause, the voice said, "Please wait a moment." Hearing this, Ling Mo relaxed. Soon, she heard the sound of machinery starting, but the massive gate still did not open. Just as Ling Mo was about to ask again, she suddenly felt something wrong. Was the ground beneath her gone? A sense of weightlessness came over her, and she began falling uncontrollably downward. In the instant of falling, she quickly secured the cheesegrass in her space to prevent accidents. After some difficult struggles, Ling Mo finally arrived inside the ding-dong-dong territory. Seeing the scene before her, she was stunned. Neat houses, bustling streets, these ding-dong-dongs had actually built an underground city. At this moment, a ding-dong-dong resembling a cream-colored hamster walked over on short little legs. It sniffed Ling Mo, then said, "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. But why are you alone? Where is everyone else?" The dada ducks treated the cheesegrass as precious as their own eyes, and limited how much anyone could take. Any purchaser could only take a limited amount, and the cheesegrass only grew in that single pond. The others are still on the way. I arrived first because I moved quickly. After hearing Ling Mo's explanation, the ding-dong-dong nodded. I see. Come with me, then. Led by the ding-dong-dong, Ling Mo was brought to a clinic. Inside, Ling Mo saw ding-dong-dongs lying on beds, eyes closed, faces twisted in pain. A ding-dong-dong wearing a white hat and mask came out and, seeing Ling Mo, asked anxiously, "Did you bring the items?" Ling Mo nodded and took out all the cheesegrass. "I've never seen these before. Is this the new product developed by the dada ducks?" Ling Mo nodded and repeated what the dada ducks had explained. These cheesegrasses retain their original nutrition and flavor after processing and can be stored longer. The only drawback is that they are fragile and easily damaged during transport. The white-hatted ding-dong-dong nodded, then waved its small paw. Several other ding-dong-dongs appeared and, working together, carried all the cheesegrass inside. With the task completed, Ling Mo prepared to leave. Before leaving, she looked at the ding-dong-dongs lying on the beds. Judging by their size, they were only children. May I ask what happened to them? Ling Mo asked curiously. They're sick, the cream-colored ding-dong-dong did not hide anything. These are children born last year. Recently, a strange illness suddenly appeared in our underground city. These children were affected. We discovered that cheesegrass works wonders against this disease. Unfortunately, the data ducks refused to deliver it, so we had no choice but to hire you. If not for this, they would have cancelled the order. Although the ding-dong-dongs loved cheesegrass and it was important to them, it wasn't irreplaceable. They had been researching ways to free themselves from dependence on cheesegrass and had recently made significant progress. If not for this sudden illness, they would never have asked the data ducks for help. After hearing this, Ling Mo thought for a moment and walked toward the nearest ding-dong-dong. Chapter 498 Ding-dong-dong and Cheesegrass 11. In the surprised eyes of the cream-colored ding-dong-dong, a white flame appeared in Ling Mo's hand. Holding the flame, Ling Mo slowly approached the ding-dong-dongs lying on the beds. Thanks to the previous enhancement from Bierce's potion, Ling Mo's second talent now allowed her to heal injuries and illnesses simply by being near the patient. As the flame drew closer, the ding-dong-dongs on the beds felt warmth spread through their bodies, and the expressions of discomfort on their faces began to ease. After about a minute, the ding-dong-dongs slowly opened their eyes, looking around in a daze. They stood up, stretched their limbs, and when the discomfort completely faded, a small ding-dong-dong's face lit up with joy. I'm okay now. The cream-colored ding-dong-dong, standing nearby, was shocked, staring at the scene for quite a while before regaining composure. It pointed a trembling finger at Ling Mo and said, You're a healer. Healer? What was that? At this moment, Qian Man explained, a healer is a person who has awakened the healing talent. Then, as if remembering something, Qian Man continued, Master, I forgot to tell you, anyone in the galaxy who awakens the healing talent must register with the Healers Guild. They are then rated according to their ability. Really? Even royalty? Ling Mo asked. Yes, everyone must register, even royalty. Healers are extremely rare, and their abilities often exceed what potions or medical pods can achieve. Registration is for statistics, protection, and also for ease of recruitment in critical situations. Currently, the most powerful healer in the Healers Guild is the 13th princess of the royal family. Her talent is said to be able to heal an entire army at once. The guild divides healers into 7 levels. Except in special periods, such as wars where they must fulfill healing duties, healers are free. To ensure safety, a level 1 healer can request 2 bodyguards from the Adventurers Guild, with higher level healers allowed more guards, all paid by the guild. In addition, each healer receives a monthly medical allowance, starting at 1,000 gold for level 1 and increasing with rank. Extra rewards are granted for actual healing. Hearing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh, these benefits were impressive. With her abilities, she was confident she would be rated far above level 1. However, such privileges also came with huge responsibilities. The Federation wouldn't support a useless healer for free. Ling Mo admired the perks, but she wasn't sure she could shoulder the responsibilities just yet. She still had plenty to handle on her own side. For now, though, she was still inside the game. While Ling Mo was lost in thought, the cream-colored ding-dong-dong approached her, grasping her sleeve with both tiny paws. Its gaze was earnest. Can you save the other children? They've been sick for a long time. Though cheesegrass could treat the disease, it wasn't an instant cure and required recovery time. The longer the illness persisted, the greater the risk of irreversible damage. Sure, I can, but what about the payment? Though Ling Mo sympathized deeply with the sick ding-dong-dongs, between selflessness and self-interest, she chose self-interest without hesitation. The cream-colored ding-dong-dong did not react negatively. After a moment of thought, it asked, What do you want? As long as it wasn't excessive, it could agree. Ling Mo put on a serious expression but was secretly consulting Qian Man. She didn't know much about local ding-dong-dong specialties besides the system's introduction. Qian Man, what should I ask for? These are the local specialties I've found. I suggest you choose from them. A list appeared before Ling Mo. Steamed bun slices, made from steamed bun mushrooms, very filling and nutritious. Processed for better taste than raw mushrooms. Essence water, underground water filtered through layers of soil, rich in nutrients, trace elements, and minerals. Good for the body, especially children. Even someone of your age can drink it. Trace element concentrated essence tablets, extracted from underground plants, containing all necessary vitamins and trace elements. Long-term consumption helps maintain youthfulness and extend lifespan. Ling Mo's eyes widened at the last item. Qian man, is this really that powerful? Can it really make someone young again? True rejuvenation isn't possible, but it can make you appear younger and keep your body in optimal condition. I've decided. I want the essence water and the trace element concentrated essence tablets. Hearing her request, the cream-colored ding-dong-dong's expression turned troubled. For other items, it could decide, but these two required approval. I need to consult the clan leader. Can you wait? Ling Mo nodded. Tell your leader that besides these sick children, I can help treat any other sick ding-dong-dongs here, just make sure the compensation is sufficient. Upon hearing this, the cream-colored ding-dong-dong hurried off. About 5 minutes later, it returned, panting. Is it true that you can help treat everyone else as well? Ling Mo nodded. Of course. Chapter 499 Ding Dong Dong and Cheesegrass 12. Soon after, the cream-colored Ding Dong Dong presented Ling Mo with two options, two payment methods. The first method was a lump sum. They would provide 1,000 bottles of essence water and 1,000 bottles of trace element concentrated essence tablets all at once. The second method was per treatment. For each patient treated, Ling Mo would receive 1 bottle of essence water and 1 trace element concentrated essence tablet. This is what the clan leader decided. You can choose whichever method you prefer, said the cream-colored Ding Dong Dong. Both methods had advantages. With the first method, no matter how many patients she treated, she would receive 1,000 bottles of each item. If the number of patients was small, this was the safer choice. But if there were more than 1,000 patients, choosing the first method would be a loss. After arriving at the underground city, Ling Mo used her mental powers to scan the area. From her observations, at least tens of thousands of ding-dong-dongs lived here. Though the population was large, not all of them needed treatment. Many were healthy and didn't require healing. Even so, being healthy didn't matter, they could benefit from preventive care, which Ling Mo could provide with a simple mental suggestion. Considering this, Ling Mo told the cream-colored ding-dong-dong, I'll choose the second method. The ding-dong-dong looked a bit surprised but didn't object. It handed her a space not containing some essence water and trace element concentrated essence tablets. These are the payment for treating the children. We've also prepared a room for you. The clan leader has been notified. The sick ding-dong-dongs will come to you themselves. Ling Mo nodded. Got it. Thank you. With the space not in hand, Ling Mo spent 10 minutes healing all the small ding-dong-dongs present. Afterwards, she followed the cream-colored ding-dong-dong to the room prepared for her. Upon arrival, she realized it was a small clinic, though abandoned for some time. This clinic was used by the previous doctor. Later, a new clinic was built, so this one was left empty. It's still cleaned regularly, so it's very clean, explained the cream-colored ding-dong-dong. Ling Mo settled inside, and within minutes, a rough-haired ding-dong-dong arrived, bringing a bottle of essence water and 1 trace element concentrated essence tablet. Without hesitation, Ling Mo summoned the white flame in her hand. A minute later, the previously stumbling ding-dong-dong walked out energetically, its fluffy face radiating newfound vitality. Other ding-dong-dongs rushing to the clinic, upon seeing this, quickened their pace. Soon, the clinic's entrance was crowded, all eager to receive treatment. The cream-colored ding-dong-dong arrived with a group to maintain order, preventing chaos. Ling Mo's healing progressed smoothly. However, she soon realized that treating one by one was too slow. To improve efficiency, she brought out her priest's staff. Previously, the staff emitted a green light, but after Virsi's potion enhancement, its glow now matched the color of her healing flame. Using it, she could heal 10 patients at once, not her limit, but the clinic's limit. Examining the ding-dong-dongs, Ling Mo noticed most injuries were from battles. Claw marks were clearly visible. Some wounds had healed, others were fresh. Some ding-dong-dongs were even missing limbs. Considering the harsh survival environment of Water Planet, Ling Mo guessed where these injuries came from. Continuously treating the ding-dong-dongs, she replenished her energy with potions whenever it ran low. Gradually, the line of patients waiting visibly shortened. Each ding-dong-dong entered the clinic lethargic and left bouncing with energy. Once the first batch was treated, Ling Mo implemented her next plan, using mental suggestion to influence the healthy ding-dong-dongs living in the underground city. Her deeds had already spread through the city. A subtle suggestion could now encourage even healthy ding-dong-dongs to maintain their wellness. No one would object to becoming healthier, especially older ding-dong-dongs feeling minor discomforts. Seeing previously sick or disabled ding-dong-dongs now lively and full of energy would be inspiring for anyone. Ling Mo didn't wait long. After treating the last batch, she tallied her gains. Over 900 ding-dong-dongs healed. The space not overflowed with essence water and trace element concentrated essence tablets, which she stored in separate warehouses. Just then, she noticed a large crowd approaching, more numerous than before. Ling Mo smirked. Finally, more patients had arrived. With the cream-colored ding-dong-dong present to maintain order, she didn't need to worry. Once they lined up, Ling Mo began a new wave of treatment. Meanwhile, elsewhere. After a long, exhausting journey, 123 Wooden Man and his teammates finally reached the underground city. On their way to submit the task, they noticed the long line and couldn't help glancing. "Excuse me, what's happening up ahead?" They asked a cow-pattern ding-dong-dong guiding them. "They're lining up for treatment. Not long ago, a very powerful healer arrived here," it explained. Curious about the healer, 123 Wooden Man refocused on the task, unaware that in doing so, he had missed the chance to discover Ling Mo's secret. Chapter 500 Ding Dong Dong and Cheese Grass 13. More and more players completed their tasks and arrived at the underground city. However, simply reaching the underground city didn't guarantee task completion. The Ding Dong Dong still conducted a quality inspection. Although the new cheese grass was more effective and had better shelf life, it had a fatal flaw: it was too fragile and prone to breaking. Of course, the Ding Dong Dongs weren't entirely unreasonable. If only a small portion was broken, the player could still pass. But if 40% of the cheese grass, that is, 8 boxes, was damaged, the system would mark the task as failed. And then the players would be stripped of their game qualifications, permanently stuck on Water Planet. Some players, whose mindset was more relaxed, didn't care. After all, the environment on Blue Star had become harsh anyway. Better to stay on Water Planet, where the temperature was normal. The underground city also appeared very safe. What these players didn't realize was that the underground city belonged to the Ding Dong Dongs themselves. Even they barely managed to survive, there was no way they would harbor outsiders. So while some players with minimal task failures were treated relatively gently, those who had completely destroyed the cheese grass were met with cold stares and were immediately sent away. As for players who completed the task, though they weren't chased away, seeing the Ding Dong Dong's demeanor made them hesitant to linger, and they prepared to leave. While leaving, seeing the long line outside, their curiosity was piqued. But as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. They had worked hard to complete the task and didn't want to jeopardize their success at the last moment. So, curiosity remained just curiosity. Meanwhile, inside the clinic, Ling Mo's face grew pale. Overusing her talents, she felt a bit drained. Though potions could replenish her, this exhaustion was mental rather than physical. At these moments, she would glance at the space not filled with essence water and trace element concentrated essence tablets. Seeing their numbers rise rapidly, she felt energized and motivated. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling Mo finally sent the last wave of patients away. She stood, stretched, and her body crackled audibly with the movement. Glancing at the space knot, the number of essence water and trace element concentrated essence tablets far exceeded her expectations, several thousand bottles in total. Beyond that, Ling Mo's personal gains were significant. Most importantly, she had become more proficient with her second talent and gained a deeper understanding of it. Once she confirmed that no more patients were coming, she left the clinic to depart the area. Checking the time, less than 3 hours remained before the game ended. Didn't expect healing to take so much time, Ling Mo mused. Learning she was leaving, the cream-colored Ding Dong Dong personally came to escort her. The clan leader originally wanted to see you off personally. Thank you for healing so many of our people and restoring their health. But the leader has suddenly become occupied with something more important, so I've come instead, explained the Ding Dong Dong. Ling Mo waved her hand casually. No thanks needed. After all, you did pay me. Upon hearing this, the cream-colored Ding Dong Dong's eyes softened. Ling Mo probably didn't realize it, but the Ding Dong Dong understood very well. With the healing she performed, there was no way she was an ordinary healer. Her level must be at least level 4, maybe higher. It's worth noting that the Healer Guild's level assessment isn't solely based on talent. Even if they wanted a level 4 healer's assistance, the Ding Dong Dong clan could hardly afford it. Thus, the reward they had provided earlier was actually quite modest. This is from the clan leader. We hope you won't mind, said the cream-colored Ding Dong Dong, handing over a brown card. Ling Mo recognized it immediately as a bank card. After seeing her abilities, the Ding Dong Dongs had been extremely nervous. They feared their initial payment was far too low. Although the highly skilled healer hadn't complained, there was no telling if she might think differently later and retaliate against the Ding Dong Dong clan. Better to be safe than sorry. Thus, they essentially handed over everything they had. Ling Mo accepted the card, smiling. I'll take this. Until we meet again, goodbye. Seeing Ling Mo accept the card, the cream-colored Ding Dong Dong visibly relaxed. As for her, until we meet again, he didn't take it to heart. They were about to relocate. The move had been planned long ago, but with so many elders and sickly members in the clan, progress was slow. Now that everyone had been healed, the move could proceed faster. By this time tomorrow, the Ding Dong Dongs would no longer be here. Elsewhere, after leaving the underground city, Ling Mo continued with her plan to collect supplies she could take with her. During this, she ran into a familiar face. Yicheng was dodging attacks from behind, seeking an escape while muttering angrily, "Are you people crazy? I have no grudge with you, so why are you chasing me relentlessly?" One of the pursuers replied, "Not liking you is reason enough. I hate you pretty boys. See one, hit one, see a pair, hit a pair. Got a problem with that?" Yicheng certainly had a problem. With this logic, it was outrageous. This was the first time anyone had called him a pretty boy. He might have paler skin, but nothing else justified the label. Maybe these people had vision problems. No matter, this didn't change the situation. He had to find a way out. Fortunately, his water talent gave him a clear advantage on Water Planet. However, the opponents also had 2 water-based users, which kept him suppressed. Chapter 501 Ding Dong Dong and Cheese Grass, End. Yicheng tried several times to put distance between himself and the people chasing him, but each attempt failed. Among them, one seemed to boost his teammates' speed. Whenever he managed to gain a little distance using nearby trees, the person would activate his talent and quickly close the gap. Just as they were about to catch him, several ice spikes suddenly shot out, straight toward the pursuers behind Yicheng. It happened so suddenly that they had no time to react. With several pft sounds, the ice spikes pierced their shoulders. Ling Mo hadn't aimed to kill, she deliberately avoided vital points. Seeing this, Yicheng was startled but reacted even faster, accelerating to get out of the danger zone. After about 10 minutes of running, confident that no one could catch up, Yicheng finally stopped. At the same time, Ling Mo appeared. In fact, she had been following Yicheng the whole time. Hearing the movement behind him, Yicheng initially thought the pursuers had caught up and became alert. When he saw it was Ling Mo standing on a tree, he instantly relaxed. "Ah, it's you. What are you doing here? Did you finish your task?" Yicheng asked. "My task was already completed, and I've been following you the whole time. Didn't you notice, Yicheng?" Ling Mo gave him a look that said, "You really weren't paying attention." "Following me?" Yicheng seemed to realize something and asked, "Were you the one who shot the ice spikes at those people?" Ling Mo nodded confidently. "Yes, that was me." "But Yicheng, why did you anger those people that they wouldn't let you go?" Yicheng frowned. "Probably jealous because my skin's fairer than theirs." Ling Mo. Jumping down from the tree, she threw a space knot to him. Yicheng caught it and looked at her, puzzled. "What's this for?" "For work, of course. The game's about to end, hurry up." At the mention of work, Yicheng immediately got moving. He followed Ling Mo to a field full of man mushrooms. The mushrooms were lush and untouched. Ling Mo pointed at them. "You pick the mushrooms. When your space knot is full, come tell me." Yicheng nodded. "Okay, but what are you going to do?" Ling Mo pointed at the pointed sprouts emerging from the ground. "I'll take care of these." Time was tight, so she didn't explain further, and Yicheng didn't ask. He had been advised early on by his younger brother, if Ling Mo was in the same game, don't ask why, just follow her lead. Satisfied with Yicheng's cooperation, Ling Mo turned her attention to the pointed seedlings. According to Qian Mo, these were a plant called water reed, Shui Lu. Water reed was one of the most common plants on water planet, growing rapidly everywhere. Fully grown water reeds were merely food for herbivores, but fresh sprouts were valuable. Research showed that the new sprouts contained a special substance that could increase the awakened talent rate in children. This didn't just mean awakening any talent, it ensured the awakening of strong talents, not useless ones. Though Ling Mo already had awakening potions, not all children successfully awaken after taking them. In 100 children, there were always 1 or 2 unlucky ones who couldn't awaken. Moreover, awakening potions weren't effective for all races, but water reed worked for all species young. Children are always a species' hope. Unfortunately, the substance in water reed couldn't be extracted to make potions. To ingest it, one had to eat the water reed directly. However, each plant contained limited amounts. Research showed that for a child to fully awaken, they would need to eat water reed from birth until awakening. Few had the perseverance or time for this. But for Ling Mo, this wasn't difficult, the god had given her a pharmaceutical ring. She bent down, plucked a water reed, and placed it in the ring. As the water reed disappeared, the ring's outer light circle flashed, and a section lit up. Normally, this meant success, but Ling Mo, able to communicate with the ring, noticed no new options appeared. She quickly realized why: there weren't enough materials. Such a situation had never occurred before. Apparently, the special substance in water reed was extremely scarce. Knowing the reason made the solution simple: just add more water reed. Water reed was everywhere on water planet. So, Ling Mo began collecting water reed continuously. During this, except for Yicheng coming over when his space knot was full, Ling Mo focused on gathering and placing water reed into the pharmaceutical ring. After some time, the system suddenly spoke to all players. "Congratulations! You have completed the game task. All players who completed the task will be teleported back to their original entry point in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. At the final countdown, Ling Mo finally activated the pharmaceutical ring at the last moment, a truly narrow success. A flash of white light. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the elf treehouse. When entering the game, she had been in her room, about to go eat. After leaving the game, she instinctively checked the time. If she remembered correctly, only 1 minute had passed in the real world. Sitting back on the bed, Ling Mo began to inspect her gains. The most important was the new medicine in the pharmaceutical ring. The ring had named it Awakening Potion, Children's Edition. Its effect can be given to children from birth. Every 3 months, they take it until they awaken their talent. With this potion, they are guaranteed to awaken a powerful talent. Chapter 502 Bounty. After reading the effects of the children's version of the Awakening Potion, Ling Mo was so excited she almost jumped for joy. She could already foresee how popular the children's version of the Awakening Potion would be after it was released. However, this time Ling Mo didn't rush to release it immediately, but planned to save it up first. She would send this month's worth of Awakening Potion to the 1, 2, 3 wooden man first. After doing all this, Ling Mo was about to leave the room. She was a little hungry and decided to go get some food. The time she entered the game this time was a bit too sudden, causing many people to not have time to prepare. Although there was no shortage of food on Water Star, in such a dangerous environment, it was impossible to have a proper meal. Although Ling Mo had a space and plenty of supplies, it was impossible to eat properly in that environment. She could only barely fill her stomach, and the taste was secondary. Especially on the last day, in order to treat more ding dong dong, she would just eat energy bars when she was hungry. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave the room, a series of warning sounds suddenly came from behind her. Warning! Warning! Hearing the urgency in Kaiman's tone, Ling Mo's first reaction was that there was some danger nearby. But then she thought, Black Wolf and Ghost Cat Owl had always lived on the island, they couldn't possibly miss any danger. Besides, there were always surveillance cameras patrolling the island, and her mental energy hadn't been withdrawn. Could something have happened on Blue Star? That seemed unlikely. Or was something wrong on another planet? Thinking of this, Ling Mo's first thought was of the 3 planets currently being developed, and later, the Red Hot Spring Star. Hot Spring Star was the name Ling Mo had chosen, simple and direct. After learning that Hot Spring Star contained a large amount of underground water resources, Ling Mo decided to develop it into the largest hot spring park. However, this wasn't something that could be done overnight. Hot Spring Star was still in the development stage. Right now, the name was probably only for misleading others. However, this time, Ling Mo was wrong again. It wasn't Blue Star that was in danger, nor was it any other planet. Wait, what happened? Ling Mo asked. We just discovered bounties related to you, Master, at the Adventurers Guild, and there's more than one. After hearing Kaiman's words, Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, wondering if she had misheard. A bounty? Hers? Why did she understand each word Kaiman said individually, but not the meaning when put together? Wait, who on earth is putting a bounty on her? Are they just bored? And there's more than one. Ling Mo mentally complained as she opened the Adventurers' internal system. The Adventurers Guild has its own network, allowing adventurers to accept quests and register identities at any time. She opened the quest section and clicked on the bounty area. Posting a quest and posting a bounty are different. The tasks on the bounty list are generally varied, mostly involving finding something, materials, hunting creatures, or exploring unknown planets. Tasks appearing on the bounty list are either urgent, high-risk missions requiring quick completion, or they offer a bounty for a life. In Ling Mo's view, the bounty list was no different from an assassination list. The 2A-level wanted criminals she had previously captured were also on this list, and the offered price was quite high. After opening the bounty list, she started searching from the beginning and found the bounty mentioned by Kaiman around the 80th position. When Ling Mo saw the bounty details, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The bounty was for her in-game identity. That wasn't entirely accurate, as she hadn't revealed her identity in the game. However, based on the bounty, it seemed the other party already knew she was Lord Wuyo. In the end, it was all because she was too outstanding. After understanding the bounty details, Ling Mo began searching for who had issued the bounty. Bounties and quests differ in that quests can be anonymous, but the information of the person posting a bounty is public. It's said that bounties used to be kept secret, but an incident occurred that made the identities of bounty posters public. It said that an anonymous person posted a bounty for the head of an S-rank powerhouse. The S-rank powerhouse, unhappy about being wanted to know the person's identity, but the Adventurers Guild refused, as revealing the person's identity would damage their reputation. Normally, others in this situation would either persist or find other ways to resolve the issue. But this S-rank powerhouse was clearly stubborn. Already annoyed by the bounty, the Adventurers Guild added fuel to the fire, especially since they were the ones who provided the platform for the bounty. Combining old and new grudges, the S-rank powerhouse stormed the Adventurers Guild headquarters, killing many people, and even publishing the information of all the anonymous bounty posters, causing a major bloodbath. From then on, the Adventurers Guild's rules changed. Soon, Ling Mo found the person who posted the bounty, Li Feiyin. Seeing this surname, Ling Mo was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen a surname other than the 100 family surnames. "Wait a minute, can you find this person's information?" Ling Mo asked. Although she asked this, Ling Mo didn't really have high hopes, because there's a saying, for every policy, there's a countermeasure. Since the requirement for real name registration for posting bounties, those who truly wanted to post bounties wouldn't do it themselves, but instead found a substitute to avoid retaliation. However, to Ling Mo's surprise, Kaiman quickly found this person's information. Because Li Fei wasn't an ordinary surname, but a royal surname, and Li Feiyin was the 7th princess of the royal family. "Master, this 7th princess is a half-human, half-elf, half-dragon hybrid, and is currently the other representative of the royal family besides the 13th princess. Generally, her actions represent the royal family's attitude." The implication was that this bounty was most likely posted by the royal family, not just the 7th princess's personal action. Afterwards, Ling Mo checked several other bounties, and as expected, they all used body doubles. However, based on the identities of these body doubles, it was possible to deduce who was behind them. After a thorough investigation, Ling Mo looked at the results before her and fell silent. Chapter 503 The Carefree Ling Mo. Although being noticed is a good thing, Ling Mo would rather let others have it now. On the bounty list, besides the 7th princess's bounty, there were 4 others, making a total of 5. The other 4 were posted by decoys, but although they tried to hide it, they were clearly very perfunctory, as if it were just a routine task. Looking at the identities of the 4 decoys that Kaiman had tracked down, pirate, 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 and more pirates. And they belonged to different pirate groups. She had stirred up a pirate den. Being targeted by these people was not a good thing. Fortunately, she had been cautious enough in the game, and apart from Jiang Xian and a few others, no one knew her true identity yet. But soon she thought of something else. She was using her real name in the game. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now, she felt like going back and slapping her past self. Why couldn't she use her real name when it was already taken? Now look what happened. She wondered if there were any name change cards in Divine Soul. In short, until a solution was found, Ling Mo decided to keep a low profile, as low as possible. She had already prepared a batch of items before entering the game. Her original plan was to skip the auction house and trade directly with the major guilds. After all, while the auction house was safe, the fees alone would be exorbitant for so many items, and Ling Mo felt the pinch. But this sudden incident disrupted her plans. Higher fees were fine. As the saying goes, the cost is ultimately borne by the customer. She could simply raise the price further. Ultimately, these people had only themselves to blame. Yes, that was settled. She logged into the game shortly and listed the prepared items. Having made her plans, Ling Mo took a deep breath and left the room. On the first floor, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu were already waiting. Seeing Ling Mo come downstairs, Yi Kai asked, "Why are you so late?" Ling Mo hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell them about the bounty, since these 3 knew the truth, and telling them was to prevent them from exposing themselves. "I've been put on a bounty." The moment the words left her mouth, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu all stopped what they were doing, their eyes almost simultaneously fixed on Ling Mo. "What did you just say? Who's been put on a bounty?" Jiang Xian even picked at his ear with a doubtful look, thinking he'd misheard. Ling Mo pointed to herself, "I've been put on a bounty, right now on the Adventurers Guild's bounty list." Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but become serious. What exactly happened? Fuyu was the first to speak. "If you really want to know, it's probably because I'm too outstanding." Ling Mo then explained the whole story and her guess. After hearing the reasons, Jiang Xian and his two companions fell silent. To be honest, it seemed they couldn't resolve this matter on their own. Even if they told the base now, they probably wouldn't be able to fix it. Seeing their serious expressions, Ling Mo said casually, "Don't be so lifeless. Fortunately, they don't know our situation here, and the bounty won't affect me much. Just be more careful in the game from now on. I told you this so you'd be careful in the game and not expose my identity." Then she looked at Jiang Xian, "Especially you. My worry-free territory is very close to yours. Players who want to find out my identity might try to get information from you." Jiang Xian obviously thought of this too and asked, "Should I turn against you?" "Let's not, that would seem a bit deliberate. Let's just maintain our usual relationship," Ling Mo said. Because of the bounty, Jiang Xian and his companions, who had just left the game feeling relaxed, became somewhat anxious. If Ling Mo hadn't stopped them, they would have been eager to enter the game by now, even though they didn't know what they would do in the game. Ling Mo came to the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and prepared to eat. At this moment, Fuyu's voice suddenly rang in her ears, "Are you really all right? What could be wrong?" Ling Mo's tone was indifferent, as if she didn't care about the matter. Fuyu looked at the two people with their brows furrowed because of this, and then looked at Ling Mo, who was relaxed and composed. The two were in stark contrast. Ling Mo noticed Fuyu's gaze and explained, "It's not that I'm not worried, but I know that even if I were worried now, it would be useless. The bounty has already been issued. I can't exactly hold a knife to those people and force them to withdraw it. What's the difference between that and offering myself up? I'd rather protect my identity. Being anxious and worried will only hurt my body in the end." Fuyu. She felt that what Ling Mo said made a lot of sense. It was indeed useless to be anxious about this kind of thing. After all, one of them was a high and mighty princess, and the other was a reckless pirate. Neither of them were people they could afford to offend right now. Watching Ling Mo calmly eat, Fuyu mentally labeled her as carefree. "However, I don't plan to do nothing," Fuyu said, hearing Ling Mo's words. "What good ideas do you have?" "There's a healers guild in the Federation, full of people who have awakened healing talents. If I join them, I'll automatically gain the guild's protection," Ling Mo said. Originally, Ling Mo hadn't planned to join the healers guild so quickly. She wanted to participate in a few more rounds of the game, or perhaps voluntarily give up her game qualification. Yes, Ling Mo was now considering giving up her game qualification. This wasn't a sudden thought, she had been considering it for a long time. It wasn't because she thought the game was dangerous or too difficult, but because she discovered that she could participate in the game's missions even without playing. Now she had an interstellar ID card, was a legal citizen of the Federation, and owned large businesses on several planets. A teleportation portal could send her to any planet. Frankly, she now felt the game was somewhat dispensable. The reason she hasn't made up her mind yet is that she's afraid she'll regret it. What if some huge opportunity awaits her later in the game? Ling Mo feels that if that's the case, she'll definitely regret giving up her game qualification. She might even be ridiculed, since her reputation for drunken antics is already quite established. Another major reason is her shop. Losing her game qualification means her shop will be forcibly closed. Chapter 504, The Newly Born Spiritual Being. At this moment, Jiang Xian and the others were unaware of Ling Mo's thoughts. After they finished eating, Yi Kai suddenly noticed the small white spiritual snake coiled on Fuyu's shoulder. As if suddenly remembering something, he waved his hand, and a spirit bird with blue feathers and white patterns flew out. With the appearance of this spirit bird, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the living room. Ling Mo looked at the blue spirit bird and immediately recognized it as a newly born spiritual being. Looking at Ye Kai, a hint of surprise flashed in Ling Mo's eyes. A spiritual being, as the name suggests, is a manifestation of powerful spiritual energy. Not everyone can be born with a spiritual being. Generally, those who awaken spiritual talents are more likely to be born with a spiritual being. Of course, other talents can also awaken a spiritual being, but the probability is much lower, and it takes much longer, requiring a higher level. Currently, the fastest recorded awakening of a spiritual being in interstellar space, excluding spiritual talents, is at level 5. Moreover, this awakened person had been awakened for many years before finally possessing their own spiritual body. Although Ye Kai's level was high, having reached level 4, how long had he been awakened? At most, it had been less than a year, yet he had already given birth to a spiritual body with a non-spiritual talent. If such a talent were to spread, it would probably shock the interstellar people to the point of speechlessness. Sure enough, the next second, Ye Kai introduced, "This is my spiritual power, the wind bird." It suddenly appeared during a battle in the game. Although Ye Kai didn't specify what kind of battle it was, the others could guess that the battle must have been extremely intense, otherwise, it wouldn't have even forced out a spiritual body. As he spoke, Ye Kai gestured for the spiritual body to return to his side. However, the wind bird didn't even glance at him, landing directly on Ling Mo's shoulder and preening its feathers. Seeing this, Ye Kai looked somewhat embarrassed, forcing himself to remain calm as he withdrew his hand, muttering in confusion, "Strange, it was quite close to me before, why did you betray me as soon as you saw Mo?" Ling Mo, however, seemed unsurprised. Spiritual bodies grow by absorbing other spiritual bodies. My spiritual power is stronger than yours, so the azure bird naturally chose me subconsciously. There was another point, but Ling Mo didn't mention it. Ling Mo constantly projected her spiritual power. Although Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fuyu didn't feel anything, through daily contact, their bodies were somewhat imbued with her spiritual energy and integrated into their own. In other words, under Ling Mo's influence, their spiritual energy fluctuations were very similar. If they were still considered human relationships, they would be like half-siblings. This was why the azure bird chose to be close to Ling Mo. Besides feeling the immense benefits of being by Ling Mo's side, it also felt a strong connection because her spiritual power was similar to Ye Kai's. Just then, Ling Mo suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her calf. Looking down, she saw a small beast covered in purple scales and surrounded by purple lightning nuzzling her leg affectionately. Seeing the beast's behavior, Ling Mo instinctively looked at Jiang Xian. This beast was clearly also a spiritual entity, and among everyone present, only Jiang Xian possessed the talent of lightning. Facing Ling Mo's gaze, Jiang Xian blinked innocently, "Why are you looking at me?" "Boss, isn't this spirit creature yours?" Fuyu asked first. Jiang Xian shook his head. "No, I don't recognize it at all. I thought you'd tamed another new pet, Mo." Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Ling Mo fell silent for a moment. She looked down at the little beast rubbing against her leg. Probably because it was newly born, it couldn't control its internal energy yet, so it was discharging electricity as it rubbed against her. Her leg was already numb from the electric shock. She reached out to pick up the little beast. But before her hand even touched its body, her fingers were shocked. Ling Mo instinctively pulled her hand back. The shock didn't hurt. The giant positive and negative mushroom she found in the Krino grassland a long time ago had greatly increased her lightning resistance. Although it wasn't as abnormal as her ice resistance, ordinary lightning couldn't cause her any harm. So when she reached out a second time, Ling Mo easily picked up the little beast from the ground. Sensing that Ling Mo meant no harm and recognizing her familiar aura, the little beast didn't resist, obediently allowing Ling Mo to pick it up. Its tail, covered in purple scales, swayed gently, its golden eyes looking at Ling Mo with pure innocence and dependence. As the tail moved faster, a ball of purple lightning gathered at its tip. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly examined it, confirming its presence, and then decisively placed it in Jiang Xian's arms. "This is your spiritual form." The moment the little beast was in Jiang Xian's arms, Its scent landed on his arm, and a purple current instantly coursed through his body, but Jiang Xian seemed completely unaffected. Seeing this, Ling Mo became even more certain of her guess. Only the owner of a spiritual form could be completely immune to attacks from that form, remaining unharmed. Jiang Xian was still completely bewildered, looking down at the little beast in his hand, its eyes clearly showing disdain. This is my spiritual body? But why don't I feel anything at all? That's normal. I didn't feel anything when my little white was born either, it just appeared out of nowhere, Ling Mo said. Fuyu nodded, indicating that he felt the same way. And so, Jiang Xian happily accepted the fact that he too possessed a spiritual body. After all, it was a good thing. Moreover, of the 4 people, the other 3 had already left, and although they said they didn't care, they were still somewhat disappointed. Now, he had a spiritual body too. However, his spiritual body seemed to dislike him. Even when he tried to talk to it, it showed a dismissive expression, even a hint of resentment in its eyes. This puzzled Jiang Xian, so he could only turn to Ling Mo for help, since she was the first among them to possess a spiritual body. Chapter 505 A Rebellious Heart. Ling Mo, who was studying vegetable planting in the yard, was taken aback when she heard Jiang Xian's reason for coming to see her. Then, a strange expression appeared on her face. This was the first time she had heard of someone having a disagreement with their spiritual entity and needing an outsider to mediate. Can't you sense what it's thinking? Ling Mo asked. Jiang Xian shook his head. It refuses to communicate with me. Ling Mo. What a unique spiritual entity. She looked at Jiang Xian again. He appeared to be the gentle senior type, seemingly very easy to talk to. In fact, after getting to know him, he was indeed very easy to talk to. She hadn't expected the spiritual entity he created to be so rebellious. Thinking that a spiritual entity reflects its owner's truest personality, Ling Mo's expression towards Jiang Xian became meaningful. It seemed that beneath Jiang Xian's gentle exterior lay a rebellious heart. Alright, I'll give it a try. With that, Ling Mo released Xiaobai. Spiritual entities could always communicate better with each other. Soon, Ling Mo received a message from Xiaobai. However, after listening, Ling Mo's expression became even more strange. Seeing this, Jiang Xian couldn't help but become anxious. What's wrong? After learning that the little beast was his spiritual body, Jiang Xian had also researched a lot of information. But spiritual bodies on the star network and their original bodies were all close partners, and in his situation, he didn't even have a reference. Ling Mo opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to start. Thinking of the message that Xiaobai had just sent back, Ling Mo pondered in her heart, how could she say it without hurting Jiang Xian's fragile heart? Well, Xiaobai just told me that the reason your spiritual body is ignoring you is simply because it doesn't like you and doesn't want to talk to you. After hearing this, Jiang Xian looked at Ling Mo in shock, his eyes seeming to ask, are you serious? Ling Mo nodded heavily, then patted his shoulder, he's only just been born. You should spend more time with him and build a relationship. After all, you have a long future ahead of you. Mo. Just then, Yi Kai's voice suddenly came from afar. Ling Mo decisively abandoned the dazed Jiang Xian and ran towards Yi Kai. After running a distance, she saw another person standing behind Yi Kai, Yi Qing. Yi Qing had come to deliver something to Ling Mo. Only then did Ling Mo remember that the game had ended too suddenly, and she hadn't gotten back the spatial key from Yi Qing. Wow, what a huge mushroom! Yi Kai exclaimed as he watched Ling Mo take out a mushroom bigger than his face from her spatial storage. This looks familiar. I've seen it in the game before. Is this kind of mushroom very precious? Being able to be eaten was the most basic requirement for Ling Mo to take it back. At the time, because he was in a hurry to complete the mission, Yi Kai didn't stop even after discovering this mushroom, and he didn't even use his AI to search for its name. Because it was just a fleeting glance, he didn't think much of it. If Ling Mo hadn't suddenly brought it up, he probably wouldn't have remembered it at all. It's not particularly precious. On the contrary, if this kind of steamed bun mushroom appeared on other planets, it would be considered an invasive species. But it's edible, nutritious, and very filling, almost like a large steamed bun. After Ling Mo explained the uses of the steamed mushroom, Yi Kai's eyes lit up. Although many people had moved to Qingyang Star, many more remained on Blue Star. And if you were to ask what Blue Star lacked most right now, it would undoubtedly be food. Having more food meant more people could survive. Isn't this steamed mushroom similar to the soldiers' food? Ling Mo nodded, but quickly shook her head. It's similar, but not the same. The soldiers' food is a material for making nutrient solutions. Few people eat it directly, but the steamed mushroom is a food. Holding the spatial key, Ling Mo turned to Yi Kai and Yi Qing, asking, "Are you two all right?" The two were caught off guard by the sudden question and nodded instinctively. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Ling Mo's face. "Since you're all right, come and help." "Oh, okay." Ling Mo walked ahead with the spatial key, while Yi Kai and Yi Qing followed behind. In no time, the three arrived at a forest. Not far from the forest was a lake. Although it couldn't compare to the environment on Water Star, it still had enough moisture to meet the growth needs of the man-man mushrooms. Ling Mo took the man-man mushrooms out of her spatial storage and brought them close to the tree trunk, vigorously patting them to release the spores inside. Yi Kai immediately understood Ling Mo's intention when he saw her actions, but... Mo, are you sure this will really work? Or should we just give them to the people at the base? Ling Mo straightened up after patting one man-man mushroom and said, "I've already prepared the ones for the base, but I also want to see if the environment on Qingyang Star is suitable for the growth of man-man mushrooms. If it doesn't work, she'll have to resort to greenhouse cultivation." As for giving up, she had never considered it. Giving up was impossible, never in this lifetime. And she wasn't sure if her method would be successful. Anyway, the man-man mushrooms in her spatial storage were growing quite well. In the end, it was several hours later when the three of them had packed all the man-man mushrooms in their spatial storage. The three were so exhausted they could barely stand, their stomachs rumbling in protest. Ling Mo, looking at the scrambled eggs with mushrooms they'd ruined, said, "Let's eat this today. Yi Qing, stay and eat with us too." Yi Qing didn't refuse Ling Mo's suggestion, as he was indeed hungry. Good ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. The three chose a flat spot by the lake to sit down. Ling Mo took out her portable barbecue grill, while Yi Kai took out the seasonings. They quickly washed the mushrooms, sliced them, and grilled them on the grill. Just before they were done, they sprinkled on some seasonings, and a simple dish of mushrooms with mushrooms was ready. "It looks pretty good," Yi Kai said, eagerly picking up a skewer of mushrooms to eat. The grilled mushrooms were tender and juicy, one bite was simply unforgettable. The three were quickly won over by the taste of the mushrooms. "We might consider opening a barbecue restaurant in the Federation in the future. With this skill, the business will definitely be booming and customers will come in droves." Chapter 506, Do Fish Also Experience Growing Pains? After everyone finished their work, Ling Mo handed the prepared steamed mushrooms to Yi Kai. Yi Kai, having received the spatial button, understood and asked, "Is there anything you want this time?" Hearing this, Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, "Nothing." She knew very well what the base had, and she really didn't want anything. After all, she had more and better stuff than they did. By the way, steamed mushrooms aren't rare on Water Star. I guess some people brought them back, but definitely not as many as we have. Hearing this, Yi Kai nodded, indicating he understood, and then left with Yi Qing. Once the two were completely out of sight, Ling Mo stood up and stretched. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before Ling Mo's eyes. The screen showed an anomaly on Cloud Sea Star. Several deep-sea whirlpools were slowly forming. According to predictions, once these deep-sea whirlpools were fully formed, they would cause incalculable damage to the fish and crops on Cloud Sea Star. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately flashing into the spatial dimension and arriving at Yunhai Star. Upon arriving, Ling Mo immediately sensed something was wrong. The air was thick with the smell of impending storm. She looked around but didn't see any familiar figures. Usually, whenever she arrived at Yunhai Star, Yunhai Whale, no matter where it was or what it was doing, would travel a great distance to welcome her. Why was there no sign of it today? After a while, Yunhai Whale still hadn't appeared, but the dolphin whales that had been taking care of it showed up. The two dolphin whales anxiously spoke to each other as soon as they saw Ling Mo. From their conversation, Ling Mo quickly understood what was going on. The fundamental reason Yunhai Whale hadn't appeared was that it was the cause of the current anomaly on Yunhai Star. At the same time, she also learned the cause of the problem. It turned out that Yunhai Whale was growing too fast, causing growing pains. Ling Mo asked Qiaman to search for the symptoms of growing pains. Looking at the information Qiaman found, she understood. Lower limb pain, muscle pain, symptoms worsening at night, limited mobility, and rapid growth. Growing pains generally occur in children aged 3 to 12, but some children may experience them before the age of 18. The pain is mostly felt at night. The peak ages for growing pains are 3 to 5 and 8 to 12 years old, usually related to bone growth and muscle fatigue. Growing pains are a normal physiological phenomenon during a child's growth and development. Information from Baidu. Ling Mo herself had never experienced growing pains, she had only heard similar complaints from married colleagues who had children. But if human infants experience these problems, why would fish have similar anxieties? Ling Mo couldn't understand, and even found it a bit absurd. But no matter how ridiculous this was, it had already happened, and she had to find a solution. Otherwise, her Yunhai Whale would be the one suffering next. Ling Mo quickly looked up how to relieve growing pains. There were quite a few relief methods online, including adjusting diet, moderate exercise, getting enough sleep, applying heat, or massage. Seeing these methods and adjusting their diet, Yunhai Whale spends all day either in the sky or in the sea, eating only pure, natural, and pollution-free fish, shrimp, and vegetables. What else is needed to adjust its diet? This method is out. Then there's moderate exercise. That won't work either. The cloud whale spends all day either swimming in the sky or in the water, that's not enough exercise. Sufficient sleep is also not ideal. Like dolphins, cloud whales can alternate between the left and right hemispheres for rest. Once the left hemisphere has had enough sleep, the right hemisphere takes over. Hot compresses and massages are obviously ineffective. Since none of these work, only one thing remains: supplementing with calcium and vitamin D. These can be obtained from food, but that's too slow, so Ling Mo thought of potions. With that in mind, she took out her potion-making ring. Only then did Ling Mo realize that she had run out of potion-making opportunities for the day. And all the randomly generated potions had already sold out. It seems she'll have to wait until tomorrow. However, while she can wait, the cloud whale obviously can't. Seeing the whirlpool growing larger, Ling Mo could only temporarily move it to a wide-open area, free of fish and crops. At this moment, Ling Mo couldn't help but feel fortunate that the cloud sea whale wasn't too large, only a little over 100 meters long at most. Cloud Sea Star was also large enough that she still had many undeveloped areas. If the Cloud Sea Whale were larger, reaching 1,000 meters in length, she would have had to reluctantly give it up. After settling the Cloud Sea Whale in and having the dolphin whale beast look after it, she would deliver the potions the next day after the potion-making ring refreshed. However, before that, she needed to carefully study the potions and select the two most suitable ones. Back at the elf treehouse, Ling Mo continued her selection. Unbeknownst to her, the number of potions in the potion-making ring had reached several hundred. Among these potions, some had overlapping effects, some were rather useless, and some lower-level potions already had better alternatives. Just as Ling Mo was somewhat frustrated with her potion selection, an option suddenly appeared before her eyes. Optimize the number of potions in the potion-making ring? Yes or no? Looking at this option, it was truly a case of getting exactly what she wanted. However, she didn't make a decision so quickly. Instead, she asked, what kind of optimization? Does it mean optimizing away all the unused and less useful potions? If so, then forget it. No, optimization involves fusing less frequently used potions into entirely new ones. The original potions are preserved, but they are sealed and can be produced again by actively activating them. After some explanation, Ling Mo understood the function of optimization, fusing two or more potions into a completely new one. The fused potion combines the characteristics of both, and this fusion can be reversed. It seemed she hadn't suffered any loss, in fact, she had gained something. Perhaps she could even offer a customized potion service in the future. After selecting yes, the potion-making ring was enveloped in a golden light. When the light dissipated, the potion-making options in the ring were reduced by more than half. The two awakening potions had become one, and the first one was the potion Ling Mo was looking for, a fusion of a calcium potion and a vitamin essence tablet. Chapter 507 Blacklist. After making her selections, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was almost dizzy from looking at all those rows of potions. She had exchanged both of her designated slots for this potion, now she just had to wait until after midnight. Arriving on the first floor, Jiang Xian's game pod was running, while Yi Kai and Fuyu were not home. Seeing this, Ling Mo also went to her own game pod. Although she had a bounty on her, her identity hadn't been exposed yet. She logged into the game and listed the game items she had previously crafted on the auction house. After logging into the game and entering the auction house, Ling Mo suddenly stopped and asked, "Does your auction house have a blacklist function?" Serving Ling Mo was a blue-winged orb with a soft, cute voice. "Yes, may I ask who you want to add to the blacklist?" "The Royal Guild," Ling Mo slowly uttered a name. Although the bounty didn't pose a threat to her at this stage, it didn't mean it wouldn't affect her. But she also had a temper. Previously, when she wanted to return to the worry-free territory, she found it surrounded by people, mostly adventurers. These people were there specifically to capture her for the bounty. The seventh princess had said that even if the person wasn't found in reality, capturing them in the game would still earn 70% of the bounty. Ling Mo didn't hesitate to blacklist the Royal Guild and its several lackey guilds. Let them put a bounty on me, you'll regret it. After doing this, Ling Mo finally felt comfortable putting all the items she had crafted up for sale. This time, Ling Mo crafted fewer items than before, but it wasn't a small number either. Because she had obtained a new batch of materials from the village chief, the quality of these items was far superior to the first batch. One of them, the Annihilation Arrow, although made from scraps, was infused with the power of annihilation, making its damage absolutely unparalleled. Of course, bringing this item to life wasn't something an ordinary person could do. This single arrow required a staggering 30,000 real-world exchange vouchers. Ling Mo was genuinely shocked when she saw this number. She herself only possessed a few vouchers, a reward from the system after she crafted a powerful item. Other players obtained vouchers either by achieving certain accomplishments or by clearing dungeons. First-time dungeon clears and fastest completion records typically rewarded vouchers. Ling Mo was unaware that her appearance had made the already scarce vouchers even rarer, driving their price several times over, yet demand still far exceeded supply. Top-ranked guilds, in particular, were frantically collecting vouchers. The moment Ling Mo listed the item in the auction house, the information was immediately noticed by her underlings who were waiting there, who reported it as quickly as possible. Members of the guilds arrived in record time. Ling Mo was dressed in a rabbit outfit, carrying a red carrot on her back. Although her attire was somewhat conspicuous, her low level made her appear harmless, and everyone's attention was focused on the newly appeared items, with very few people noticing her. When they saw the information about the first few items, everyone around her stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The quality of this batch of items was even better than the previous ones, and even better than the first items to appear. As everyone swallowed hard, the Annihilation Arrow was the final item to appear. The arrow was jet black, without any superfluous decoration, radiating a metallic sheen. Even just a picture of it sent chills down everyone's spine. When everyone saw its effect, they all gasped. Annihilation Arrow. This is an arrow soaked in annihilation. Anyone struck by it will be reduced to ashes, leaving no trace. Warm reminder, this item is extremely dangerous and requires life energy to use. Unless you are its creator, no one is exempt. This is a special item, it requires 30,000 reality exchange scrolls to materialize it. Materialized items will disappear forever from the game. Please choose carefully. After seeing the annihilation arrow's effect, only one word remained in everyone's mind: powerful. This item was simply too powerful. As for the side effects, such a powerful item would be expected to have some side effects. At this moment, scouts from various guilds, upon seeing the introduction of the annihilation arrow, frantically sent messages to their respective allies, urging them to arrive quickly, and then forwarded the information about the annihilation arrow. Everyone had only one thought in mind, regardless of whether they possessed the 30,000 real-world exchange vouchers: this annihilation arrow absolutely could not fall into the hands of any other guild. The top-ranked guilds quickly arrived at the battlefield. Seeing this, the other smaller guilds knew they couldn't participate. Although they also coveted the annihilation arrow, they were aware of their limitations. Now, they only hoped that the top guilds would fight fiercely. They were too weak. The Royal Guild was the last to arrive. Although they were the last, their arrival was anything but small. Seeing this, Ling Mo hid in the crowd, silently retreating with them, handing the stage to these people. Watching the Royal Guild's high-profile entrance, Ling Mo was already impatient to see their reactions upon learning they had been blacklisted and unable to participate in the auction. It would surely be quite a spectacle. Just as Ling Mo had predicted, the Royal Guild arrived confidently, only to be informed they'd been blacklisted just as they were about to make a bid. The Royal Guild was represented by its vice president, supposedly a prince of the royal family, holding a high position within the royal clan. The prince's expression was far from pleasant. He'd probably never encountered anything like this before. His eyes widened as he asked the auction house again, "You mean the person who created the item has blacklisted me?" "Yes," came an NPC in a cheongsam. She smiled politely. "To be precise, not only you, but all members of the Royal Guild, and former members, have been blacklisted. The creator clearly stated she doesn't want your item to be bought." The room fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Chapter 508 Rich List. Among those present, quite a few knew about the bounty. They had received the news almost as soon as the bounty was posted. However, they didn't intend to follow suit. After all, putting themselves in the royal family's shoes, how could someone capable of creating such a powerful item be an ordinary person? How could they not be angry to be on a bounty list? And sure enough, they were right. The other party was not only angry, but extremely angry. They directly blacklisted the person. This was a clear message to the royal family: "I'm not making money off you, go play by yourselves." As for why, even though there were pirates among those with bounties, only the royal family was blacklisted, they didn't investigate. Some people who had previously clashed with the royal family, seeing the royal family's current predicament, though they didn't show it on their faces, were secretly laughing hysterically. At this moment, a person clad in gleaming silver armor approached the royal vice president, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and comforted him in a seemingly gentle tone: "Your Highness, please don't be angry. After all, the 7th princess is young, and it's normal for her to make mistakes. As long as she's properly instructed when she gets back, everything will be fine. As for the props, if your Highness really wants them, you can consider buying them from me, but the price will definitely be higher." At this point, the person seemed to realize his mistake and said apologetically, "What am I saying? How could the royal family possibly care about such a small amount of money? It seems I was overthinking it." The royal vice president's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger at the person's words. After glaring fiercely at the other person, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Those who had followed him, who had arrived so arrogantly, were now as pathetic as they had been. After the people left, a female player in a peach-colored cheongsam, carrying an oil-paper umbrella, strode forward with a seductive gait. Her eyes held disdain, and she parted her red lips slightly, saying, "The annoying people are finally gone, the air feels so much fresher. The two clearly knew each other and both disliked the royal family. This wasn't surprising, anyone would feel uncomfortable being looked at like a dog. If the person was stronger, one could console oneself. But nowadays, apart from their status and a few outstanding individuals, the royal family was a bunch of good-for-nothings. Over time, the public's dissatisfaction with the royal family grew increasingly apparent. Ling Mo didn't stay in the auction house any longer. As the enthusiasm of the people around her grew, she quietly turned and left. About an hour later, Ling Mo's system showed that she had just received a large sum of game currency. At this point, her bank account balance had directly reached double digits. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, hundreds of millions, billions. Ling Mo counted several times before confirming she hadn't miscalculated, and the smile on her lips was impossible to suppress. She glanced at the current exchange rate between gold coins and game currency. If she exchanged these game coins for gold coins, the amount would increase fivefold. Ling Mo couldn't help but gasp, her heart pounding, and her blood rushing. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind: so much money. Although she had experienced sudden wealth before, this was the first time she had become this rich. With so much money, Ling Mo wondered how to use it. In Divine Soul, monetary transactions were illegal. However, there's a saying, where there's a will, there's a way. After some maneuvering by those major guilds, in-game currency now has purchasing power in the real world, albeit with a slightly more complicated process. For example, if you want to exchange your in-game currency for real gold, first, you need to choose a guild based on your capabilities and the amount of gold you want to exchange. Then, someone from that guild will come to negotiate with you. In real life, you need to use your in-game currency to purchase an item from that guild. In Shinpa, one player cannot gift a large amount of in-game currency to another. Even if they did, they would be charged a high transaction fee. But when buying items, there's no such concern. Furthermore, items can be freely gifted between friends. So, after receiving the item, the guild will send another player to purchase the item from the player with real gold. This completes the transaction. This is just one method, and the simplest one that Ling Mo currently understands. However, if she were to suddenly produce a large amount of game currency, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Just as Ling Mo was racking her brains for a solution, the game system's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Congratulations, player Ling Mo. Your wealth has surpassed 99% of the players in Divine Soul, ranking 9th on the rich list. Would you like to reveal your identity? Rich list? Ling Mo suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a list. Besides the rich list, there were several other lists, such as the war god list, the artifact list, the beauty list, and the honor list. Because Ling Mo was still a newbie in the game, making it onto these lists was a distant dream, so she hadn't paid much attention to it. As a result, she hadn't expected to get the chance to be on the list so quickly. I won't reveal my identity. The auction had just ended, and she was already on the rich list. Did she think everyone was stupid? If she revealed her identity, wouldn't that be tantamount to openly telling everyone that she was the one who made the items? Although, even now, this would still attract attention. However, unless she actively reveals her identity, those people won't be able to find her through the rich list. Just after Ling Mo clicked "Don't reveal identity," the entire game erupted with announcements. Congratulations to player for ranking 9th on the rich list. Let all players send her our sincerest blessings. Congratulations to player for ranking 9th on the rich list. Let all players send her our sincerest blessings. Congratulations to player for ranking 9th on the rich list. Let all players send her our sincerest blessings. These three identical announcements successfully attracted the attention of all players. What shocked everyone most was that this person was listed as unaffiliated. In other words, her ranking on the rich list was entirely due to her own abilities. Chapter 509 Affirmation from the General. Looking at those ranked ahead of Ling Mo, almost all of them were guild leaders or vice leaders of large guilds. Only Ling Mo herself had neither a dazzling title nor did she belong to any particular guild. At this moment, some quick-thinking players immediately realized Ling Mo's identity. However, even if they realized it, it was useless, since nothing could be discerned from that ranking list. Meanwhile, Ling Mo had already found a solution: find several small guilds and exchange game currency multiple times. However, she couldn't do too many, she had to be careful not to get caught. Just as Ling Mo was filtering target guilds, she suddenly noticed a familiar name. China Guild. Seeing this name, Ling Mo slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten about her own guild? So she found the 1, 2, 3 wooden man, a game character, and easily exchanged her game currency. The China Guild was currently in a developmental stage and short of money. Ling Mo's appearance was perfectly timed, solving their immediate crisis. After doing all this, Ling Mo first returned to the worry-free territory and saw that the people lying in wait outside had disappeared. However, she still didn't dare to approach openly. So she just glanced around, confirmed that there was nothing unusual in the territory, and then logged out of the game. If nothing unexpected happened, she probably wouldn't be logging into the game for a while. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a hidden military base, the annihilation arrow was placed on a tray covered with red velvet and presented to a woman. The woman was over 2 meters tall, wearing a black bodysuit, her arms, legs, chest, and some vital parts covered by black armor, and she wore high heels, her long legs straight and long. She had short, neat hair, and 3 black marks resembling lightning bolts on both sides of her cold face, her sharp eyes looking at the annihilation arrow that had been presented. "This is the annihilation arrow." As she spoke, the woman reached out to take it, but was stopped by her subordinates. "General, be careful. These annihilation arrows are incredibly strange. Touching them will continuously drain your life force." Hearing this, Nanjing withdrew her hand and looked at her subordinate, asking, "Have you tested them?" The man shook his head, saying, "We only did half the test." Nanjing frowned. "What do you mean, only half?" Seeing his general's anger, the man quickly explained, "This item is simply too powerful. The testers couldn't use it at all and almost died from it. We tried several times, and the result was the same." Hearing this, Nanjing looked at the annihilation arrows before her, intrigued. "Such a thing exists?" It seems the auction house's description of this item was accurate. An item that absorbs the user's life force to activate. If this were just a game item, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate killing move. But in reality, the same applies, only it requires even greater caution. If only we could find the creator of this item. However, now that it's a virtual game item, I wonder if the annihilation arrow still recognizes its creator. After saying this, Nanjing suddenly looked at her subordinate and asked, "You just said you tested it several times. How are the testers doing now?" She had initially thought they were dead, since the annihilation arrow absorbs life force. She was about to instruct her subordinate to give them a proper burial and provide their families with compensation. However, the next second, she heard her subordinate say, "Those people are fine. They just need some rest and they'll be able to continue working." However, this test has taken a heavy toll on them, and the healer in charge of their treatment still recommends they rest for a longer period. "You mean they're still alive?" Nanjin's shock was undisguised. Her subordinate realized that his general had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "It's like this. Although the annihilation arrow absorbs the wielder's life force, it doesn't absorb it completely. It only absorbs about 80% to 90%, enough to prevent the user from dying instantly. Once it senses that the wielder's life force has been nearly depleted, the annihilation arrow will automatically detach from the user. Researchers call this a self-preservation mechanism. Furthermore, researchers speculate that once the energy within the annihilation arrow reaches a certain level, it will stop absorbing life energy until the user's energy is exhausted, at which point it will begin absorbing again." After hearing his subordinate's explanation, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Nanjing picked up the annihilation arrow from the tray. Even through the gloves, almost the instant she touched the arrow, she felt something within her body being continuously drained. This must be life energy. As a level 6 powerhouse in the Federation, only one step away from level 7, her life force was naturally unmatched. Such intensity would have been unbearable for most, but Nanjing remained completely at ease. About an hour passed in this manner. Gradually, Nanjing also felt she was starting to feel the strain, but out of respect for her general's dignity, she didn't show it. She simply looked at the annihilation arrow in her hand, her gaze darkening. She could clearly feel the annihilation arrow absorbing life force at a slower pace, indicating it was nearing its limit. Sure enough, after about 10 more minutes, the annihilation arrow finally stopped absorbing, its originally jet black shaft gradually turning silvery white. Holding the annihilation arrow, Nanjing gained more information about it. After reviewing this information, even the proud Nanjing had to admit that the person who created the arrow was a genius. She couldn't wait to test the annihilation arrow's power. Thinking this, she stepped outside. Outside the base, a group of people were on high alert, because in the distance, a meteorite was hurtling towards their base at the speed of light. At this speed, it would crash into their base in less than 2 minutes. However, this kind of thing happened frequently before, so they were quite adept at dealing with it, and they were already prepared even without Nanjing's orders. But this time, Nanjing made them stop what they were doing, and as they watched the rapidly approaching meteorite, she slowly raised her right hand. Chapter 510 Legendary Pirate. Amidst the puzzled and bewildered gazes of the crowd, the annihilation arrow shot out like a black streak of light as the meteorite drew ever closer. The others, upon seeing the meteorite's size, were visibly shocked, for it was far larger than they had imagined. Even if they had followed their original plan and shattered the meteorite, their base would undoubtedly have suffered damage. However, this shock lasted only a few seconds. The black light from the arrow collided head-on with the meteorite. Compared to the meteorite's immense size, the annihilation arrow was almost negligible. Yet, this insignificant little thing, upon contact with the meteorite, caused the rapidly falling meteorite to vanish instantly. Yes, it simply disappeared before everyone's eyes. It transformed into a cloud of black particles, vanishing without a trace. The meteorite's disappearance lasted about 5 or 6 seconds. During this time, everyone froze in place, their pupils dizzy with shock. Some even forgot their work and their breathing. They stared at this terrifying scene for a long time before they came to their senses. In fact, not only them, but even Nanjing was unable to recover from what she had just witnessed. To be fair, she could have shattered that meteorite with her own strength, but it would have taken considerable effort. She also had to consider the military base behind her and the people inside. After all, it was built with real money, and she would feel heartache even if it suffered any damage outside of combat. However, such a meteorite was dealt with incredibly easily by the annihilation arrow. What a powerful arrow! What a skilled maker! The last sentence was what Nanjing didn't say aloud. To be honest, if the other party hadn't previously blacklisted the royal family with the bounty on their head, she would have found them by any means necessary after seeing the annihilation arrow's power. However, while she couldn't resort to any means necessary, given her current status, she had many ways to find someone. Just then, a subordinate trotted over and whispered in Nanjing's ear, "General, the person you're looking for has been brought." Hearing this, Nanjing carefully put away the annihilation arrow and ordered her men to keep the matter a secret, ensuring no word got out. She then followed her subordinate to a room. Inside, a cool-looking girl with pigtails and slightly curly hair was eating. Hearing footsteps behind her, the girl didn't even look up, continuing her earnest struggle with her food. If anyone else had been so rude to her, Nanjing would have had them thrown out to feed the star beasts, but this person. Nanjing approached the girl, bowing slightly. If one looked closely, they would even see a hint of ingratiation in her smile. "Teacher, thank you for coming all this way, it must have been so kind of you." The little girl put down her snacks, her lips still stained with white cream. Her voice was clear and crisp, but carried a maturity far beyond her years. "So, what's the matter this time?" Who would have thought that Marshal Nanjing, one of the 3 most renowned marshals in the Federation, had a master who looked only 7 or 8 years old? And who would have thought that this little girl was actually a terrifying 500 years old, a veritable ancient monster? She also possessed a title that resounded throughout the galaxy, the Silver Ring Witch. Who would have thought that Nanjing, one of the Federation's highest commanders, had a master who was the long-lost legendary pirate, the Silver Ring Witch? Nanjing took out the annihilation arrow and said, "My disciple has asked you to come out of seclusion this time because I want your help in finding someone." Upon seeing the annihilation arrow, the Silver Ring Witch's eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. She turned to her disciple and asked, "Where did you get this?" Seeing her master's strong reaction, she didn't hide anything and told her the origin of the annihilation arrow. The Silver Ring Witch had heard about other aspects of the divine soul, but the annihilation arrow was truly extraordinary. However, she didn't intend to reveal the secrets to her foolish disciple. But she could still offer some assistance with her request. Tracking, the Silver Ring Witch's second talent. The ability to locate a person based on traces left behind and information from objects they touched, a remarkably powerful tracking ability. She had relied on this talent to ruthlessly eliminate her former enemies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have her current comfortable retirement. For someone like her to enjoy a fulfilling retirement, she had to strike hard against her enemies. She first carefully sensed the aura emanating from the arrow, then said to Nanjing, "This arrow is a prop from the game, and it has passed through many hands. Even if there's still some trace of the maker's aura on it, it's very limited. Moreover, this person seems very cautious. After making the prop, they waited a while before selling it." Hearing her master say this, Nanjing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but she quickly calmed down and said, "It's all right, limited is better than nothing." The Silver Ring Witch, with an "I knew it" expression, revealed the information she had just tracked down. Female, age between 18 and 25, no, it should be 18 to 20 years old, definitely not over 20. Her aura is extremely strong. Disciple, listen to your master. If you can't befriend this person, then eliminate her as soon as possible, and you must strike decisively, otherwise, you will be the one who dies. Nanjing was first shocked by the age of definitely not exceeding 20, and then, after hearing her master's subsequent warning, she was even more shocked and speechless. After a long silence, she slowly asked, "Master, is it that serious?" The Silver Ring Witch didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Do you know why the royal family, despite committing so many heinous acts, has still been able to stand strong to this day?" "Because their ancestors were the creators of the Federation," Nanjing replied. The Silver Ring Witch smiled and said, "You're right, but not entirely." Chapter 511 Uncontrollable Talent. The reason the royal family has been able to stand strong until now is because of the blood flowing in their veins, or more accurately, the human blood within them. Seeing Nanjing's still puzzled expression, the Silver Ring Witch continued to explain, "In the Federation, only those with more than 30% human blood can be called human, and the concentration of human blood in the royal family's bloodline generally reaches 40%. But Master, I still don't understand. Is human blood really that important? In previous studies, whether it's speed, strength, or command, they aren't at the top level. Humans are one of the oldest races in the Federation. It could even be said that every citizen now has human blood flowing in their veins to some extent." But even so, the Silver Ring Witch continued, shaking her head with a knowing look, "Humanity's strength lies in its powerful inclusiveness and adaptability. Within the Federation, love between different races is not forbidden, but the children born from the union of 2 different races are always uncertain. It can be said that the bad ones outnumber the good ones, while the good ones are extremely rare. Humans, however, do not have such concerns. Their offspring are strong, intelligent, and calm. You said before that humans do not have any outstanding qualities, but they also do not have any weaknesses. In fact, whether it is strength, speed, or intelligence, they can improve them through training. They are a very terrifying race. The half-elf Hugh's strength can even crush the current elf king. If he hadn't been uninterested in the throne, he would be the king of the elves now. Nanjing was silent for a while after listening, but she quickly reacted. Master, didn't we talk about the creator of the annihilation arrow? Is she related to the royal family? The silver ring which shook her head. She is not related to the royal family, but that person is a pure-blooded human. The purest human bloodline flows in her veins, and it is the oldest bloodline. Nanjing felt that she had been shocked too many times today, but after hearing her master's words, she couldn't help but be shocked again. Pure-blooded humans? Didn't they disappear a long time ago? Don't misunderstand, Nanjing didn't mean they were wiped out. Rather, the pure-blooded humans had continuously mated with other races, resulting in their bloodlines being mixed with too many others. The silver ring which shrugged. Who knows? That's just what my investigation has shown me. That's why I told you not to act rashly, because humans are social creatures. This was practically a blatant statement that the other person wasn't the only pure-blooded human, she might be surrounded by a group of such people. Although her thoughts about humans wouldn't change easily, Nanjing abandoned her original plan to search for them. After all, there's an old human saying, those who don't heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. Thinking of this, Nanjing glanced at her master and asked, Master, could you stay here a little longer this time, so I can fulfill my filial duty? The silver ring which glanced at her but didn't speak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Mo lay in a hammock built between two trees, warm sunlight filtering through the leaves and falling on her face. She swayed gently, thoroughly enjoying herself. Below her, several Dungeness chickens were foraging for food. Since moving here, Ling Mo had allowed the chickens to roam freely. This method resulted in firmer, more delicious meat. The only downside was that they were harder to catch and collecting the eggs was more troublesome. However, Ling Mo didn't have to do these things herself, so it didn't bother her. Wait a minute, how's the situation on Blue Star? Ling Mo suddenly asked. The temperature on Blue Star hasn't dropped, but it hasn't shown any signs of rising either. However, the underground infrastructure in all of China's bases is almost complete. While the temperature on Blue Star hasn't risen, the temperature within China is steadily increasing. They're already planning to bring water from Hot Spring Star to Blue Star, and the first hot spring park is under construction. The location has already been chosen. No wonder they're infrastructure powerhouses, they're managing both Qingyang Star and Blue Star. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded in satisfaction. She'd heard about outdoor air conditioning before and was always amazed, these rich people really had money to burn. Now that China had installed open-air underfloor heating, Ling Mo realized how truly comfortable it felt. Although she didn't build the ground, don't forget, Hot Spring Star was under her name. Yes, that's right. Although the Hot Spring Star project was decided by several people, it was registered under Ling Mo's name. After all, she contributed both money and effort. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu only held a portion of the shares. Knowing everything was stable on Blue Star, she felt relieved. Now, she was considering something else. Back on Water Star, when she first used her Ice-type talent in battle, she sensed something unusual. At this moment, a diamond-shaped ice pillar appeared in Ling Mo's hand. As the icicles appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the leaves on the nearby trees were covered in frost. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately retracted the icicles, and the surrounding temperature began to rise again. Still can't control it. Ling Mo's expression was somewhat dejected. According to the information she had asked Qiaman to find, known ice-type talents should be able to control not only ice but also cold air, so as not to accidentally harm teammates. But she simply couldn't control it. Could it be because my level is increasing too quickly, and my equipment can't keep up? Ling Mo was completely baffled and ultimately had no choice but to give up trying. After all, she had no other options. If she couldn't control it, she would just have to learn to control it properly. After all, the cold air couldn't harm her. At worst, she could just stay away from crowds when using this talent in battle. She believed that one day she would be able to control it autonomously. Just then, the sound of running came from afar. Turning her head, she saw Fuyu riding on the back of a black wolf, running towards her and stopping below her location. Seeing this, Ling Mo subconsciously asked, "Is dinner ready?" "But it's not time yet." Fuyu got off the black wolf and said, "It's not dinner time. Someone's looking for you. It's that 1, 2, 3, wooden man guy. He says he has something important to discuss with you." "Something important?" Ling Mo jumped off the hammock, her eyes still full of doubt. "Yeah, something important. What have you been up to lately?" Chapter 512, Testing and Conditions. Hearing Fuyu's question, Ling Mo carefully recalled what she had been doing recently. After a moment, she said unhurriedly, "I haven't done anything. I haven't even left the island recently." Then she paused. "Wait a minute, it seems like I haven't done nothing." She recounted her experiences in the game. "I made some money selling items in the game and wanted to exchange some of it for gold coins, but I was afraid that exchanging a large amount at this time would attract the attention of other guilds." "So you exchanged with the Huagua Guild," Fuyu finished Ling Mo's sentence. Ling Mo chuckled. "I'm just keeping the good stuff in the family, right? They're short on money, and I'm rich, so it's mutual help." Seeing Ling Mo's nonchalant expression, Fuyu glared at her. "Those people coming this time probably have ulterior motives. Be careful. Don't agree to everything, and especially watch the person next to 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Be careful not to get scammed." At first, Ling Mo didn't understand what Fuyu meant. But when she returned to the elf tree house and saw the person, she instantly understood. 1, 2, 3, wooden man was an old acquaintance of Ling Mo's, responsible for contacting her before. They had even crossed paths in real life. However, due to Ling Mo's homebody nature, their interactions had been limited, though still more than with most people. Fuyu's warning wasn't about 1, 2, 3, wooden man at all. Ling Mo looked at the person standing next to him. Wearing a well-tailored suit and polished leather shoes, the material was unclear but certainly expensive, his hair was meticulously combed, and he sported gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a successful social elite. This was exactly the type of person Ling Mo had always wanted to avoid. They were far too cunning, and she couldn't outsmart them. Moreover, from the moment they met, Ling Mo had sensed a faint, almost imperceptible spiritual force, seemingly testing her. She could clearly feel a hint of aggression from the owner of this spiritual force, but it wasn't strong, the probing was the majority. This test, however, was ineffective against Ling Mo. After all, if this person's spiritual force was a small stream, hers was a vast, boundless ocean. Yet, since this person possessed spiritual force, why hadn't he noticed hers? If he had, he wouldn't have adopted such a provocative stance. Upon further reflection, Ling Mo understood the reason. Just like oxygen, you don't usually realize how important it is when you live with it. Once you get used to it, you subconsciously ignore it, thinking its existence is as ordinary as the flowers and grass around you. So when the other party's mental tentacles reached out again, this time even more aggressively, trying to burrow into her mind, Ling Mo frowned, somewhat impatiently, and grabbed the tentacle. Then, with a forceful tug, she tore the mental tentacle off. The elite man let out a muffled groan, then looked in Ling Mo's direction with shock, his eyes filled with deep apprehension and unreadable emotions. Because of this, Ling Mo, who had initially intended to have a proper talk with them, instantly turned cold. "What do you want from me?" Seeing Ling Mo's smile suddenly turn cold, San Mu too, unaware of what had just happened, looked completely bewildered. However, she hadn't forgotten her mission. "It's like this," she said, handing over a document. "Our guild wants to buy game currency from you, but we have limited gold. However, we can offer something else as payment." Ling Mo took the document, opened it, and opened her mouth, speechless. These people were offering 3 islands in the surrounding seas of Qingyang Star as her reward. Wait, what was the difference between this and getting something for nothing? Didn't they know the entire Qingyang Star already belonged to her? Oh, right, they really didn't know. Seeing Ling Mo remain silent, 1, 2, 3, wooden man assumed she was too young and somewhat shocked. He softened his tone. We are very sincere this time. Any one of these 3 islands is larger than the one you currently have. Ling Mo glanced at 1, 2, 3, wooden man, took a deep breath, and maintained a polite smile. She refused. You are indeed very sincere, but I must decline. I live alone. I can't possibly manage so many islands myself, and if I don't want them to go to waste, I'd have to hire people to manage them. She shook her head, looking utterly cheated. The 1, 2, 3, wooden man's smile froze. I didn't expect Ling Mo to refuse for such a reason. They had investigated her background long ago. Her parents had died before the apocalypse, making Ling Mo an orphan. She had no other relatives, not even distant ones, because her parents were also orphans. Such an orphan, without any ties, was both the easiest and hardest to manipulate. She had no weaknesses. Moreover, Ling Mo lacked nothing. It was no exaggeration to say that what Ling Mo and her group possessed was probably better than what they had. Therefore, bribery was out of the question. They also tried to find Ling Mo's relatives, her parents' family, but due to the passage of time and the apocalypse, all attempts failed. Based on the analysis of Ling Mo's condition by the psychological experts in the base, even if they had found her family, it probably wouldn't have been of much use, unless they could resurrect her deceased parents. Fortunately, when the red light, green light man arrived, he had several backup plans prepared. Since you don't want the islands, I have another plan. We're willing to use rare ores to offset the gold coins. What do you think? While mentioning rare ores, Ling Mo keenly sensed a slight fluctuation in the other party's mental state. His collecting of rare ores wasn't a secret. Was this another test? Rare ores are out of the question, but gold is acceptable, Ling Mo said with a smile. You like gold? The elite man, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked. Ling Mo tilted her head. No one dislikes gold, right? I also like jade, rubies, sapphires, and all sorts of beautiful and precious stones. After all, these things were far more valuable than gold coins. Chapter 513, Shifting the Blame. Hearing Ling Mo say that, the elite male was momentarily speechless. Much of the suspicion that had just arisen in his mind was dispelled, but not entirely. Are you really not interested in other rare minerals? Some are even more valuable than gold, he asked again. Ling Mo remained calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. In the end, 123 wooden man still signed an agreement with Ling Mo, promising to exchange gold, jade, and various gemstones for the game coins she held. After signing the agreement, neither party seemed in a hurry to leave. Jiang Xian asked, Do you have anything else? This time, the one speaking was the elite male. Besides the game coins, we also hope Miss Ling Mo can provide us with a batch of items. Of course, the price is negotiable, just the market rate. We know the auction house charges a huge commission every time. By trading with us, you can save that fee. It benefits both sides. Ling Mo nodded. You're right, but that's not possible. Those items weren't made by me, I'm just a middleman. As she spoke, her face carried a faint smile, her gaze detached yet sincere. The elite male didn't seem surprised. He wasn't a game player, but he had awakened talents and served as the vice president of the China Guild in Divine Soul. When Ling Mo first came to exchange game coins, they immediately guessed her identity, and they also knew the power of those items. Currently, the China Guild wasn't strong enough to compete with top guilds, so even though they coveted the items, they had restrained themselves, until Ling Mo appeared, which reignited their ambitions. Due to the items, the difficulty and price of obtaining real-world exchange vouchers had skyrocketed, and they hadn't collected much so far. Even if they obtained the items, they might face the problem of not being able to materialize them into reality. But that didn't matter. The items themselves were a resource. Learning that Ling Mo was the actual creator, they even considered monopolizing this business, allowing China Guild to rise quickly in the game. However, they had their doubts. Could someone of Ling Mo's age and experience really produce such powerful items? They knew that since entering the game, Ling Mo had only logged in occasionally and her level was among the lowest tier. Her apparent lack of desire and ambition both surprised and didn't surprise them. The elite male asked, "Can you tell us who actually made these items?" Ling Mo shrugged. "Who else? Of course, it was drunken soy, otherwise, who else?" Her tone was so natural that no one suspected she was lying, except Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu. They knew Ling Mo was the creator and were unhappy with the elite male's behavior. So they had already agreed, if her identity were revealed, they would pin it on drunken soy, a mysterious figure whose name made everything instantly plausible. These were Yi Kai's exact words. At the time, Ling Mo's reaction was pure confusion. Huh? Who? Me? Are you really connected with drunken soy? Asked 123 Wooden Man. His emotions were mixed. Ever since the mysterious drunken soy appeared, he had not received the favor of Nine Bro at all. Now hearing that Ling Mo had ties with drunken soy, a bitter feeling arose, but he quickly dismissed it. If it's Nine drunken soy, it's not surprising he could make such items, he said. After all, everyone on Blue Star knew his name. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that countless people survived thanks to him, especially in China. So no matter what drunken soy did, it never caused surprise. Moreover, Ling Mo was, apart from drunken soy, the first known person to bring items out of the game. Compared with 123 Wooden Man's reaction, the elite male still wasn't fully convinced. Are you sure you didn't make the items yourself? Didn't you have some adventure in the game? He pressed. Adventures aren't like cabbages, you don't just find one. Even if it existed, it wouldn't be for a small fry like me. My level isn't even high enough to forge things, Ling Mo replied, her eyes innocent as if it had nothing to do with her. The elite male then asked sharply, if you're just a middleman, why is the money from selling the items in your hands? Aren't you on the wealth rankings? Ling Mo's heart fluttered slightly but she remained composed. Because drunken soy handed me the items after making them. I just took them to the auction house. And this deal with us, was that your idea or his? He asked again. Ling Mo was growing impatient. Had this man shown any ill will, she would have already dismissed him. Being interrogated like a criminal was testing her patience to the limit. It was a joint decision. To protect both our identities, this is the answer. Satisfied? Her voice turned sarcastic, filled with irritation. As her emotions wavered, her spiritual power began to stir. Previously, when Ling Mo's spiritual energy was calm, the elite male hadn't noticed. But now, he couldn't avoid sensing it. He felt like a fragile ship in a stormy sea, on the verge of being swallowed by the waves. Soon, his back was drenched in sweat, his face turned pale, and his eyes looked at Ling Mo with fear. Chapter 514, Recruitment. In the end, the elite male and 123 Wooden Man could almost be described as having fled. No, more accurately, the elite male ran ahead while 123 Wooden Man chased after him. Once they had left, Ling Mo finally exhaled, and her spiritual power, which had been agitated from anger, gradually calmed down. At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly noticed two pairs of eyes that had been fixed on her since earlier. She turned to Jiang Xian and Yi Kai, who were sitting on the sofa, leaned back, and said, if you have any questions, ask now. You really have a connection with drunken soy? Can I get an autograph from drunken soy? The two of them almost spoke in unison. Ling Mo looked at Jiang Xian and nodded confidently. Yes, I do know drunken soy. Not only did she know him, she was very familiar with him. Then she turned to Yi Kai. I don't have drunken soy's autograph, but I can sign one for you. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, Yi Kai's expression instantly shifted from expectation to disgust, changing so quickly it was startling. Then I'll pass, he said. Seeing his reaction, Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh. Fine, fine. You'll regret it later. In the following days, Ling Mo, as promised, transferred the game coins to the China Guild using the previously agreed method. Meanwhile, 123 Wooden Man also sent her a large amount of gold and various gemstones, as agreed. Jiang Xian, seeing Ling Mo clutch a gold ingot like a treasured item, asked curiously, Mo, in your past life, were you a dragon or something? You really like shiny things. At these words, Jiang Xian immediately received a pair of glaring eyes from Ling Mo. You're the dragon. Your whole family is dragons. Don't tell me you're not excited seeing these, Ling Mo retorted. Looking at the gold ingot in her hands, Jiang Xian had to admit, it really was impressive. Although he had never been short of money, he had never seen so many gold bricks in one place. Moreover, Ling Mo had specifically asked 123 Wooden Man to craft a gold rod modeled exactly like Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang, which instantly drew the attention of the three guys present. Ling Mo, being domineering, took the gold rod straight to her room, forbidding anyone from touching it, leaving the three of them frustrated. Meanwhile, as she continued exchanging the game coins, her name disappeared from the wealth ranking, though she didn't care. After all, there were no extra rewards for being on it. Initially, 123 Wooden Man wanted to exchange even more game coins from her, but Ling Mo refused. She still needed a portion of the funds to develop her territory. Her excuse was simple: drunken soy didn't allow it anyway. At first, Ling Mo felt a little awkward about pushing all responsibility onto someone else, but once she tasted the sweetness of doing so, she fully embraced it. Everything could be pinned on someone else, leaving her guilt-free. After finishing these matters, Ling Mo began to think about how to spend her wealth. Through constant accumulation, the amount of gold, coins, and gemstones in her hands had reached a staggering level. Originally, she planned to use gold and gems for crafting weapons, but the process was too tedious. After a short while, she grew impatient. Besides, she had found better methods for mass-producing items, faster, easier, and more reliable. Though she had more efficient methods now, storing all the gold and gems in her space felt wasteful. She wanted to put them to use. Of course, this couldn't be done by her alone. Professional work required professionals. With that in mind, Ling Mo opened the system panel and, using Drunken Soy's identity, posted a recruitment notice. Hiring skilled craftsmen, non-players, capable of general gold/silver jewelry, weaving, embroidery, jade carving, etc. Non-hereditary inheritors preferred. Excellent compensation, meals and accommodation provided. The terms were generous, but there was one condition: the working environment would be completely enclosed. Ling Mo decided to send these craftsmen to Yunhai Star, so they could work undisturbed. As for accommodation, naturally, it would be the elf treehouse. The recruitment post immediately caused a stir. Although many people had moved to Qingyang Star, most of them were young players, apart from children. A craftsman seeking to refine his skills needed time to accumulate experience. It was like comparing doctors, an aged doctor with a weathered face versus a young doctor with sharp features and golden spectacles. Most people would choose the older one for experience, unless romance was the goal. Soon, countless people signed up. Ling Mo's private messages flooded with resumes. Looking at them, she added another requirement: candidates must provide work samples or certificates. The addition of this requirement instantly halved the number of applicants. As Ling Mo buried herself in screening resumes, Fuyu appeared. "What are you up to now?" he asked. Without looking up, Ling Mo replied, "Recruiting skilled craftsmen." "I know, but why gather them now? Is this another one of your sudden whims?" Ling Mo nodded and shook her head. "Not exactly a whim. You know, I've collected a lot of gold, silver, and gems, originally for making items. But now that I have a better method, I don't want these resources to go to waste." Hearing this, Fuyu's expression changed to understanding. "But isn't gold rare in the galaxy? Even if you don't use them, you wouldn't just waste them, right?" Clearly, he still thought it was a sudden idea. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. "Of course I know. I just wanted to raise their wealth a bit." Fu understood her meaning. So you're planning to open a store in the galaxy? Already found a location? Chapter 515, Picking People Up. Hearing this, Ling Mo waved her hand. Not yet. Right now, it's just an idea. In fact, the idea of opening a store wasn't sudden. She had thought of it a long time ago, but back then she planned to sell various potions. After all, with the pharmacy ring, she could produce any potion she wanted. However, after conducting some market research, Ling Mo quickly abandoned that plan, at least for now, because the industry was far too complicated. First, selling potions meant dealing with medicinal regulations, which required a huge amount of paperwork. It might involve patents and experimental data to prove that the potions were safe. Running through all the procedures would take at least 2 years, and that would only be the first step. In short, potion business without proper backing would be extremely hard to maintain. Ling Mo realized that if she opened a store, she would face endless complications. She wasn't exaggerating, her potions were incredibly effective, and once on the market, they would sell like wildfire. Her formulas would almost certainly attract unwanted attention. Thus, the idea of opening a store was shelved, until now. Seeing Fu looking idle, Ling Mo sent him half of the resumes to help screen them. One by one, the resumes flashed past their eyes. After several hours of screening, 378 people were selected. Ling Mo sent messages to these 378 people, telling them to pack their bags and prepare to leave, and if they had families, she would arrange for them as well. By the way, are you planning to bring all these people to Qingyang Star? Fu asked. No, Ling Mo shook her head. I plan to send them to Yunhai Star. It's quiet there, so they can focus on creating. Hearing this, Fu continued, in that case, I suggest you also hire chefs and housekeepers to handle meals and cleaning. Ling Mo was about to say robots could handle it, but then she realized the Yunhai Star robots were already busy. If they had to take care of people as well, it would be overwhelming. Humans aren't like plants. Moreover, the 378 people had an average age of 30 to 40, with quite a few in their 50s and 60s. Considering this, Ling Mo decisively posted another recruitment notice, this time for chefs, housekeepers, and nannies. Chefs needed to cook nutritious meals, and housekeepers/nannies required experience, good personalities, and preferably a skill of their own. Since the group was large, she required more chefs and nannies. Once all these preparations were done, Ling Mo exhaled. Now we just need to bring all these people to Yunhai Star. Fu frowned. How do you plan to do that? These people are scattered across Blue Star. Even if you can return to Blue Star from Qingyang Star, it would take forever to pick them up one by one. And you promised to take care of their families. Do you plan to send them to Yunhai Star as well? Fu's expression showed clear disapproval. He didn't think Ling Mo was that reckless. Ling Mo smiled mysteriously. I have my way. As for their families, that's just a convenience. I'll just message 123 Wooden Man to gather the people to Qingyang Star. Then I can provide the elf treehouse for them. This was merely a simple convenience. Ling Mo's expression said, it's no big deal. Also, by ensuring the families live comfortably, the workers can focus wholeheartedly on their work. Of course, she wasn't going to do a losing deal. She decided, have 123 Wooden Man locate everyone, then she would take them all together, no need to search individually with her golden eye. Yes, that would work. Back on Blue Star, 123 Wooden Man, who hadn't heard from Brother Jiao in a long time, suddenly received the familiar notification. He instantly jolted awake. Before his mind could fully react, his hand had already opened the private message. He saw the designated person's name, with 99 plus messages. Clicking it revealed all the resumes. Then another message arrived. Drunken Soy, help me. Find these people and bring them all to Qingyang Star. Ling Mo's recruitment of skilled craftsmen had not been a secret. He had even tried to apply, having learned carpentry from his grandfather as a child. However, being a player, he wasn't eligible to apply. 123 Wooden Man, Brother Gio, should I arrange accommodation for these people? Drunken Soy, no. I've made other arrangements. Just take care of their families. They all have elf treehouses, no need to provide extra housing. 123 Wooden Man, Brother Gio, have you been busy lately? And the person you assigned to me before, is that your friend? Are you really part of the same team? Seeing this question, Ling Mo felt a strange pang of jealousy, then shivered, telling herself it was just her imagination. Drunken Soy, very busy, yes. She replied with just 4 words, then ignored him. Fortunately, 123 Wooden Man worked efficiently. Within a couple of days, everyone had been gathered. When these weathered individuals first arrived at Qingyang Star, they were overwhelmed by the scenery. Feeling the breeze, not biting cold but warm, they were moved to tears. Some couldn't help but cry out in relief, as if dreaming. The guides didn't interrupt them, understanding their feelings. They had experienced similar emotions when first stepping into the new world. After the tears had mostly subsided, the guide said, "Here, the environment is very similar to Blue Star. Once at the base, you'll be provided with food and seeds. As long as you don't cheat, you'll never go hungry. There are rules to follow, which others will explain when you reach the base." Everyone nodded enthusiastically, indicating their understanding. Chapter 516, Choosing the Shop. At this moment, an elderly man asked, "Where do we start working?" They all clearly understood that the reason they were chosen to come here was because someone in their family had been selected by Drunken Soy. Working for Drunken Soy meant room and board, generous pay, better treatment for their families, and even receiving an elf treehouse. Ling Mo now uploaded batches of fully grown elf treehouses periodically. Aside from a few that had become actual elves or extremely mutated, which were unaffordable for ordinary people, the rest were all available for purchase. Even so, not everyone could afford an elf treehouse. Even among players, many couldn't buy one, let alone ordinary people. On Blue Star, some wealthy people had begun renting out elf treehouses. They would buy multiple houses, live in one, and convert the rest into what used to be cheap rental units, then rent them out to those who couldn't afford one. Although this could be seen as profiting from disaster, it undeniably allowed more people to survive instead of freezing to death. The authorities mostly turned a blind eye, as long as these actions weren't excessive. The people were anxious to begin work for Drunken Soy, which is why they asked so eagerly. They needed to start working to set their minds at ease, otherwise, everything felt unreal. The group leader hesitated to answer, unsure how to explain. Just then, 2 golden-eye-like objects flew down from the sky. Anyone who had seen that legendary live broadcast would recognize them immediately. The golden eyes hovered before the group, and a somewhat rough voice emerged from them. It was naturally Ling Mo, but she was using a voice changer. "Those chosen, follow me. I'll take you to your workplace. You have 1 day off per month, which you can use to visit your family. Returning is optional, it's up to you." After saying this, she performed some gestures, and a teleportation portal appeared before them. Through the portal, a faint scent of seawater could be detected. Soon, under the watchful gaze of their families, each of the selected individuals walked toward the portal. At that moment, they felt proud. They had provided a comfortable life for their families, no longer worrying about hunger or cold. Ling Mo transported them to the elf treehouses on Yunhai Star and left the rest to Qiaman. The elf treehouses on Yunhai Star were extra large, with even the smallest one able to house hundreds of people. Thus, there was no worry about accommodations. Furthermore, the treehouses were fully equipped, and all necessary creation tools were prepared. Some were sourced from Blue Star, others purchased from interstellar shops or the system store. These were ordinary people who had suffered on Blue Star, so to help them quickly get into work mode, Ling Mo also prepared health recovery potions, sleep pods, and treatment pods. Seeing all this, Ling Mo couldn't help but think, I really am a good boss. Qiaman's job was simply to monitor them to ensure nothing went wrong. After 2 days of adjustment, the workers quickly entered a productive state. Ling Mo learned from Man that they were working enthusiastically, which made her extremely satisfied. Looks like it won't be long before they produce the finished items. She needed to quickly find a shop. Opening a shop, from location selection to renovation, took time. Meanwhile, producing exquisite jewelry also required careful craftsmanship. After all, slow work brings fine results. Man, keep an eye out for any shops for rent or sale recently. Understood. Any special requirements? Ling Mo thought for a moment. The location must be prime in a high-traffic area. I'm going for a high-end route, so the surroundings must match. The shop should be large, well-lit, with low-key luxury decoration. She listed several requirements in one go. Price wasn't an issue, she wasn't lacking money. Even the priciest shop wouldn't compare to owning an entire planet. If she converted all her game coins to gold, she could buy 2 small resource planets. Qingyang Star was basically a steal. After entering her requirements, Man quickly found 3 locations that fit her criteria. All were on the Federation's main planet, but in different districts. First shop, previously a custom clothing store, but the business failed, so the owner couldn't pay rent and wanted to sublet. Ling Mo internally eliminated this one. Second shop, the owner went bankrupt after multiple robberies. Ling Mo saw this as bad luck and ranked it behind the first. Third shop, the best location, largest area, decoration matched Ling Mo's taste, and no other issues. The original owner's only requirement, full payment up front. Apparently, the owner's son was getting married and the bride requested a house in the city center. To make it happen, the owner had no choice but to sell everything. The third shop was the most expensive of the 3, but considering the other 2, Ling Mo didn't hesitate and chose it. Man, contact the owner of the third shop and ask when the transfer and contract can be completed. Chapter 517, System Reminder. The contract signing went very smoothly, and Ling Mo quickly became the new owner of the shop. Although the shop's decoration was already quite nice, Ling Mo decided to remodel it. Considering the shop's positioning and the items she would sell, she chose a classical Chinese style for the renovation. For several days, Ling Mo was busy with this task, contacting the renovation team, handling all the necessary permits and paperwork, and going through the required procedures. At times like this, she was grateful that the system had solved her identity issues. Otherwise, she'd still be a blacklisted individual, unable to open a shop, and even purchasing items would be difficult. That day, Ling Mo finally finished all her tasks. She returned to the elf treehouse and sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant, completely lost in thought. From upstairs came the sound of someone coming down. A gentle breeze blew through, and Yi Kai's slightly surprised voice called out. "You're here. Don't you have things to do today?" Recently, Ling Mo had been leaving early and returning late. During the day, she was rarely seen, and even when she was, it was only for a brief greeting. Seeing her sitting on the sofa, Yi Kai's surprise was genuine. Ling Mo slowly straightened up, turned to him, and said in a weary voice. "All done. Just taking a break." Yi Kai came to sit beside her, noticing her exhausted appearance, and asked mischievously. "What have you been busy with lately, leaving early and returning late every day?" "Bought something in the interstellar market. The paperwork was a bit complicated, so I went back and forth a few times," Ling Mo gave a vague answer. "Bought something? What? And it took you half a month to finish the procedures?" Yi Kai's tone was full of surprise. "Is the interstellar market really that complicated?" Ling Mo didn't answer, just sighed deeply, clearly not wanting to recall the experience. In fact, the transfer procedures were simple, just sign a document. Opening a shop was slightly more complicated, but following the process would take 5 to 8 days at most. The reason it took half a month was that Ling Mo was too young. The seller suspected she was underage, taking her family's money without permission. So when Ling Mo went to sign the contract, the store owner called the authorities. Imagine her emotions being dragged into a police car by 2 uniformed officers. Although 18 is considered the age of adulthood for humans, Ling Mo had applied for federal subsidies before. Even though she had stopped receiving them after earning money, the records were still there. Additionally, on this planet, the age of majority is 22, so in any case, Ling Mo was still a minor. In the end, she had to call Fuyu to act as her guardian. Fuyu, at 22, was an adult. With Fuyu's help, Ling Mo finally completed the procedures. Because she was underage, all documents required her guardian's signature in addition to her own. Seeing Ling Mo with an expression that said she didn't want to talk about it, Ye Kai didn't press further and instead brought up another matter. By the way, why haven't you started preparing yet? You were always the most proactive before. Ling Mo was momentarily caught off guard by Ye Kai's comment. Start preparing? What are you talking about? Ye Kai widened his eyes. You didn't forget, did you? The game, there's only a month left. Previously, Ling Mo had always led the preparations, while the others assisted. Now that she wasn't around, they felt lost. Hearing him, Ling Mo suddenly sat up from the sofa. Oh no! She had almost forgotten this matter. Calculating the time, there was only 1 day left. Was it still possible to prepare in time? She looked at Ye Kai. The items are ready, but we haven't figured out how to proceed, he explained. Ling Mo walked to the kitchen and saw the robot Zhou busy at the counter. She remembered she had installed the cooking program into Zhou's chip earlier. Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou noticed her and slowly turned, smiling. I have prepared all the food and categorized it. You can each take your portion. Ling Mo nodded at Zhou. Thank you, Zhou. You've worked hard. Not at all. It is my honor to take care of you. Ling Mo and Ye Kai took their portions and left the kitchen. Walking alongside her, Ye Kai said with curiosity. Have you noticed that Zhou seems different today? Different? I haven't noticed. Hasn't it always been like this? No. Zhou changed, its voice, even its form. Don't you think it has developed self-awareness? Ling Mo calmly replied. I thought you were talking about something serious. Robots in the interstellar market all have self-awareness, especially Zhou, the latest model. Isn't it normal? The robots sold by W. Drunk and Soy also had self-awareness to provide better service. Initially, Ling Mo was shocked, thinking wouldn't people fear a robot uprising? But the reality proved the robots didn't rebel and coexisted well with people. As they spoke, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded. No way. There's only 1 day left? Remembering the last game's early start, Ye Kai cursed, thinking the same would happen again. However, the system voice continued, and their bodies had not yet entered the game. Dear players, the game is about to begin. Are you ready? Due to the dangerous nature of this game, the system will provide a few friendly reminders.